How we doing, people? How we doing, beautiful people? Beautiful people, how are we today? To- About the shower. Here we go. Here we go. Hope you're all well. Hello, people. What have we got? Who's in here? Who's nosing about here, not speaking? Come on. Let's go. Let's get going here. Who's around? Nosy bitch. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to swear. Can't swear. Ah. Facebook and Twitter. Hello, Lou. Hello, Jamie. How are we both? Hope you're well. Thanks for joining. I know, Jamie, you've got. I think he's not streaming yet, though, is he? No, he's not. Tomorrow that starts, doesn't it? Um, I'm busy. Oh no, right, Jamie and Lou. You might not have seen this, but we've got we got Grumpy Spider Girl. Grumpy Spider Girl is here today. I'm busy. Give me a minute, dang it. Lol. Woof. We got Mad World, who is mad. And we've got Spider Girl, who's a grumpy one today. Oh, oh. We're all in for a bit of a uh-oh trouble today, but thank you for being here. Let me have a look here. You can 45 minutes before your next appointment. Happy days. Happy days, Lou. Let me just have a look here now. So, JB join us. MLS. Oh, geez, MLS show. I don't know. MLS something show, wasn't it? Oh, geez. MLS law show. So, oh, he's not streaming yet. Is that started today then, Jamie, or is that starting tomorrow? I don't know. Um, Obviously, that's going. If you want to catch up on that one as well, he's covering the Michigan one, the one with the daughter pours stuff over her father. It's a mad one. I'm not sure what it is, but he's covering that. So kindly, Jamie's got 2 streams going. Oh, she will do. So that's very kind. So I encourage everyone to do the same and support back. If obviously keep this as your mainstream, but then if you can on your phones, support the MLS Law Show as well. Like JB does. That'll be her main one. But whenever she can, she'll chat in here as well. Oh, but don't bugger off. That's what I'm saying. We got some big ones today. We got some big news today. We got some big news today. We're gonna wait now. Hang on. Oh, do you know when you start something and there's no water? Well, there's a little bit, and I'm already thirsty. Hang on then. Um, where's Grumpy Spider now? She's still here? This good stuff. Easy, and we keep it. We will keep it. Promotion stuff. Okay. Sorry, I just literally can't multitask. So go to text and do everything else. Ah, happy days. Yeah, so I think I don't know. I've not seen MLS Law Show at all. I've not seen it, but what I do know is that even though I've never met him, don't know what he's like or anything, what I do know is we've all met his chat. So, Jamie, Leah, uh, C, C Sweat, all them. So they are kind of people. So I'd always encourage people to do that as a secondary stream and pop in, say hi. I'll pop in whenever he does stream and say hello as well over there. So, well, so as I said, we've got some big news. But I need to get some water first. It's not really big news. I'm just building it up for nothing, but still, let me go and get some water and shit. I don't mean shit. I mean just get some water. Just a shower, for fuck's sakes. Right. Yes. I'm back. I need to get some water. Hey, Mad, well, we got grumpy Spider Girl today, so I think she's just woken up. So you might have to, take over today. I'm joking, Spider. If you're here, we all love you. So yeah, welcome, Jamie, Amy. Oh, Amy, hello. Good morning, friend. I'm glad Amy's here. And Lou's here, Madwell's here. I'm not sure who else is here. Right. So two things. Dorset's nice. Dorset's nice, is it? It's very cloudy in Wales today. It's not nice today. I've I'm back. Had to post on Facebook so I don't get accused of Spider Girl. Yeah, we do have an overbearing boss. Her name's Mad World. She's like that all the time. Jesus. Yes. Uh, no. Right. So two things I've got. Right. One, obviously, thank you to everybody who's contributed for us to be get reviewed the 4,000 stuff. Amazing. Where are we at? So it didn't get through till about 10 o'clock last night. So I've done the base terms. Signed all that, signed up for Google AdSense, but now we are getting reviewed, which means they're watching. So I can't swear as much then, should we say? Because one of the things in there is not excessive swearing. So I got to be careful for the next, until I get monetized. Then after that, whatever. Um, there's nothing up yet for this. I didn't get approved. No, not yet. I think it went through about 4 or 5 o'clock this morning. Yeah, review. So you know what that means, Jamie. It really means they're watching everything. So I've got to be a little bit careful. They might be in here watching now. Hello, YouTube reviewers. Hello, how are you? We're a, we're very much a no swear channel. We do not swear. Oh, look at him come in with a swear. Another CG. Ah. We cover the swearing YouTuber viewers, or whatever you're called. So and the second thing is right. So I'm glad Amy's here because this impacts Amy. I wish Heidi was here because I think it impacts Heidi, Kim, and Shelley as well. So I found out, thanks to Jamie, right, today, that this trial, the Parkland shooting school officer, is a 2-month trial. Once I picked myself up from the floor, I was like, 2 months? What have we got to cover for 2 months? Do you know what I mean? But anyway, it is what it is. It's going to go on till August, apparently, which is mind blowing. I thought it was going to be finished this week. I was like, what else have they got? But a 2-month trial. Wait, is damn swearing? Damn right, CG. Wait, is that? I don't even know anymore. I just know that I can't swear or limit swearing, shall we say. So, this one's going on for another 2 months. I can't miss all the other trials and stuff as we're going along. So, we're definitely doing 2 trials a day. Doing true 2 trials a day from now on. Well, not from now on, from when they start. And Spidey, a good girl, Spidey. Let me star it so I can put it on later on as well. And I'll put it up for now as well. So, 2 trials a day means I'm gonna be tired because I've got the Johnny Depp on Saturdays as well, plus some Sundays. Heidi, hello, Heidi. We were just speaking about you, Heidi. It's Amy and you, I think this might impact on. So, Heidi, Amy, where's Amy gone now? Gobby, where you at? Um, this trial lasts 2 months, this school officer trial, right? So we're streaming it. We're 100% streaming it. 100%. We're seeing this through to the end. But I'm going to be doing another trial with it, which is the Colorado one, because I don't want to clash with um, Jesus, MLS Law Show. He's doing the Michigan one, which is interesting. But I'm going to do the Colorado one, which is also interesting. It's a murder one. Starts tomorrow. Now the question is, and I'm going to put a poll up for this. It's all good. It's all good. Go to the beach. That's fine. So I'm committing to doing 2 trials a day. I'm still doing Johnny Depp on Saturday, and I've still got streams on Sundays. So I'm basically gonna be doing 7 days a week because I am a hero. I don't remember the rest of the words. I am the hero that you need in your life. I am a hero. But anyway, yeah, the Colorado one does sound interesting, Jamie. Now, the question I have is what do we do? Do we live stream this one, the shooting one, um, during the day, like this now, and then play the Colorado one at like 1.25 speed straight after it to catch up? Or do we stream the Colorado one during the day and stream this one after it? I'm thinking we're probably gonna do this one as it is, and then the other one afterwards because there's some people might wanna watch the Colorado one and might join. I don't think this trial, I don't think has caught everyone's imagination. I think the Colorado one will, and that's why I'm thinking what way's best. And as you know, I do what the stream wants. So, yes, so dry. So this is why, yeah, we're still streaming it. We're 100% streaming it. 100%, 100% streaming it. It's very dry, but we committed to it. I think it's interesting. Amy's so knowledgeable on it. I think we'd be remiss not to use her knowledge on it. Heidi, I think you can bring a lot to it. Kim, Shelley, I think everyone could bring something to this. Right, let me get the Colorado one up. It's murder. It's a guy who murdered someone. Um, let me just check now. Amy. So Colorado is um, Joel Hollendorfer is accused of killing 19-year-old Cara Nichols in 2012. Investigator says Nichols has been an had been an escort at the time of her death, posting photos of herself online looking for work. Her father had reported her missing that October. Cell phone data allegedly shows Nicholas had made several calls on October 9th between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. to one specific number. That number traced back to Hollendorfer, authorities said. When police investigated him, he admitted to chatting with Nichols after responding to her online advertisement, but they never met up, officers said. The case went cold. In February 2022, detectives spoke to one of Hollendorfer's family members who told them Hollendorfer confessed to the crime years prior, stating he hired an escort and during sex he accidentally strangled her, then buried her on his parents' property above an old horse's grave. Opening statements in Holland office trial begin Tuesday. He's facing multiple charges, including second-degree murder and tampering with evidence. Um, the Colorado one is starts tomorrow, so right, Jesus, everyone's going here. Know what the rapid murder trial is. Yeah, it started. Everyone's streaming it, Heidi. Everyone's streaming it. I mean, you could just go on YouTube and it seems everyone's streaming it. So I don't want to. Lefty, how you doing, son? Hope the children enjoying breakfast. Uh, yo, Lefty. Heidi, this one's right. So that is happening, but like you can go. Everyone's doing. Everyone's doing it. So right, I gotta get this poll up. Oh, you're leaving soon, Lefty. That's fine. I thought you had gone already. Let me put this poll up now. Then. Let me just see if it started. Hang on first. But does everyone get the concept? Oh, we're going to be doing 2 trials a day. Now it's just a question of which one do we do. I'll put it in the poll. I'll put it in the poll. This is here now, so I can put it up. Watch live. I was into different dick pic cases. Heidi, by the way, you might have missed it, but we've reached the 4,000 threshold. We've reached it on Saturday. It's worth you watching it because I got topless. We did a topless stream on Saturday. So I'm under review currently to see if I get monetized. So I have to behave a little bit. Um, right, let me just move this now, and then we'll get going. I'll put a poll up. Like, oh shit. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that. I don't mean swearing. I don't swear anymore. Dates. Okay, I'm there. Right, I need to put this poll up, don't I? Well, but the second one, another CG is going to be 1.25 speed. So that's the difference. Um, so horrific. Which trial? So which trial do we watch during the day? Other one to be played at 1.2 speed in the evening. So this is a question about which one do we play at this time of day? Is it the Parkland officer one or the Colorado one? Off the oh shit. Colorado trial. Right. Ask a community. Remember, you're picking which one do we play in the day. Um, it's me. It shouldn't take a minute, so to speak. That's not going to cut the time down by much. So it will be 50. I know. I know. I know. Okay. That's fine, JB. That's good. Just put it on the poll, everybody. Yeah, it's gonna. Hey guys, I'm not joking you. It's gonna kill me. No, it won't kill me, but it's gonna be a long day, and that's why I want to stream the right ones. What is gonna get me the most viewers? Because I'm gonna struggle in the evening, so I need the chat to be blaring, to keep me going. Um, yeah, my day is gonna be. I'm not gonna be done till about 4, 4:30 every morning, and then I'll be up starting the day about 7:30, 8:00 every morning. So I hope this first one, Colorado one's only like a week long or something. But I don't wanna miss out on trials because, but also we committed to this trial, and I do think this is interesting, and no one else is covering it, so or not many people are covering it. So I don't wanna be that streamer that commits to something and then goes, "Oh, bugger it." We did that with the, weapons one. We watched 2 days and went, "Ah, bugger this is crap." So I know a lot of you love this one, so, Amy and stuff like that. So I'm gonna keep the poll up for a long time so that Kim and everyone gets a chance to Shelley, Stacey get a chance to vote in it. Um, I just I just hope that everyone is able or tries to do both, do you know what I mean, as much as possible. I know at the minute I think we got mostly Colorado at the minute. Was this too much? I don't know. No, I think as well we're gonna find out more today, because like, yeah, if it's just like 100 SWAT members coming in and saying the same testimony, I'm not gonna be happy. I'm not gonna be happy. It seems that, um, this case will be separate, but it's huge. I don't think people realize how huge this trial is. That's I'm surprised not many people are covering it, so I don't wanna not cover it. I can't stay mad every day, lol. I'm ready to move out of suffering where I'm in. Well, we're still watching it every day, Amy. It just depends on whether we watch it like 1.2, 1.5 speed, or whether we watch it live in the day. Yeah, I think so too with Amy. I think so too. It's hot today. Down in my water, so I'll be peeing in a bit now. Again, for those that don't know, but we reached the 4,000 watch hours on Saturday. Thank you to everyone for contributing. And if you've not seen it, please go and see it. I do a topless stream. I do rip off my shirt and wave it in the air like I just don't care. Whoop, whoop. Other news, Lefty's going to join the stream at some point as well. Not today, but he's ordered his camera. So
State, is there anything you need me to address before we get the witness back on the witness stand and go forward with the cross-examination?
Judge, just one thing, our third witness
yeah,
of the day
yeah.
works in
Oh,
undercover capacity,
jeez.
so he'll be wearing the full face covering. I did let defense counsel know, letting the
Oh
court know
no.
in case he plans on raising any objections, maybe we can deal with it before the witness walks in, so the court's not caught off guard.
As I told the state, I have no objection. You have no objection? Zero. Okay, so without objection from the defense, I guess we'll proceed as the state wishes. State, anything else?
No objection.
Defense, anything you need me to address?
No, Your Honor.
You watch
State,
Lord
can I
Cry.
ask you,
That's
did I
their
see some
volume.
evidence with Madam Clerk from Mr. Cruz's trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is our volume.
Some of the shell.
So they're going to be entered into evidence in this case?
Yes, Your
Is
Honor.
my volume okay, guys? Oh, I have to check
We
myself.
have-
Hang on.
What I'm most concerned about is that I don't want, I mean, it's not the usual, like with co-defendants, but are the stickers going to be affixed in a manner so that the jurors are unaware that this was evidence in the
Yes,
other
that's
case?
the intention. I already spoke with Mr. Wilcox that I'll be putting the stickers exactly over the stickers as they
Yeah,
were.
but we've had great experience in that area, again, dealing with co-defendants and trying the same cases multiple times. I just want to.
Where's Carwyn? Oh, Car's true, boy. Yeah,
The pink sticker.
You're talking about the
it's Car, boy.
barcode.
Why am I going to be not happy?
What does the barcode, is the barcode have any words on it, or does it just have a barcode?
our code says, for instance, looking at Broward Clerk Reports, State Exhibit 240, date 10/13/2020, it has a case number and it has a description.
Do you have any objection if those stickers are on there?
No, you don't.
So, and you understand, if you did, I would figure out some mechanism or procedure where they wouldn't be on there.
Yeah, no,
But I don't guess it's a secret that there's been a prior trial.
no objection at all.
Okay. State, anything else before we get going?
No.
In defense, you're ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, one thing I do need to put on the record, this is regarding the continued issue with juror number 6. I did communicate with the head of the Human Resources Department of her company. I'm going to keep all that information for me at the present time. By my count, this is day 7 of the trial. She has 10 days before her company's policy, I guess, requires her to start using her PTO time, which obviously I don't want that to happen. I'm currently waiting on communication from the head of their legal department and or the CEO of the company. I will share with you, since I had to go a little deeper into this, that the revenues of this company, which juror number 6 works last year, was $7.8 billion. 7.8 billion with a B. So I have very high hopes they're going to be able to pay her for her jury service. And I told them if I can't resolve the issue at this point, I might resolve it in a more public manner, but hopefully that will resolve the issue, but I will keep you updated. Okay. Okay, so then can we get the witness back on the witness stand, please? I'll put him under oath and then we'll bring the jury back.
Well, that doesn't make sense because if it's a 2-month trial, that doesn't make sense. The way he just said that, to me, seems it's only going to be like a couple more weeks. Don't get it? Oh, so I think I've got it working now. So I think if you got a law and crime, their volume is going to be very low. But ours is not.
Back to the witness stand, please.
Ours is that.
Even though
And I
we're
think I
outside
can
the
still
presence of the
speak
jury,
at the
I'm
same
swearing-
time.
swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
So that's a bonus. You know, anyone over there, tell them, hey, our stream's better. We can hear.
And once you are seated, you can scoot that chair all the way forward again. And then please bring the jury.
I don't know what you're on about. You're on about penis. Carwyn, what are you on about, Carwyn? Beth am anti boy. Pam sai'n fod hapus there. Why are we talking about peanuts? That's a bit loud, maybe, is it? Oh, hold on now. Diolch yn fawr. O, rwyes i coffi. Diolch. Taz, what I heard was you say he's not going to be happy. That's why I thought I was like, oh, what for? I hope he didn't hear that when my father came in. He's around today. Because I've got new internet coming in Wednesday. I just cleaning stuff out. And he comes in and gives me a wrong cup of tea. So he's like, effing hell. I was like, fantastic. The day I don't want people swearing, and he's like, straight. So I hope he didn't hear it. Oh, I need to get it. Oh, thanks to Jamie, actually. I've got to put this banner up now, don't I? Carwyn, we reached the 4,000 threshold now as well. So I'm under review at the minute. They might be here watching. Bara, 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 bara. Where is that then? I put it in. There we go. So I've got to be careful with my language now for the next couple of days or weeks, however long they take to monetize it. Oh no. So yeah, I'm getting new internet. Getting delivered tomorrow, but it's been fixed in. Oh, actually, car's been credit to ti'n galw, loli, gar yw e, rywbeth tebyg.
Jurors entering.
Rhwng trwch y blaen yn chan. So, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in.
Spider, thanks for
We're
this. I
back
think the
at the
extension
late
works
season,
perfect.
late season.
It's at 600 at the minute. So hope it works
All the parties may
fine.
proceed.
Draw cars. We did a
Ladies and
topless,
gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you
we
a
did a
moment to
topless
get those
stream then.
notepads back out.
I think I was the only one topless though, so. Lefty brings it every day. I love it. You bring it every day. Right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a nice weekend, back at your normal lives. I apologize for the slight delay in getting started this morning. Someone told me that one of you was late getting here, but I find that impossible to believe that could have happened. I will take the blame for that. Ladies and gentlemen, when we pressed pause on the trial on Friday, we had just concluded the direct examination of the witness. The witness remains on the stand and under oath. So at this point, we're going to proceed with the cross-examination of the witness. Mr. Igarsh, when you are ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please report? State. Good morning. Good morning, Officer Burton.
Good morning, sir.
This is the second time we've met, correct?
Yes, on the depot and today.
Okay. The depot is short for deposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
You and I spoke, and I asked you a number of questions about what took place that day, correct?
You did, sir.
And there was a court reporter present that recorded everything that was said between us?
It was over video, but yes, it was a reporter there, yes.
Okay. And also the prosecutor was present, correct?
Yes,
And the prosecutor could ask you any questions that the prosecutor wanted, correct?
I believe so.
And you've been through that process numerous times. That wasn't your first deposition in 15 years, correct?
No, sir.
And then what happens is then the transcription is made and you can read through it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've probably read through that in preparation for your direct examination, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you met with the prosecutor before you testified, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you discussed what your testimony would be, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not that there's anything improper about that, but that was done as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you refresh your recollection by looking over the deposition again, knowing that I would be cross-examining you?
Yes, sir, I did.
If I heard you correctly, on Friday, you indicated that you've been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for 15 years, correct?
It's 17 now, sir.
17?
Yes.
Okay. And you are a school resource officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just like my client, you work at a high school, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was a high school of how many people?
We're up to 3,000 students.
Are you the only school resource officer at that school?
No, there's 2 of us.
How long have you been at that particular school?
Since the summer of 2018.
And have there always been 3 SROs for, how many students did you say again?
3,000.
3,000. Has there always been 3 of them?
No, it's me and another officer.
Now, you work for Coral Springs Police Department, correct?
Yes, I do, sir.
And that is separate from Broward Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes, it is.
You guys have completely different radio systems, correct?
Yes, we do.
And what you say into your radio, you know, wouldn't necessarily go to BSO officers, correct?
I would not know that, no.
And conversely, when BSO, when any of those officers speak into their radios, that would be coming across your radio system, correct?
No, sir.
The only way that that occurs is when the radios are patched, correct?
That is correct.
Tell the jurors what you understand patching to mean.
Patching is something that's done through dispatch. I don't really have that much knowledge on it. The only thing I can tell you is usually in large multi-agency situations, they will patch the radios so everybody can hear each other.
And you expected, because this was such a major event, that like previous major events, the radios would have been patched, correct?
Yes, sir.
You later learned at some point that they were not patched, correct?
Way later.
Gotcha. Monitoring your radio is not something that they tell you in the academy is like optional, correct?
No.
You're supposed to constantly monitor your radio because you'll be held accountable for whatever dispatch is saying, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what fellow officers are saying as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And especially when you're reporting to the scene of an active shooting, you're going to pay particularly close attention to your radio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you're getting real-time intelligence that could be critical to your life when you're showing up at a scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
So on your way to Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School that horrible afternoon, you would have then, as you're monitoring your radio, heard dispatch announce at 2:26:31 to Coral Springs officers, there is an active shooter working at Douglas, multiple gunshots being fired. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, sir.
You also heard Sergeant Bill Reed inquire as to whether there was an active shooter at Douglas High School, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then dispatch confirms right after he inquires, yes, shooting confirmed. We're getting phone calls now. Our 911 lines are blowing up. You heard all that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that before you even arrived at the school, correct?
Yes, sir.
What you didn't know when you arrived is how many shooter or shooters there were on campus, correct?
I did not know.
Tell the jurors what the +1 rule is and how you're trained in the +1 rule, please.
Okay. Anytime you respond to an active shooter, there can always be more than one shooter. If you find one shooter on scene, you're going to have to maybe expect there's another one, and so on and so forth, 3 to 4. So
you remember thinking that as you're arriving on campus, even if you might have heard about one, you're constantly thinking there could be more, correct?
yes, sir.
And when you arrived, you did not know precisely where the shooter or shooters were located, correct?
I did not know.
When you arrived, you called to dispatch to get your arrival time, correct?
No, sir. I'm confused.
Were you told by dispatch that your arrival time was 2:27?
I called on the phone the following day to write my report.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you learned that your arrival time was 2:27, correct?
Yes, sir.
That would have been 35 seconds before the shooter stopped firing, correct?
Yes, but may I explain?
Okay.
Okay. When the call came out, when Sergeant Bill Reed said that there was, asked if there was an active shooter, then the dispatcher confirmed. That's when I turned on my lights and sirens. And I said that I wanted to say 97 the area, but instead I just said 97. We're allowed to say 97 the area, which means we're close by. I was about maybe a mile and a half away from the school.
Okay. So you arrive at the school and you're armed with both a handgun and an M4 rifle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which were you holding in your hands?
The M4 rifle.
Why did you choose the M4 rifle as opposed to the pistol or the handgun?
It's a way more powerful gun and I can shoot it from a long distance.
It would be more beneficial to you in an active shooter situation than a mere firearm, correct?
That is correct.
When you're at your school, and the name of your school is, what's it called?
Coral Glades High School.
Coral Glades High School. When you're at Coral Glades High School, do you walk around with the M4 rifle?
I do not, sir.
Are you even allowed to walk around with that big rifle?
No,
before
sir.
the school? How come?
It's just intimidating to the children. So what we do is we have a gun safe in my office where we keep the N4 on campus.
And some SROs will keep it in their car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you wearing a bulletproof vest that day?
I was wearing my normal police uniform
Do you usually wear your vest while you're on campus?
all the time, sir.
And when you arrived, was it pandemonium because kids were running around and there's gunfire everywhere, or was it just the opposite?
It was the opposite, sir.
How would you describe it to the jury when you get there?
It was
Around
very,
2:27.
It was very eerie. When I got out of my car to load up my rifle, I looked west to see if there was anybody running or that I could talk to get information. I was also listening for gunfire, and I did not see any people on campus. I did not hear any gunfire. It was just silent.
Would it be fair that you've characterized it like a ghost town when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Now, the first person that you encounter when you arrive on campus is campus monitor Andrew Medina. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And Medina gives you some real-time intelligence, correct?
Yes, he does.
He tells you that we are looking for a white male, correct?
Yes.
In a burgundy shirt,
A burgundy ROTC uniform shirt.
black pants,
Yes, sir.
and then he specifies that he was last seen around the three-story building,
Correct.
also known as the 1200 building, correct?
That is correct.
And then he also tells you, or possibly the northeast parking lot, correct?
Correct.
You thought that information was so significant that you immediately then broadcast it on your Coral Springs radio, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you announce at 2:28:35, you recall saying white male with ROTC uniform, burgundy shirt, correct?
Correct.
And then dispatch repeats, white male, ROTC uniform, burgundy shirt, correct?
Correct.
And then at 2:29, literally 25 seconds later, you announce last seen in the three-story building, north parking lot.
Yes, sir.
I want to understand what you meant in that moment with that statement, because you agree that in the three-story building, when you say last seen in the three-story building, is different than north parking lot, correct?
They're two separate places on campus, sir.
Okay. So when you say last seen in three-story building, north parking lot, you're actually referring to two different locations, correct?
Yes, sir.
So last seen in the three-story building means last seen inside that building, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then north parking lot would have been by the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, sir.
So by or inside, correct?
I wanted to use the three-story building as my reference of go-to for everyone.
Is it fair to say, though, that you were essentially saying that it's either by or inside the 1200 building, correct?
Like I said, I was using it as a reference, but it could be correct.
Is it fair to say that Medina was not certain of the exact location of the shooter or shooters, correct?
He was not.
He only knew a general area, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know at that moment whether he ever transmitted that information over the school radio so that my client could hear that, correct?
I didn't know that.
And nor did you order Medina, and this is non-judgment. None of what I'm saying is judgmental. I'm just asking you factually. You never ordered Medina to then get on the school radio and announce that information, correct?
I did not.
And you certainly never conveyed all that information to my client at any point, correct?
I did not.
Then 45 seconds after your transmission at 2:29:47, you heard dispatch announce. Dispatch advises that there are 3 victims down in room 1216 in the freshman building. You heard that, correct?
I did not, sir.
You don't dispute that that came over the Coral Springs police radio, correct?
At the time, I was under high stress, adrenaline, actively looking for a possible shooter in the parking lot. So I may not have caught everything that was on the radio, sir.
At 2:31:31, you announce over your radio, I am on the east side of the 3-story building near the parking lot with my long gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why is it important for you to tell your fellow officers where you're located?
So there's not officer on officer fire, and it also gives them another reference of where to respond.
So when an officer announces on their police radio, 1200 building or parking lot or giving a location, they're being of service to their fellow officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
To better serve the very children that they're there to assist, correct?
Yes, sir.
And faculty and staff, correct?
Yes, sir.
You immediately continue in that 2:31:31 transcript. You say, I will let you know where it is. It's the three-story.
I'm not objecting here, sir.
Yeah, that's his thing.
Do you recall getting on your police radio and saying the following? I will let you know where it is. It's the three-story building at the northeast corner. It's considered a freshman building. Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember saying that, but if it's on the transcript, I must have said it.
That information you never conveyed to my client, correct?
I did not.
It went out over your radio, Coral Springs radio, which you believed was patched with BSO, correct?
I had no idea if the radios were patched yet.
But you learn literally 7.5 minutes later at 2:39:18, when dispatch tells you, we need to get these radios patched with BSO. You heard that, right?
I'm not objecting here, sir, as well.
Yeah, that's his thing.
Did you or did you not hear dispatch inform you that the radios needed to be patched with BSO?
Same objection.
Yeah, that's his thing. Mr. Agash, what you're reading from is not in evidence. So you can ask this witness direct questions, but I can't have you reading to the jury items that are not in evidence. Go ahead.
Did you ever hear anyone inform you that we're like working two separate operations unless the radios get patched?
Objection, same objection.
That is his thing.
Did you believe if the radios were not patched that you would be working like two separate investigations?
That thought never crossed my mind, sir.
So Medina then drives you in a golf cart and drops you off at the northeast parking lot. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And with all the information that you had, once you get to the parking lot, you don't run right into the 1200 building, did you, sir?
No, I did not.
You knew that a shooting had taken place, correct?
Yes, sir.
You must have known potentially that there were people that might have been harmed in the 1200 building, correct?
I did not know that at the time, sir.
Now, after you arrive, based on the information that you had a very general idea of where you thought the shooter or shooters might have been, correct?
Yes, sir.
You certainly couldn't narrow it down to just the 1200 building, correct?
No, sir, I could not.
It included a very large area of campus, did it not?
It did.
So when you get there, one of the possibilities on your mind is that the shooter or shooters could have been inside the 1200 building, correct?
The first thought when I got to the parking lot was to focus on the northeast parking lot.
I understand. My question is, in terms of where you're narrowing it down, right?
Mhm.
One of the possibilities in your mind is that the shooter or shooters could have possibly been inside the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, sir.
Also, the shooter or shooters could have been on top of the 1200 building, correct?
The shooter or shooters could have been anywhere in that general area.
I understand, but I want to break down and you
Oh.
tell me if any of the places that I'm mentioning to you were something you completely eliminated or whether that was in the realm of possibility, okay?
Okay, sir.
So if you believe that the shooter or shooters could have been on top of the 1200 building, that would have included all the way west of the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could have been all the way east, closest to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And could have included all the way in between as a possibility, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this building, if I told you it was 73 yards long, 3/4 of a football field, is that consistent with what you saw?
Yes, sir. It's a big building.
You also believe that the shooter or shooters could have been on any of the sides of the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it could have been on the north side, which extends 73 yards, correct?
Yes, sir.
South side, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, the areas around the north and south side, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the west side, which you couldn't see from your position, correct?
I could not see it, correct.
And let me just specify, you can identify for us. I'm showing you what is already in evidence as Defense Exhibit 1. Is this the west side of the building?
That is, it's not the east side.
Correct. So this was the opposite side from you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You couldn't see Aaron Feist on the ground from where you were positioned, correct?
I could not.
But the shooter or shooters could have easily been on the west side of the building, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was in your state of mind as you arrived there, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also couldn't rule out any of the neighboring parking lot areas, correct?
I could not.
In fact, that was actively one of the places you thought the shooter or shooters could have been located, correct?
Yes, sir.
If I can show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit F, and if I can approach, show us if this is the 1200 building and this is the 1300 building. There are parking lots on the north side of those buildings. Could you include that area as where the shooter or shooters may have been located?
You could.
Could you also include to the right of the 1200 building, we'll call that northeast, could you include that parking lot?
Yes, sir.
And then you certainly could include this would be kind of, how would you describe this parking lot? Because this is the one that you
That's
were,
like the main parking lot in front of the school.
okay. Would you consider that as in play or not?
I didn't at the time, sir.
Fair enough. Describe for the jurors how large these parking lot areas are.
It's very large, sir. It's a couple rows filled with students' cars. I believe they refer to it as the senior lot.
Right. And I mean, this school has 3,300 kids. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
This parking lot is like potentially football field large, correct?
Yes.
And there are numerous places that shooter or shooters could be located, correct?
Yes, sir.
Lots of places for them to hide because of the cars in the parking lot, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also, when you get to the scene, don't eliminate the possibility that the shooter or shooters could be in a neighboring building, correct?
Correct.
Like the 1300 building that we just looked at, that was also in play. You couldn't rule out the 1300 building, correct?
I couldn't see that from my vantage point, but it could have been a possibility. Yes, sir.
Which then means the courtyard area between the 12 and 1300 building was also a possibility when you approached in the parking lot, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this wasn't a small, restricted area that you were considering, correct?
No, sir. It was very large.
Would cover massively east and west, north and south, numerous football fields as a geographical area, correct?
Yes, sir.
With buildings, and within the buildings, numerous places for someone to hide, correct?
Correct.
And that's why then you don't just run to a specific location, correct?
Correct.
Now, without question, you are trained, and I think this was your testimony on Friday, that if you have an active shooter or shooters, and you know precisely where the shooter or shooters are located, it's your responsibility to go after wherever he or she goes, correct?
That is correct.
But that wasn't your scenario here, correct?
It was not.
You did not know precisely where the shooter or shooters were located, correct?
I did not.
And even after listening to your radio on the way to the school, correct?
Yes, sir.
And even after speaking with Andrew Medina, correct?
Yes, sir.
And even after getting to the scene and analyzing everything, correct?
Correct.
And even after, we'll get to it, your chat with Deputy Peterson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after continuing to monitor what you're seeing, you still didn't know precisely where the shooter or shooters were located. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So you followed your training, didn't you, sir?
Yes, I did.
It's critical to follow how you've been trained, correct?
It is.
You got to the point of what we call last reference, correct?
Correct.
Tell the jurors what last reference is.
The information that Campus Monitor Medina gave me was the 3-story building or the northeast parking lot. So I gave my police department the reference of the 3-story building as that's where we need to go.
And so physically, you got to the closest parking lot area that you can get to the 1200 building, correct?
Correct.
And you positioned yourself literally in shouting distance from my client who's to your left, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't even need your radios to communicate. You could speak to him. He was so close to you, correct?
We're about 40 yards apart.
no difficulty hearing what he was saying to you, correct?
That's correct.
And you relaying information to him, correct?
Correct.
And then what you do, once you get to the closest reference point, is you take a position of cover, do you not?
I do, sir.
Now, they train you not to take a wild guess and just start to run in any direction, correct?
Correct.
That wouldn't have been tactically sound in this scenario, correct?
It would not have.
Tell the jurors why, if you've got all these different options, you don't just say, I don't know, he could be in the 1300 building or the 1200 building or the football field, or let me just start running. Why don't you do that?
If there's no sound of gunfire and you've reached the last point of reference, there's really no reason for you to be running all over campus.
And or what happens if you hear gunfire, but you have no idea where it's coming from? Same scenario, correct?
I would still try my best to respond to the gunfire, maybe a little more of a tactical type of search. It would be more difficult, but I would still make an attempt to find it, sir.
I understand. Your scenario was you had no idea where to possibly go, correct?
That's correct.
And if that's the scenario, if you just don't know and your possibility covers football fields and football fields, what do? You take a tactical position of cover, don't you, sir?
Correct.
And that's what you did, didn't you, sir?
Yes, sir.
At no point did you ever believe, my goodness, we're dealing with one shooter, correct?
Correct.
That's inside the 1200 building, correct?
Correct.
Killing innocent children, correct?
Correct.
That's not the thought in your mind while you're taking a tactical position of cover, correct?
It's not.
Obviously, if you thought that, you're trained to go in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, we've been calling a position of cover and a tactical position of cover. Explain to the jurors what you call it, what you did that day.
So when campus monitor Medina let me out of the golf cart, I immediately ran to what's called a position of cover. I used a tree trunk and an SUV. I basically used the frame of the car to protect my body.
This was a black SUV, correct?
It was, sir.
And using a concrete wall, for example, would provide the same type of protection, correct?
Yes, sir.
If there was a concrete wall, you would have gotten behind that concrete wall, correct?
Yes, sir.
But there was no concrete wall. You used a tree and an SUV, correct?
That's correct.
And you were as close as 30 yards to that 1200 building, correct?
That is correct.
And when you consciously chose to take a position of cover and not run in, that was a decision that you made based upon the limited information that you had, correct?
I stopped between the tree trunk and the SUV to assess my next possible tactical move.
Because you don't just go running in without thinking, correct?
That's correct.
Why, explain to the jurors why you wouldn't just stand out in the open like this.
We didn't know where the shooter was at, so I'm not going to risk getting shot. The smartest thing to do was to communicate to Deputy Peterson behind a tactical position of cover.
Now, there's a difference between cowarding and taking a tactical position of cover.
That's correct.
Explain to the jurors what cowarding looks like.
Cowarding would be ducking, hiding, not having your gun out. What was the other one, sir?
That would be cowarding, right? When you're not taking
Correct.
your gun out.
I forgot what
right?
the other one was.
Tactical position of cover.
Okay.
What does that look like?
Okay. In this example, it would be have your gun out, looking around for possible shooters, assessing the situation, talking on your radio, giving out intel.
When you take your tactical position of cover, you have a visual on Scot Peterson, do you not?
I do.
He is off to your left, correct?
That's correct.
And the 1200 building's right in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And so you're looking at Scot Peterson, and you got a chance to look at him for at least 20 to 30 minutes, did you not, sir?
I did.
You could see him the entire time that you're there. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Describe the position that you see my client in.
When I first arrived to the tactical position of cover, I looked to my left and I saw Deputy Peterson with his gun drawn in a low ready position. He was using the concrete column as cover, and he was looking east and west.
Okay. Judge, with the court's permission, I'd like him to demonstrate for the jurors what he saw.
Sure.
Thank you. Could you use one of the walls, whichever you're convenient with, and show us, do you have, it might be one of these if it's big enough.
If this was a complete concrete wall, okay, he was in a position like this and looking like this, and then he and I were talking in this direction.
Got it. So he has his gun out. In that demonstration, he's got his gun out.
Yes, this is called a low ready position.
Okay. And they train you to be in that position, correct?
There's different positions, but this is one of them, yes.
And I also, again, I don't want to supplement the record. I saw you moving your head back and forth. Is that what I saw?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you saw my client doing?
Yes, I did.
And you saw him not fixated on one particular building. You saw him looking east and west, correct?
That is correct.
In fact, you can sit down. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
In fact, you saw him, your testimony is, you saw him looking all around, correct?
I didn't use the word all around. It was east and west.
Okay. And you also saw him going from shoulder to shoulder, correct?
That's correct.
Both monitoring his radios, correct?
Correct.
And you're in the unique position of also being a school resource officer like my client,
Yes, I am.
correct? So you have both a police radio, correct?
Correct.
And a school radio, correct?
That is correct.
So you've had thousands of times where you're monitoring both your school and your police radio, correct?
That's correct.
That's not easy to do, is it?
It's not.
Explain for the jurors how that could be difficult.
Like right here would be my police radio. On my right shoulder, I use my school radio. The police radio is giving out city information, and the school radio is giving out the local school information.
So you'd have to be multitasking, correct?
Correct.
And then let's add another scenario. Have there been times in your career where you're listening to your police radio, you're listening to your school radio, and you're speaking on both?
Sir, there's been times where I've said my police call number on my school radio.
No idea what's wrong here.
Doesn't apply, and I've done it vice versa.
And it's
Well,
worse
I
in
need to
stressful
think about that.
situations, correct?
Correct.
But now let's add another thing. Has there ever been a time where you're listening on your school radio and you're listening to your police radio and you're talking on both, but you're also trying to pay attention to what's going on in front of you?
That would be multitasking. It'd be pretty hard, difficult.
Tell the jurors how things are going to be setting you up for failure in that scenario.
Your attention would be taken away from the threat that's out there, possibly in front of you or around you.
It's also what we call divided attention, correct?
Correct.
DUI officers are trained to ensure that people are not driving drunk and having divided attention, correct?
That is correct.
Because of having divided attention, you can miss transmissions, correct?
That is correct.
In fact, that happened to you. That was the explanation you offered earlier as to why you missed 3 kids being down in classroom 1216, correct?
That's correct.
You can miss things that are going on in front of you, correct?
Correct.
You can miss both school and police transmissions, correct?
Correct.
And you can even say things not exactly as you intended because you've got divided attention, correct?
Correct.
So I want to return to when you take a position of cover, correct?
Correct.
You don't go into the 1200 building, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you know at that point when you're doing that, the shooting had just finished and that there could be kids bleeding out, correct?
That was a possibility, yes, sir. But I did not know what was going on inside the building at the time.
But one of the possibilities is that kids could be bleeding out, correct?
That's correct.
And you made a choice not to go in. And I don't say this with judgment. I'm just getting facts, okay?
Object to
Yeah, that's sustained. Go ahead, ask your next question. sir.
Factually, though, knowing that kids could potentially be bleeding out, you made the choice to stay covered, correct?
Based upon the information that I received from Deputy Peterson, factored into why I stayed in a tactical position of cover.
Let's talk about that then. So
Okay,
you're in a position of cover, you want to know what my client knows, correct?
correct,
And that factored into your decision-making, correct?
correct.
And you've known Scott for years, correct?
I've known him for 7 years.
As far as you know, he's never lied to you, correct?
That's correct.
Honorable officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Decent, dedicated, correct?
Objection is relevance.
No, that's overruled. Go ahead, sir. You can answer the
You can
question.
answer that.
Yes, he had a good track record.
Okay. And you worked investigations and things together too, correct?
We did.
Drug cases, correct?
Mostly gang activity with some drug cases, yes.
No issues ever with him cowarding, correct?
No, sir.
Or him being a liar to you, correct?
No, sir.
Just the opposite, correct?
That's correct.
So when my client shares with you in real time, when you get there, and you say, hey, what's up? What do we got? And my client tells you he hasn't heard gunfire in a few minutes.
That's correct.
Do you believe that, correct?
Correct.
And that was your understanding too, because you hadn't heard gunfire in the couple of minutes that it took you to get to where you were.
That
correct?
is correct.
He also then, number two, he makes it very clear to you that he doesn't know the precise location of the shooter or shooters, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when he said that to you, did you think he was lying to you?
No, sir.
You believed it, correct?
I did.
The manner in which he said it, the words that he used, and the energy that he put behind it, you absolutely believed it to the core, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the other thing he tells you as you're facing him, correct?
Correct.
He says, watch your back. The shooter may be hiding behind you in the parking lot, correct?
That's correct.
So you believed he genuinely was looking out for you, correct?
I did.
And you also genuinely believe that the shooter, if you can show us where he's referencing, if you could stand up, please. Show us approximately where you were positioned and then which parking lot he's referring to.
Deputy Peterson is right here.
Okay?
I am,
That would be between the corner of the 7 and 800 building, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay?
I'm just gonna say I am right here by the tree
Okay?
and the SUV, so we're communicating back and forth.
Uh-huh.
So somebody could be hiding in this entire area right here based on his intel.
And this lot right here is huge, correct?
It's very big.
Like football field's huge, correct?
Objection has been answered, Your Honor.
That's sustained.
Okay, you can have a seat. And you thought that he was being of assistance to you, correct, when he said that?
Yes, sir.
correct? And at no point did you think that he was making that up. You believed it, correct?
That's correct.
This is just dragging now.
And in that parking lot, when he said that, did you take another glance behind you? Did you look?
I immediately turned around
Mhm.
and I grabbed my rifle and immediately started to scan the parking lot. I also stood up on the curb to make myself taller so I could see over everything.
And in your mind, especially when you're getting that real-time intelligence from my client, you're believing the shooter or shooters could be anywhere, correct?
I agree, Madwell. I agree.
Now,
Internet's a bit glitchy today. I don't know why. I'm having an upgrade on Wednesday.
shortly
So
thereafter,
be
a
better.
team
Motherfucker, as I say that. Oh,
of Coral Springs officers enter on the west side of the 1200 building, correct?
That's correct, but I did not know that at the time.
That was my next question. You couldn't see from where you and Scott were positioned, you could not see the west side door where they entered, correct? You couldn't see this.
No,
correct?
sir.
You're somewhere on the other side of this building, all the way down here. You couldn't see that they made like a 6-man entry into the west side, correct?
I could not see that.
So you certainly didn't know to join them to go in, correct?
I did not know.
And did they announce over your radio, hey, we're going in? These are Coral Springs officers. Would they have announced on the radio at the time, hey, we're going into the 1200 building?
They could have, but I don't know. I didn't pick it up.
So you believe it's possible that they might have announced it or not,
There's a
correct?
possibility.
But even if you did hear it, it was your determination at that moment to still not join them and stand your ground, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Based on the intel that I was provided.
Because you wanted to wait till you had a few more guys to show up before you left that position of cover, correct?
Correct, because at the time it was just me and Deputy Peterson on the east side of the school.
And that wasn't enough for you to go searching on your own, correct?
Correct. The feeling that I had was if I left my tactical position of cover,
Yes.
that possibly Deputy Peterson could be exposed. And also I wanted to protect guys as they were starting to come into the area around us.
Okay. So let's talk about that. Now you do see a group of officers start to go in on the east side of the 1200 building, correct?
Correct.
For sure you saw those officers, correct?
I did.
And then you did not leave your position of cover to go join them to go in. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. I wanted to join them, but again, if I would have left my position of tactical cover, the parking lot still would be unsecure.
You even told Scott that a search team of guys were coming. They were on their way to join you and Scott, correct?
I did, because from his view vantage point, he couldn't see them coming in as a stack.
And even as these officers are entering the east side, you're consciously believing that there could be gunfire that could be coming from another area that could cause that entry team harm, correct?
Yeah, it was my concern that it was a possibility that somebody could pop up and start shooting.
You would describe this situation as very fluid, correct?
I just dealt with the situations as it was going on.
In other words, your level of awareness changes based upon the information that you receive, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Now, you're aware that during the shooting, since you were very close to my client, that he ordered the assistant principal to go in to watch surveillance video to find out where the shooter or shooters were located, correct?
I did not know that.
You did hear my client yelling things that were being relayed to him, correct?
I don't recall Deputy Peterson ever telling anyone to review video.
Fair enough. Do you hear him saying the shooter may be on the second or third floor?
I never heard that, sir.
Okay. Certainly that information could not be ascertained by you by looking at the building, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, you can't see in the windows, correct?
I could not.
You do know that somebody's watching a video because you hear someone say, hey, we're watching video. He's in the building.
Objection
You
is
did
to
hear
hearsay,
that.
Your Honor.
Yeah, that's,
At any point, did it become aware to you? Did it become known to you that he was in the building?
Yes, somebody on the radio said we're reviewing real-time footage that he's in the building.
And so even when you hear that he's in the building, you do not leave your position of cover to go in the building, correct?
At that time, there were already a lot of officers going in the building. So from where I was, I took a different position of cover.
So when you learn and you hear someone say, we're watching video, he's in the building, that's when in your mind you're going, goodness, I could be facing sniper fire, correct?
Yeah, it was a concern that the shooter may start firing down from the windows onto us.
And you and Scot Peterson, who was standing near you, you were in the most vulnerable positions for that, correct?
I was, yes.
And Scott was as well, correct?
He could have been. I mean, he was still we're still 40 yards apart in our same positions.
You referred to it earlier, but I want to go into it a little deeper about how stressful of a situation this was, correct?
Correct.
Not as calm as this courtroom as we're reviewing your actions, correct?
Correct.
Or Scott's actions, correct?
Correct.
Describe for them with words just how stressful it was when you got there, which would have been after the gunfire, correct?
Correct.
And after the students were running all around on the campus, correct?
That was later after this video.
And would have been after the fire alarm went off, correct?
I never heard any fire alarm at the
Okay.
school, sir.
So we're talking about your scenario. And even then, you thought it was extremely stressful of a situation, right?
Yes, sir.
Describe for the jurors what you were feeling in that moment.
When I was responding to this incident, I'll go back to when I was driving my car and they told me that this incident was happening at Douglas High School. Adrenaline immediately kicked in. When I arrived at the school and rode on the golf cart with campus monitor Medina, I was starting to mentally prepare myself for a possible gun battle. And then as soon as he dropped me off in the north lot, I basically had another bit of adrenaline. And then when later on, when they started bringing out deceased students and I got close up with the deceased student, more adrenaline. So the adrenaline, the stress, the constant looking and searching and wondering, it eventually starts to, I mean, you're trained, but it starts to take its toll.
In fact, you had what you describe as at least 2 to 3 adrenaline dumps at the time, correct?
That's correct. I've described all of them.
Okay. And while you're having an adrenaline dump, you can forget things, correct?
It's called auditory exclusion.
Tell the jurors about auditory exclusion.
When you're so in the moment and you have adrenaline, there's going to be some things that you hear that are distinct, and then there's going to be other things that you just, it's happening, but you're not hearing it.
So even the sound of gunfire, as loud as it can be, auditory exclusion could cause you not to hear shots, correct?
That could be correct.
And also tell the jurors about tunnel vision. Did you experience that as well?
I did. So tunnel vision is kind of where I'll refer to it as this. It's like HD in the center of your eyes, and then around your peripheral vision is foggy.
So what could happen when you have tunnel vision? You're focused on something. What can happen in your periphery?
You could miss something.
So if you're staring, let's say, west, and let's say kids are running out of a building, you could miss someone on your periphery, correct?
That's a possibility.
And you specifically experienced that, correct? On that day,
I
correct?
experienced tunnel vision, correct.
But some would say, well, you're tough cops. Doesn't training just eliminate all the stress that you deal with?
Objections.
Well, hold on, I didn't hear the question yet. What's the question?
Doesn't training just eliminate all of these adrenaline dumps or auditory exclusions or tunnel vision? Doesn't just training get rid of all that? Can you answer, Judge?
We asked a different question. You
Yeah.
still have the same objection?
No.
Okay, go ahead, sir. You may answer the question.
Okay, we're human beings, so we're going to have those feelings. Training helps out tremendously, but like I said, we're human, and sometimes our human emotions take over.
And you experienced all of those experiences, adrenaline dump, auditory exclusion, and tunnel vision, standing just a short distance away from my client. Isn't that correct?
It was over different periods of my entry into the school.
Now, you never went into the 1200 building the entire time you were there, correct?
I did not.
And you did see at least a victim when a law enforcement officer asked you to assist in putting that victim on a golf cart, correct?
That's correct.
That was the only time you ever saw victims, correct?
No, after that, I rescued 2 female students after that.
The first time, however, that you learned that there were victims inside the 1200 building was after you left the school, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that, sir.
The first time that you became aware that there were victims inside the 1200 building was sometime after you left the school and you learned that there were victims inside the 1200 building. You didn't know it when you were there, correct?
Yeah, during the process of us being there, the victim toll kept mounting. So yeah, at the end of it, I didn't know that there were 34. So yes, I did not, I did learn that after I left the school.
Shifting gears, you're a school resource officer at Carl Glades High School, correct?
Yes, sir.
Before that, you were a school resource officer at Eagle Ridge Elementary, correct?
Correct,
Both you and Scott Peterson were school resource officers on the day of the shooting, correct?
correct,
Now, a school resource officer is a police officer, correct?
correct,
Who is assigned to a school instead of working out on the street, correct?
correct,
You guys train with all the other officers, correct?
correct.
The training material is the same, correct?
For certain things, not for our agencies,
Mhm.
but for certain trainings that we would do collectively, yes.
You have the same uniforms, correct?
No, sir.
You school reserves that have different, in Coral Springs, the school reserve officers have different uniforms?
Well, color-wise, we're blue and BSO is green.
Oh, no, I got that. I
Okay.
meant. my
Sorry.
bad. No, maybe it was me.
Yeah.
All Coral Springs police officers who work the street have the same color uniform as the school resource officers in Coral Springs.
That is correct. We're dressed the same.
The badges look the same, correct?
Correct,
Same bosses and superiors, correct?
correct,
Same place that you get your checks from, correct?
correct.
Now, a school resource officer is different than, let's say, a school monitor, a campus monitor, correct?
That is correct.
You have those at your high school, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they don't work for the police department, correct?
No, they don't.
They work for the school, correct?
That is correct.
They don't have arrest powers, correct?
Correct.
And they don't go to the police academy, correct?
They do not.
You don't work for the school system, correct?
I do not.
Teachers don't give you orders, correct?
That's correct.
Administrators don't tell you how to do your job, correct?
They do not.
The principal can't order you to do something.
That's correct.
And you have arrest powers over teachers,
Correct.
administrators,
Correct.
faculty,
Correct.
the principal,
Correct.
and over students, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever conducted criminal investigations at either of the schools that you work for?
Yes, I have.
You do that quite often, correct?
Correct.
Kids have, give us some examples, just so I can use this.
In the public school system, we have issues with fighting, with some weapons. There's some other things. We have some child abuse cases, sex cases. So those are some of the main ones.
And also with drugs, correct?
Correct.
So drugs and weapons, kids bring those to school, correct?
Yes, they do.
So do you ever conduct searches?
Yes, sir.
And searches, are you permitted to simply go up to any student on a hunch and just start searching through their pockets?
No, sir.
Because tell the jurors why.
You have to have levels of suspicion, reasonable suspicion, probable cause. You have to follow those levels.
And do you mind if I ask you, are you a parent?
I am.
Okay. The Constitution doesn't prevent you from going up to your kid's pocket and putting your hand in there and taking something out if you suspect on a hunch they might have something, correct?
As their father, I would be allowed to do that.
A little different, right?
Yes,
Your rights as a police officer is very different than the right of yours as a parent, correct?
that is correct.
And you said you have 3,000 kids at Carl Glades High School, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you and or the other SROs at the school ensure that all kids are properly nourished each day?
No,
No, that's overruled. Go ahead, sir. You can answer the question.
I have nothing to do with nourishment, sir.
Do you ever assemble all the kids together and make sure that they're properly hydrated?
No, sir.
Do you ever bring the students into your office and stare at them physically to ensure that they don't have any bruises on them?
I would only do that for a possible battery or child abuse case, but
Right.
not on an everyday, no.
So you're not making routine inspections on these kids to ensure that they're not suffering abuse from somewhere, correct?
That's correct.
That's not your job, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
That's not your job, correct? To ensure that every kid on that campus isn't facing possible abuse somewhere, correct?
If they are facing abuse, I would investigate it.
But of course, but you don't proactively look at each kid to ensure that they're free from any abuse, correct?
Most of those cases come to me.
Got it. Have you ever read Miranda to any students?
Yes, sir.
And you would say to them, you have the right to remain silent, correct?
Correct.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, correct?
Correct.
And you would want them to waive Miranda so that they can then speak with you, correct?
Correct.
And if they speak to you and say something incriminating, you intend to put that on a report and will be used against them, correct?
That's correct.
After you've read, how many times have you read Miranda to students over your 15-year career as an SRO?
I couldn't give you a definitive number.
Right, but a large number, correct?
Correct.
On any of those occasions, after reading Miranda, did you ever stop and say to the student, hold on, hold on. Don't answer that question because it could adversely affect you. It could affect your future. It could cause you to get arrested. Have you ever taken that role on?
Objection is to compound and counsel testifying.
It's sustained as the compound. Go ahead, sir. Ask your next question.
After reading Miranda, did you then ever tell a student why they shouldn't answer those questions?
I've never done that.
Have you ever heard the sound of gunfire outside?
I have.
In fact, your shooting range is outdoors, isn't it?
That's correct.
Are there any buildings in close proximity to the shooting range?
The shooting range is in an industrial park, so there's some large warehouses around the vicinity of the range.
Is it always possible to pinpoint the exact location of the origination of gunfire?
You'll hear a very large bang and an echo.
So you have echo on your range because there's buildings in the area, correct?
That's correct.
And what are your buildings made of?
Concrete.
What are the buildings made of on Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
Concrete.
So you know firsthand that when you're shooting outdoors around concrete buildings, there could be a pronounced echo, correct?
That's correct.
And that could interfere with your ability to know precisely where the shots are coming from, correct?
Correct. It could interfere.
Do you remember Friday when you identified Scott's voice on some of the dispatch transmissions?
I did.
I'd like you to identify a few more, if that's okay.
Okay.
All right, with the state's help. Let's go to 22538 first.
Your Honor, we'll need the.
And I'm finishing up, sir. I just have a few more areas.
I think, aren't you good?
We'll need the monitors off though.
Oh, you need,
Judge,
this is audio.
It has video too.
yeah, I just want the audio.
Oh, you just want the audio.
Yeah. And I just see one of the jurors raising their hands, Judge.
Oh, do we need a restroom break?
No, never mind, it wasn't on, it's fixed now, sorry.
Okay. And when you're ready, you may, court deputy unit, tell me when the TVs are off, please.
Good, Judge.
Understood.
22538. I want you to listen to this and tell me if you recognize the voice.
Doing route. They started with firecrackers that went out. It's going to be the 300 building. It's going to be right off of Holmberg Road by the senior lot.
That was Scot Peterson, right?
Correct.
Okay, that wasn't the one. We're going to keep
Okay.
going.
Get the school locked down, gentlemen.
That's Scot Peterson.
That was Scot Peterson saying, let's get the school locked down, correct?
Correct.
Under the circumstances, thinking that there might have been people wandering around with guns or sniper fire, that would have been a prudent thing to order, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been for the benefit of the students and faculty and staff and police officers, correct?
Correct.
All right, 22640, please.
Traffic anywhere. So I got more students running west towards the football field. We're going to Bravo. I hear shots fired.
All right. Did you hear that voice saying, "I hear shots fired"?
Yes, sir.
Who did that sound like?
Scot Peterson.
Okay. And you're trained that when you hear shots fired, to announce that over your radio, correct? And not to keep that to yourself, correct?
In this example, I would, if I say shots fired, I better be running towards it.
I understand. And that presupposes that you know where to run, correct? All right,
Yes, sir.
if you don't know where to run, I'm focused on announcing it over the radio and letting people know you're hearing additional shots. That's being of service, correct?
That's correct.
And that's how you're trained, correct?
That's correct.
22730.
Shots fired. Shots. Hey, Julie 3, make sure I have a unit over in the front of the school. Make sure nobody comes inside the school.
Who said that? Make sure that nobody comes inside the school,
That was
correct?
Deputy Peterson.
And he's further emphasizing, is he not, to keep the school locked down, correct?
Correct.
Which again, you still find prudent, correct?
Yes.
And consistent with your training, correct?
Yes, sir.
228, please.
Unit to shut down Holmberg, advise.
We're in front of building, and I'm trying to get open the fence open.
Building 13 and 900 building.
Now,
Alex, do not approach the 12 or 1300 buildings. Stay at least 500 feet away at this point.
okay, pause for a second. Who was that voice? Who said between the 12 and 1300 buildings, stay at least 500 feet away? Who said that?
That was Deputy Peterson.
Okay. And now 22902.
Stay away from floor.
Down.
Five.
Jerry, does he know where the shooter is?
That voice, pause for a moment. The next one will be 245. That voice you just heard saying, "Perry, does he know where the shooter is?"
That was Deputy Peterson.
No doubt in your mind, that was Deputy Peterson asking Perry, Deputy Perry, does he know where the shooter is?
Correct.
And finally, 245, please. I'd like to have 245. Thank you.
And just for the record, what is, I just like to put on the record piece of evidence that the state entered. It's what number is it? This is state's date before dispatch and evidence.
Understood. You may proceed to the point that council wants it on, please.
I'm not sure where you meet, to be quite honest with you. Welcome, everyone. Don't be shy. Say hello in the chat.
17 Bravo 3, 17 Bravo 4.
Julian 3, be advised, we have possible, could be firecrackers. I think we got shots fired. Witness off. I'm going to be bringing the witness back to the CT for additional debrief.
Can we get a race at a the sawgrass on the Coral Springs side?
1200, I need him to come in here.
48.
That's 35. What is it, 245?
You do, Lefty. Amy. You wore Mad World and Spider out.
Canine 500. No canine should be tracking unless they're coming and meeting with me on the north side of the school parking lot entrance so we can coordinate. Repeat, no canine from any agency should be deploying unless they 56 with me on the north side of the school. 17 Bravo.
No more threesomes, lefties, foursomes for you now. More picks, lefty. So I'm just looking after you. And to be fair, Madwell Spider made the call.
Notify them. Back on here. We have a few of us at just 197. Is that where you want us to 56 you? 10-4, north side of the school, so we can all coordinate our response, please. Copy. This is Hongville Spot 90. Go off to the dispatch. I need the subject's name, and I'm going to talk to a student and see if I get a picture.
10-4 should be a
Thank you. Do you remember? Thank you.
Maybe
Did anybody talk to you about your actions that day?
As far as,
Any law enforcement agency ever sit you down and say, hey, tell us what happened?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement conducted an investigation.
Do you remember who it is who you met with?
First name Keith. I don't remember his last
Does
name.
Riddick sound familiar?
That sounds
Keith Riddick?
familiar, yes, sir.
So you met with Inspector Keith Riddick from FDLE, did you not?
I did, sir.
How long after this occurred did you meet with him?
I want to say it was the summer of 2018.
So nobody met with you right after, like days after this occurred, correct?
No, sir.
Who was your police chief at the time?
Chief Tony Pastizzi.
Okay. Did he ever publicly say anything negative about your actions?
He did not.
Yeah, that's his name.
Did you ever meet with Detective Strauss from the Marjory Stoneman Douglas Safety Commission?
You mean Detective Seuss?
he's not coming on till after I've gone through the review. That's for sure. I've already sworn twice today. Can't have him on here.
That he did share certain things with that investigator that I'd like to get into.
No, that's his name.
It is your position today, I'll end on this, it is your position that everything that you did that day that we just talked about was consistent with your training, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Redirect.
yes, Your Honor, man.
Oh, Jesus, shut up.
Ladies and gentlemen, real quick 5-minute restroom break. Again,
Thank you,
please don't
Judge.
discuss the facts of the case
Oh,
together
my
with the
days.
board of
This is
testimony
just too
amongst yourselves
much.
or anyone else till we
That's
reach the
too
end of this
much.
trial. I'll tell you when that is. For a real quick restroom break. I will be right back with you. Thank you.
So, whoa. If he misbehaves with timer, I muzzle him with a. Right, I can't. Spider Girl, I can't read that out. Come on, I'm under review, man. He would love that. So this one is a weird. It just feels like we're. This feels like we're going round circles, talking to the same people, or same types of people anyway. It's like, come on, move on. How is this 2 months? Can anyone answer me? Super surprised if someone can answer me how this is gonna last 2 months. Spider Girl, right? I haven't got the I can't even literally, I cannot read first then speak. If you put text in front of me, I'm reading it, and then I see the swear word. I don't normally read that, but I'm conscious I can't swear at the minute. Effing, but how is this 2 months? Can someone answer me that question? I'm just baffled. It's exactly the same testimony, objection, cumulative, exactly. Where are they going next with this? If they're doing all this in bulk, what's the next bulk gonna be? Do you know what I mean? It's like Come on. 2 months for this guy for being a coward, and I put that in inverted commas, coward, or is he actually just being normal like a human being? So, I don't know. The judge said it's interesting because the judge said this morning about the juror that, like, 7.5 billion, sorry, they make, and if it's 2 months, there's no way he can stay on. Do you know what I mean? No way. So, Jamie sent me that article. It's very interesting law and crime article. It's good. Hello, Kim. Is the Colorado trial the ideal for? It's not, Kim. It's not. The Colorado one is a 10-year or 11-year-old trial now, based on a guy uh, accused of killing an escort, and they questioned him at the time, but didn't think there was enough evidence. Then, essentially, what happened was um, he told someone that one of his relatives that he did kill her, and now we're on trial. But for a long time, it was a cold case. So, so the thing is, Kim, what we're planning on doing is if Colorado wins, is we're going to stream Colorado in the day, and then this trial we're going to stream at like 1.25, 1.5 speed straight afterwards. So basically, 2 trials a day, essentially. That's the plan. So whichever one you think is most exciting is what we want to watch in the day, and then hopefully people still join us for the next trial as well. That's the plan anyway. So that's what we're voting on. We're committed to doing this trial, 100% committed. I do think this is a super important trial, something that's going to impact Americans, you know, for years ahead, and how actually school shootings are handled. Do you know what I mean? This has got a huge impact. If he gets jailed for this, then Jesus, how is that going to go for? Oh, I can't pronounce them. That Uvalade and any other further shootings in the future. So yeah, so that's what we're voting on, Kim. You vote as you want, but we're doing both anyway. So um, both trials anyway. So I only found out about it because Jamie sent it to me. So I'm grateful to you again, Jamie, for that. Thank you for sending everything over. There's so many trials this week. There's the um, some guy, Legal Vices, is streaming it. Michigan Law is doing the Michigan one where the daughter pours some toxins or something over her father. So if you can multitask, you know, pop in, say hello to them. When uh, Michigan Law goes on, I'll pop in the chat there and say hello to him in a little bit. I've never met him, but in fairness, a lot of his followers support this channel. So, I think we should do the same back if we can. And yeah, so that's where we're at. So this testimony, I genuinely, Kim, so this testimony is 2 months. This trial is 2 months long. That means 2 months of lefty every single day, which, I love, but it's gonna wear out people. Do you know what I mean? Um, what else we got here? Decades okay says just yeah. Oh. So there's other people here I know that I don't know who you are. So say hello in the chat, guys. If you're new, please say hello. I mean, everyone in this chat at one point or another has been new, and they plucked up some courage and just say hello in chat. We don't bite. We're really nice. Well, most of us are really nice. And if you can handle lefty, you can handle anyone. Uh, so yeah, we're Kim. Oh, you were there. We reached the hello, Kim. Nice to see you back. Um, yeah, it's a 2012 case, Jamie. Yes. So he was investigated, but went as a cold case, and then a few years ago, that's when he got rearrested, I believe. So it's an 11-year case. No, she's reported missing, but he was looked into back in 2012, I believe, something around that. Um, but yeah. Oh no, it doesn't say because he buried the body. Well, he allegedly buried the body in his parents' back garden. So I don't think they ever found the body. Du-du-du. So there's that. Oh, yeah, this is what I'm going to say. For anybody that's still new or wasn't here on Saturday and didn't see my titties, we've now reached the allowed 4,000 views. So thank you, everyone, for your contribution towards that. I'm on my best behavior at the minute because we're now under review, officially under review. So I've got to be careful what I say, my P's and Q's. I've already sworn twice. I caught myself afterwards going, oh no. Spider nearly got me into trouble just now. I don't read, I just, wherever it's on screen, I just read it. But I forgive Spider. How could he be mad at Spider Girl? He can't. Um, so yeah, I think we're probably going to watch the Colorado one then, and then this one. So I hope you all guys are ready because I'm gonna need you because I'm gonna be shattered doing back-to-back trials in one day. I'm trying to do other stuff. I'm not gonna have a life. I hope it's not a long trial. But we've also always got this one to bounce back to now, you know. And also, I don't want to miss it. Oh, just found out Sarah Boone and Shabusiness, Taylor Shabusiness, they try to start on the same day, the same exact day. You know, instant coffee, yeah. No, it doesn't touch me. It doesn't wake me up or anything anymore. I generally doesn't touch the sides anymore. So we're gonna have a decision to make, guys, in July, whether we do Boone or whether we do Shabusiness if it stays the same. Now, Mad World, when she was shouting at me this morning, she was like, you know, raging at me for something, and then she goes, "Well, Sarah Boone might move forward a little bit." So Sarah Loon. Lefty, this is what we do, instant coffee. Do you know what I mean? We don't I can't afford the bloody grinder and all those um machine technology to make coffee. I suppose I would if it wasn't just me, but I love instant, it's fine. I also my instant's nicer than your instance. Uh what do you mean it's a lie, Mudworld? You shouted at me this morning. I was like I cried for about half an hour. But we're back friends now. We're back friends now. She put me in my place. We're back friends now. So it's fine. Uh, no, Mud was lovely. So yeah. Um, Good start. Hey, now, come on. Right. Let me just say, right, I'm not a herd stud. Now that I've been told, there's no defendant, it's open. It's like no stands. It's just more of a, why didn't you guys tell me that, you know, what the trial was about? I thought it was about him assaulting her. I didn't know it was like they counter with each other. Oh, I still don't really know, but I do know she's fit. But I think that what's her name? The lawyer? Oh, what's her name? I don't remember her name, but she's fit. I also Spider Girl told me about someone in the audience. Wow. Chauncey, is it? Wow. Oof. Hot stuff. She is hot. Anyway, right. Um, mm, I prefer, like, obviously, your, coffee house stuff, but I don't have a coffee house. My nearest coffee house, Starbucks, is half an hour away. So, it's done. We address that. I'm a K cup girl. What's a K cup, Spider? What's a K cup? Nice. Lefty is a big teddy bear. Yes, he's a big teddy bear, Kim. We all agree with you. Heart gold. Chanley Sharp Painter. Wow, she is fit. Now she is fit. I saw a picture of her and I was like, "Ooh." I think that's why my nipples went hard, to be honest with you. That was. Oh, yeah. Well, Jamie, I sort of know that now, but I didn't get
With
that.
Mr. Peterson, who continues to be present, we are outside the presence of the jury. The witness remains on the witness stand. State ready to proceed with your redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed? Yes, sir.
What's a K cup? I don't know what it is. Key rig. I have no idea what that is.
Get recrossed, so not a problem. Okay, please bring the jury back.
Lefty. Boom, boom. Yeah, I don't know what a K. I'll Google it now. Hang on. No. Nope, never seen it before. Never heard of it before. It's just a coffee machine, yeah? JB, welcome to the stream. I mean, I tried instant coffee in America and it was absolutely hanging. Hanging. But the instant coffee around here, I mean, depends where you get it, but I buy expensive ones. It's nice. It's nice. And I can't go to Starbucks or anything, so and I haven't got my own coffee machine. You got to pay for a machine, don't you? That's church material right now. It is. That's him, like, just easing his way in now. And because he's having breakfast with his children, so he has to be quite calm right now. Go on, no, hey, don't like, come on. Let's make sure we don't ask too many questions now. And this lawyer, she's lovely as well. I mean, there's a lot of them. Makes individual cups of coffee instead of a pot of coffee. Okay, yeah, fine, but I don't have one of those, and not many people do.
Jurors entering.
And as I say that, as we're grifting, remember, if you'd like to support me and my channel, please. This is slow. Use PayPal.
Ladies and
PayPal
gentlemen,
link is there, and description box. The link is in there.
ladies and
Feel
gentlemen,
free.
welcome back. Come on in. We're back at those same seats. You may be seated. All
Instead of buying a
parties,
coffee, buy me one. Lol, lefty lose. I know.
the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads back out. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, when we took our quick restroom break, we just finished the cross-examination of the witness who remains on the stand. We're now going to turn to the state's redirect examination. Mr. Carroll, when you're all ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Burton.
Good morning.
Did you know that Scot Peterson was the assigned school resource officer at Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
I did.
And were you aware that he had a similar radio system set up with the school radio and the police radio as you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you testified under cross-examination that you have to constantly monitor the radios, including the school radio. Is that true? Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
Would it be important to monitor that radio in case, for instance, the school monitor sent out a call that a crazy kid was entering the campus?
That's important.
How do you charge your school monitor? How do you charge your radios?
It's plugged in. It's a Motorola radio, and plug it in every night before I go home, and then use it again in the morning.
For the school radio, so you plug it in at night, so you don't have, is that so you don't have to charge during the day?
That's correct.
Is that so you can constantly monitor the radio during the day while you're on campus?
Yes.
Now, when you were picked up by Medina, by the campus monitor Medina. Did you tell him where to go?
I did not.
Did he tell you where you were going?
He took me where he wanted to go.
Did you at any point in time during that cart ride ask him what was going on?
I asked him what was going on right when I met him.
Why did you, as a police officer, ask someone such as Medina that information?
I needed information to give to my dispatch.
Is that because it's important to gather real-time intelligence from all variety of different sources?
It is.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about when you're at your high school about having a long rifle. And you stated you keep it in a gun safe in the school?
We keep it in a gun safe in my office.
Are you aware that some officers keep it in the trunk of their Dodge Durango that they keep in the parking lot, for instance, of Marjory, Stoneman, Douglas?
I wouldn't know that.
And with your bulletproof vest, even on campus, even when you're at Coral Ridge High School, you wear your vest at all times.
Yes,
Why do you do that?
it's for safety, and also you never know when you're gonna have to react to something.
Even something that might not be on your campus.
That's correct.
Now, when you got to the position where Medina ultimately dropped you off on the golf cart, you didn't hear any shots, did you?
There was no gunfire.
If you heard shots, then a different component of your training would have kicked in.
Yes,
What component of that? What do you do if you hear shots?
I would immediately go to the gunfire
And why do you immediately go to the gunfire?
because that's how we're trained.
Now, does your training use the word precisely? Like, would you have had to have known the shots were coming from classroom 1, 2, 3, 4?
No,
Or just the general area?
general area.
And is the purpose of going towards the shots something to the tune so you can gather additional real-time information as
To-
you're going?
It's to eliminate the threat.
So you don't stay put in a position of cover for 48 minutes, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you stated on cross-examination that you believe Scot Peterson when he told you the information when you were 40 yards apart.
I did.
And because you believed him, is that why you exposed your entire back to the 1200 building to stand on the curb and scope out a parking lot?
I believe that the information that he was giving me was true.
Is that why you stood in that position?
Yes, yes,
Based upon your friendship, your relationship for 7 years.
correct.
Now, that information was false. There was no one in the parking lot, was there?
We never found anyone.
So is that the wrong intelligence?
It could have been, if you possibly factor in the +1 rule, but if we didn't find anyone.
Now, you testified, you actually stood up and you said that he was looking east and west. So he had a full range of something to that tune, right? And for the record, I moved my neck from left to right.
Correct.
Okay. From where he was standing, would that enable him to see? Let me see if I can get it. On the record, I'm showing, is there any fence exhibit, something's marked? Oh, demonstrative, never mind.
Yeah, it's not in there.
Demonstrative.
Go ahead.
What's marked as fence F. From the position that you were in,
Yes,
and the position that Mr. Peterson was in, he was scanning left, which means he would be looking west towards the football field,
correct,
north, straight, which would be up north, correct? Towards kind of like the east side doors,
correct,
and then to the east, which is the parking lot.
correct.
Thank you. Did he ever relay to you from those east side doors as he was looking north that he saw 5 kids run out?
That was not relayed.
Would that have been, would that fit under the category of real-time intelligence?
Yes.
Now, you were asked on cross multiple times as to why you didn't go in. Did you not go in because you were given intelligence, false intelligence from the defendant that the shooter could be in the parking lot?
At the time, I didn't know it was false, but based on the intelligence that he gave me, I took a position to secure the parking lot, thinking that there possibly could be somebody in there.
When you were on scene, were you aware that Mr. Peterson told fellow Coral Springs officers, 2nd or 3rd floor of the 1200 building?
I didn't hear that until later.
Now, there were some questions about you never going in once again. Did you partake in the rescue portion of
Yes, I
search
did.
and rescue mission?
Yes.
Now, on cross-examination, Mr. Arglash asked you about responsibilities of school resource officers, that you're trained, you have similar training as other Coral Springs officers, let's just say road patrol. Do you have additional training because you're a school resource officer?
Yes.
What is that additional training?
Active shooter training.
What is your job as the school resource officer at your high school?
To mentor, protect, teach, handle crime,
What do you mean by protect?
protect the students, staff
From what?
from possible danger.
I want to play a couple of audio transcripts that Mr. Iglarsh played for you. Aaron, if I could please bring up the link to that. It's state 7.
I think you're good. Yep, Court Deputy Unit, all the TVs remain off, correct?
If you could please go to the first one Mr. Iglarsh highlighted, which I believe was 225:38.
I need to shut down Stoneman Douglas. The intersection. Gang up.
Sorry, Mr. Killen.
225.
225.
225:38. I apologize.
Keep the school locked down, gentlemen.
You can pause it there. Officer Burton, get the school locked down, gentlemen. As part of your training, if the shooting is still going on, what is the officer supposed to be doing?
Going towards the gunfire.
Are they supposed to be in their position?
No, sir.
Judge, I'm just going to object. The prosecutor is making a gesture in court that's inconsistent with testimony.
Well, the objection's overruled. The jury saw what the witness. Again, ladies and gentlemen, what the lawyers say, I guess what the lawyers do is not evidence. The evidence comes from the witness stand right there and in the form of the exhibits. Over the defense objection. Go ahead, Mr.
Mr. Savitsky, can you go back to 223:26?
Keep the school locked. Okay.
01. It's in 17 Juliet 3. 17 Bravo 3, 17 Bravo 4.
Juliet 3, be advised, we have possible, could be firecrackers. I think we got shots fired. Possible shots fired.
Did you hear where Mr. Peterson said shots fired, possible shots fired?
Yes.
Mr. Savitsky, could you please go to 2:26:40, approximately 3 minutes later?
Juliet 3, we're going to Bravo. I hear shots fired.
Did you hear Mr. Peterson there say, I hear shots fired?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Savitsky, could you please go down to back to 2:25:56?
All right, 26. So we also heard it over by inside the 1200 building.
Did you hear where Mr. Peterson said inside the 1200 building?
Yes.
Now going to 2:27:30.
Hey, Juliet 3, make sure I have a unit over in the front of the school. Make sure nobody comes inside the school.
Did you hear Mr. Peterson say, make sure I have a unit over in front of the school?
Yes.
The I part of that, is that consistent with an incident commander or someone who's the first on scene, taking control of the scene?
Yes.
Explain that to the jury. In terms of first on scene, did they call the shots?
Yes. In an incident like this, they would call shots, and then when more police personnel show up, then the admin will start taking over the bulk of the school.
And is that always immediate, or does that sometimes take a
It
time period?
takes a little bit of time.
So it'd be almost like relieving them of command.
Correct.
Aaron, if we could go to 2:28.
Building 13 and 900 building.
Howard, do not approach the 12 or 1300 buildings. Stay at least 500 feet away at this point.
Let's stop it there. Stay at least 500 feet away at this point. You testified under, I guess, direct and cross-examination about training. For when a shooting is occurring, what are you trained to do?
Go towards the gunfire.
Are you trained to tell other officers to stay at least 500 feet back?
I am not.
And if you could go to 2:29:02.
The 10-4 virus is being notified.
Barry, does he know where the shooter is?
Did you ask, or did you hear where, or was that Mr. Peterson?
Correct.
Did you hear where he asked, does he know where the shooter is?
I heard that.
Now, is that something that if Mr. Peterson peeked his head into the building, looked into the building, went into the building, he would already have that real-time intelligence?
Correct.
So asking Perry whether Kyle Lamont, whether he knows where the shooter is at after the shooting, that's not really real-time intelligence for the shooting, is it?
No, sir.
Now, there were some questions, and I understand different radio to use by Coral Springs and BSO. There's some questions about patching. Did you hear the dispatch that was just played?
Yes.
Now, based upon your training and experience, you had a rifle with you, an M4 that day. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. If you didn't have the M4, if you just had your 6 Sauer, does training prevent you from seeking out an active shooter?
No, you would still go in with your handgun.
But given just the inherent nature of officers responding as backup or second responding officer, how important is the information being relayed by the first officer, the incident commander? How important is that information to be accurate?
Very important,
Why is that?
because it dictates how the responding officers will respond to the scene.
And did the information you received dictate you turning your back to the 1200 building?
Yes.
In your experience telling officers to stay back 500 feet, would that slow down officers responding to an area?
It would.
Now, in your training, are you taught that every shot fired in an active shooter case could be another person getting hit?
Yes.
Are you taught the importance of stopping bleeding?
Yes.
Can you just explain that to the jury?
So as police officers, we're trained with first aid equipment and tourniquets. Tourniquets will go on upper extremities and also lower extremities. On your chest, for a gunshot wound to the chest, we would use chest seal.
And are all those devices utilized in order to stop people from bleeding out?
I'm sorry, repeat the
Are all
question.
those instruments, the tourniquet?
They're designed to stop bleeding, yes.
Because is that because time is of the essence?
Yes.
Mr. Argyle asked you about Mirandizing students. That's for criminal investigation, is it not?
Yes.
As an SRO, though, you were also part of administrative searches.
Correct.
Can you explain the difference?
Miranda would be where we're taking somebody to jail. An administrative search would be with the assistance of a vice principal, possibly searching the book bag of a student.
And for an administrative search, is it a lower threshold than that utilized by police officers?
Yeah, the administrators can do reasonable suspicion.
When you saw Mr. Peterson in his position of cover, was he towards the left side of the hallway, or was he towards the right side of the hallway?
I would describe it, he was on the west side of the hallway.
The west side.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if a shooter was in the parking lot, would standing on the west side of the 700 hallway expose you potentially to shots?
Correct.
So if a shooter was actually in the parking lot, Mr. Peterson would have wanted to stand on the right side of the hallway for cover.
Correct.
You were also asked about adrenaline dumps and tunnel vision, auditory exclusion. Do these things completely prevent officers from doing their jobs?
No.
What's the purpose of training?
The purpose of training is to make you the most proficient at what you're going to do.
Is it also so that if you're in these situations that you respond?
Correct.
And is part of training also to deal with multitasking?
Yes, there's some trainings where,
Is multitasking a part of being a law enforcement officer, being a police officer?
yes, sir.
The real-time information, the real-time intelligence gathered from Medina, white male, burgundy, ROTC, was that accurate information?
It was.
Mr. Arglash asked you, he showed you demonstrative aid and highlighted different areas that the shooter could have been here, shooter could have been here, shooter could have been here, shooter could have been here. In those situations, while the shooting is still occurring, what's the remedy to figure out where the shooter is? What are you trained to do?
To go towards it and investigate.
Is that to find out precisely where the shooter is?
Yes.
Just one moment, John.
Yeah, I've always wanted to sort of gush in. Yeah, imagine.
Okay, based on that, any refrost?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
It must be hard to really stop it, though. Do you know what I mean?
Officer Burton, did I hear you correctly? Did you just tell this prosecutor that the reason why you didn't go into the 1200 building is because my client told you that there could be shooter or shooters in the parking lot? Is that your testimony?
Excuse me, sir?
Did you or did you not just tell Mr. Killoran that the reason why you didn't go into that building at any time is because my client told you that there might be shooter or shooters behind you in the parking lot?
The information that Deputy Peterson provided me, I believed at the time.
That information, northeast parking lot, was given to you by Andrew Medina before you ever even made contact with my client. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Medina also told you before you ever made contact with my client that the shooter or shooters were last seen around the 3-story building, also known as the 1200 building, correct?
That's correct.
And instead of going right in, you took a position of cover, did you not?
When I went to the building is when I looked to the left and Deputy Peterson provided me the information about the parking lot.
Which was the same information Medina had already given to you prior to you getting in that position of cover. Yes or no?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Which was the same information that Medina had already given to you prior to you getting into that position of cover. Yes or no?
I don't know, sir.
You told this prosecutor that you're supposed to go towards the sounds, right? That's what the training tells you to do.
Correct.
When you don't know where the sounds are coming from because of a pronounced echo or for whatever reason, don't you then take a tactical position of cover and wait for more information?
We are trained to go towards the gunfire. If you can't find it while you're traveling to it, slow down. You may have to gather some intel to eventually find the location.
And didn't that look like exactly what my client was doing in real time? Yes or no, sir?
Was this during the shooting, sir? Because I wasn't there during
I'm talking about the 20 to 30 minutes that you see him.
No,
Doesn't
yeah,
it look like he's trying to gain additional real-time intelligence? Yes
Yes,
or no?
yes, sir, he was.
And you thought he was doing that honestly, correct?
At the time, sir, correct,
Passionately?
correct.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And even though Andrew Medina, prior to you getting to the scene, tells you that the shooter was last seen in the 3-story building and north parking lot, you don't go in. Isn't that correct?
When I show up on scene, I talk to Deputy Peterson and he provides me the information about possibly in the parking lot.
Which was the same information that Medina had already given you, correct?
Medina said it was a possibility in the parking lot, that's correct.
And so the answer to my question is, yes, I chose not to go in. Isn't that correct?
The answer to my question. I'm sorry, the answer to my question, give me the answer.
No, as to that objection, that's overruled, so you can answer the question. Go ahead.
Okay, can you repeat the question?
Still, you chose not to go in after speaking to Medina and him telling you that the shooter or shooters could be in the parking lot. You chose not to go in. Yes or no, sir?
No, my actions were dictated on Deputy Peterson's intel, sir.
Even though you claimed you were part of a rescue mission, you never went inside to help any of the kids that were inside that building. Yes or no, sir?
We're trained in active shooter situations that until the shooter is found, I know it sounds harsh, but sometimes we can't treat victims.
So you never went inside to treat any of the victims. Yes or no, sir?
I did not go in the building, sir.
Prosecutor asked you, if Peterson had peeked in the building or looked in the building, he would have known X, Y, and Z. You remember him asking you those questions?
I do.
Same question to you, sir. Had you peeked in the building or opened up the door to look, you would have been able to see those same things. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
But you chose not to leave your position of cover to do that. Isn't that correct, sir?
Because I was under the assumption that based on the intel Deputy Peterson provided me, somebody was in the parking lot.
Let's listen to, first, do you remember when the prosecutor just played you at 2:25:26, and then he asked you, was that Peterson's voice saying inside the 1200 building? You do recall him saying by inside the 1200 building, correct?
You have to repeat the video.
Let's play that one first, if we could. The 2:25:26. By inside.
Building, it's going to be right off of Holmberg Road by the senior lot. Get the school locked down, gentlemen.
That's Scott's voice, locking down the school, right?
That's correct.
Attention all units not working to signal 33, go to Bravo channel for regular traffic.
Some students say they thought it was firecrackers and we're not sure. By the football field.
That wasn't his voice saying by the football field.
All right.
Firecrackers,
That was
correct?
not.
That was another deputy.
Correct.
26, so we also heard it over by inside the 1200 building.
Close. He's not saying inside alone, he's saying by inside, correct?
I believe I heard over by the 1200 building.
If we can play that again. You tell me
We're
if you heard him
locked
saying
up.
by inside.
Crashes and we're not sure. By the football field. All right, 26, so we also heard it over by inside the 1200 building. We're locking.
Was that Scot Peterson's voice saying we heard it over by inside the 1200 building?
That's correct.
And that was your belief as well. It was by inside, correct? Meaning by, it could be in the parking lot area, because you learned that from Medina, right?
Objection is the council testimony.
Yeah, that's the same. Ladies and gentlemen, let me make it clear, you all are going to decide what you hear on this exhibit as to any exhibits. Again, what the lawyers tell you is not evidence. What any witness tells you who did not hear this themselves is not evidence. You all will decide what the evidence is. Go ahead, sir. You may ask your next question.
Your belief in real time was that the possibility of where the shooter or shooters might be located included both inside the 1200 building, correct? That was one of the possibilities, yes?
No, the information Medina provided was by the 300 building. Sorry, the 1200 building.
Didn't you already testify that one of the possibilities was you thought the shooter or shooters may be inside the 1200 building, sir? Didn't you say that earlier when I crossed you?
At some point, yes.
And finally, can you please identify this 2:45? So this is 18 minutes after the shooting stopped, right? 2:45 would have been that. I just want you to identify whose voice this is at 2:45. While he's setting that up, I think you said during cross that when you don't know where the shots are coming from, either because for whatever reason, right? You didn't know because you didn't hear them, or if somebody doesn't know where the shots are coming from, you take a tactical position of cover. You stand out in the open, correct?
That's correct.
And you also said you don't just start guessing. You don't just start running to try to guess when you're dealing with football fields of possibilities, correct?
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
That's sustained.
That wouldn't be tactically sound, correct, sir?
Objection is asked and answered, Your Honor.
That's sustained.
Let's go ahead and listen to the statement. You tell me if that's Scot Peterson's voice.
The only 43 I had was from Coral Springs that called in and advised he was.
283 was the 1200, 1300 building. Last time we heard the shot.
Okay. Was that Scot Peterson's voice saying between the 12 and 1300 building last time we heard shots?
That's correct.
No doubt that was Scot Peterson's voice, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, state, is the witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. While he's doing that, state, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Stacy LaPel to the stand.
Stacy something. Right, they keep playing the monitor and it's bumping on my headphones. Oh, Jew. Beth ymlaen ma boys bach. So Sally can wait. Right. Bloody hell, this mic won't come down. That's very interesting, Heidi. Thanks for sharing that info with us. We're a stream that wants to learn stuff. So if you've got any tidbits at all, please put them in there. I always wondered how you stopped blood. Yeah, but anyway. So let's see who this Stacy is now then. Oh, I mean, Stacy's mom. She's got it going on. Ba-da-ba, ba-da too long. So this is Kaz, you're perfectly right. We were spoilt with the Travis Rudolph one. This is diflas, boring, but it's also super important. So, but it seems that we will be watching this tomorrow
And if I can have you come all the way up here.
on
Stand, please.
late night.
Once
So
you reach it,
yeah,
before
JB,
you have a seat,
Stacy's
stop.
mom, she's got it going on.
Tell the truth, whole truth,
Da da
nothing but the
da,
truth. Please be seated.
too long. Da 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 da. I just had a chat with my 6-year-old about this. He agrees with the charges, but I don't think he remembers how
State your
different
full
school
name.
was before
Spell
he's.
your full name.
Stacy LaPel.
Wow, okay.
STACEYLIPPEL.
That's powerful, Amy.
Mr. Springer, you may inquire.
Thank you, sir. I think it's still morning, so good morning, Mrs. Bell.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing as well as I can.
Could you please tell the jury what your occupation is?
I'm a teacher
And where are you a teacher?
at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School.
How long have you taught at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School?
I just finished my 11th year there.
And what do you teach at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School?
I teach English and also creative writing.
And where is your classroom located at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School?
Right now,
Yes.
in the 200 building.
Was it located in a different building before?
Yes.
Where was it? Where was your classroom located on February 14, 2018?
The 1200 building.
And on what floor?
Right. Guys, I don't pause that often, right? But I just have to say, right? I mean, can we not, right, get a solution here that every teacher and agree to the jury, right? Every teacher, you're going to say they're all from the 1200 building, all right? let's not go through all this rigmarole. Let's quicken it up a bit, yeah? Because this is torture. It goes teacher, teacher, SWAT, SWAT, officer, SWAT, SWAT, teacher, teacher, SWAT, officer, SWAT, teacher, 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 SWAT, officer, SWAT. The song there. I mean, I'm just getting a little bit frustrated, and this is 2 months. I understand this is an important case, but 2 months. I'm going to get grey and old. Right, I'll play it back 1.25 so we catch up. But I'm going to be annoyed by the end of this, I think. And Amy, I love it. And I do love this trial. Hang on, it is 1.25 because we've learned so much from Amy and we're learning so much from you as well, Heidi. That's the worst rap I've ever heard. Shut up. I sing. I also I have to be really careful when I sing. So I sang Stacey's mum. I couldn't play it all because like I will get copyrighted if I sing it. So I have to play a little bit out of tune, just so you're aware of that. So if it seems out of tune, it's deliberate. Okay. Anyway, here we go.
Involved in the building?
The third floor.
And would it be, the west end or the east end of the 1200 building?
It was towards the east end.
Was it the first classroom on the east end?
No, I was in the second class from the east end stairwell.
And do you know whose classroom was the first classroom for the east end of the floor?
Yes, it was Scott Beagle's classroom.
On February 14, 2018, did you know who Scot Peterson was?
Yes,
How do you know who Scot Peterson was?
he was our school resource officer.
Had you had much contact with Mr. Peterson?
Not too much.
How would you describe if at all, your relationship with him?
It was kind of a casual relationship. I didn't really have a lot of interaction with him. I didn't see really him as a dominating force in the school from my perspective.
Did you see him at all that day, the 14th of February, 2018?
No, not that I recall.
That afternoon, were you teaching a class around approximately 2:15 in the afternoon?
I was.
And what was that class about?
I was teaching creative writing that day in that class period.
Do you remember approximately how many students you had?
It's a very large class. Electives could have up to 40, so I had either 38 to 40.
What was the noise level like in the class?
Very active. It's normally a very interactive class. And because it was Valentine's Day, we were playing music, and it was definitely an animated environment.
Did something happen in and around between 2:15 and maybe 2:23 or so that caught your attention?
Yes, we heard some popping sounds, like a succession of maybe 3 or 4 popping sounds. And then a few seconds later, another succession of popping sounds.
Before we go any further with that, I do want to backtrack just for a second. Earlier in that day, had there been any type of fire drills or any code red or any type of training or anything happened earlier that day?
Yes, we had a scheduled fire drill. I don't remember how often we had to have them, maybe once a month, and it was a scheduled one that we knew about. We actually had a meeting, all departments had meetings with their administrators that morning before school started, just to talk about that we were going to have a scheduled drill and just the protocol, what we need to do. And I do remember that, we were told to kind of speed up, the evacuation, because maybe we'd been a little slow before that.
Okay, and could you explain to the jury, since you're on the third floor, east end, what the evacuation procedure was for your classroom?
So we always have like a designated meeting spot. In high school, there are thousands of students, and in hallways, hundreds can accumulate. So it's impossible to like pull hands and keep track of everybody. So we know where we're supposed to go. So anytime the fire alarm goes off, it's just meet me at our place. I have an emergency folder with all my students' names in it, so then I take attendance when I get there, and everyone knows where to go. So we always exit a certain way. So we exit my classroom, and we exit to the left to go down the east stairwell.
And then there's a meeting location outside where you all gather?
Correct.
And where was that?
It's usually in the grassy area by Holmberg Road.
And that was for a situation when there was a fire alarm going on?
Correct.
Have you had any training or any background on what to do when there was a code red being called?
Yes, we're always told to accumulate in the hard corner of our classroom. And a hard corner is adjacent to the hallway so that we're out of the line of sight of our door, because our doors have a window in them. So anytime there's a code red, we know to lock our doors and if we have time, if they have the ability to cover our window, and then to go over to the hard corner. So no matter how big or how small your classroom is, you gotta get everybody over there as quickly as you can.
Let's return to the afternoon when you said that you had heard popping sounds, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe what happened in your classroom when those popping sounds were heard?
So the first time we heard the popping sounds, it caused us all to pause because it was an unusual sound, but nothing that sounded menacing to me. And so we just sort of stopped and we said, what is that? What's that noise? And immediately I'm thinking it's firecrackers or balloons, which is not unheard of because it was one of those days, a lot of animation in the school. And so I just assumed that's what it was. Definitely didn't sound like gunshots to me.
And when you say a lot happening that day, a lot of animation, that's just sound.
Right. I mean, everybody's all, crazy and, acting silly or sad, depending on the situation. So the air is different when it's a holiday in school. It's not like a typical school day.
And when you first heard those shots, did you know if they were coming from inside or outside the building?
It sounded like it was coming from outside. So because I'm on the corner, it sounded to me like it was between the 1200 building and the 700 building, or sort of like another building. I don't remember the name of this, where the auditorium is. So there's like 3 buildings in a row. It sounded like it was coming from that area outside.
And how did the students react to those popping sounds?
It really depended. I can tell you from my perspective, the students who were around me, I know, I have to speak from what I remember. It's just that I know what some students said after, and maybe who were on the other side of the class. But in my vicinity, they were looking at me, asking me, what do you think that is? And so no one around me said, it sounds like gunshots. They were like, it sounds like somebody said balloons popping. And then I said, because then we heard it a second time. Then I said, it sounds like it's a computer cart just sort of being pushed over, on the concrete between buildings. It sounded kind of hard, at that point when I heard the second one, when I was trying to, kind of understand what that noise could be.
Okay. Now, after you heard those popping sounds twice, what happened next?
The fire alarm went off.
Okay, and so is this now going to be sort of like what happened in the morning? Be the same type of situation where you'll be starting to evacuate?
Yes, I mean, protocol would be the same. It wasn't surprising. We've had fire alarms go off several times in one day. So at that point, when the fire alarm went off, I'm thinking there was nothing that would cause me not to evacuate. I wasn't concerned. It didn't sound, like I said, like anything menacing. So as soon as it went off, I'll meet you guys over at the spot. I yelled over everybody. And then I thought in my head, somebody pulled it as a joke. I was thinking maybe I should grab my keys, maybe told everybody to grab their backpacks, because it's the end of the day, 20 minutes left in class. We might be dismissed by then after that. So then I thought maybe it's culinary. Culinary cooks a lot, they burn a lot. So that could have set off the fire alarm. So nothing alerted me that was strange. So we just evacuated.
Culinary, is that in the same building as you were, or are they in a different building?
They're in a different building.
Right. So an alarm goes off the whole school?
Correct.
Throughout
Right.
the school. In the morning and in the afternoon, when that alarm goes off, what exactly are your precise duties? What do you have to do, or what are you supposed to do in response to hearing that alarm?
Right. Get everybody out of the classroom and out of the building as quickly as possible. That's my job.
And how about the door to the classroom? How does that work?
So you lock the doors. We did not have automatic locking doors. So I open the door, kids start to leave, exit where they're supposed to exit. I wait, I hold the door open, I wait for the last kid to get out. I close the door behind me and lock it behind me.
And did you do that afternoon?
Yes.
After you locked the door, what happened next?
I walked a couple of steps, and right in front of me are all the kids. It's not uncommon for there to be sort of like a log jam in front of the stairs, because it's like hundreds of kids trying to get out, to like sort of funnel in. So there was kind of like a log jam. And so I was behind most of the kids, all my students. There may have been students behind me from other classes. But then all of a sudden I hear screaming, and then the crowd just starts to push back. So where everybody was going forward, everything stops. I hear screaming, and then the students start pushing towards me. So I turn. I don't hear any gunshots yet, but everyone's running towards me. So I go to my door and open up, and then I start hearing gunshots.
Now, before you had testified to the jury that you had heard popping sound.
Correct.
Is this now a different type of sound?
Absolutely. It's definitely gunshots. Very, very loud.
Very loud.
Very.
All right, so you now, in your mind, what is that telling you to do?
It's telling me to get the kids into a safe location, get my door open as soon as possible, and get them in there and get into the hard corner.
Okay, so would it be fair to say at this point then you've moved from a fire alarm evacuation to a code red, get everybody into a safe place in the classroom, away from the door and the windows? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. So in order to do that, what did you do? What action did you take?
Opening, besides unlocking my door?
Well, that would be the beginning, yes, to
Right,
unlock the door.
Right, so I'm unlocking my door, I stay at my door, I keep it open. I hear the gunshots, but it's chaos at this point because kids are screaming, kids are running past me, and then kids are going wherever they can to seek shelter. So I've got some of my students coming into my class, students I've never seen before come into my class. I also see them going into Scott Beagle's class. He was doing the same thing I was doing. We were sort of neck and neck. Like I don't know that he had closed his door when I closed my door, but we were definitely like right there next to each other and then shuttling kids into our class. So I'm standing there at my door. And then I don't know at what point, but I saw the shooter come out of the stairwell and stand at the very end of the east stairwell.
And where exactly were you when you saw it?
I was at my door with my door open, my back to my door, but facing Scott and facing the shooter.
And so Scott Beagle then is also just, if I have it right too, it would be towards your right,
He was to my left,
to your left.
right? Well, yeah, I mean, his classroom is, if I'm walking out of my classroom, he's on my left.
Okay. And if you just as you're walking in, he's
Right,
to the
he would be to the right, but his back is to the shooter where I'm facing the shooter.
Okay. And so you're both, when you first see the shooter, you're both outside your classroom.
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened?
So I remember lots of smoke in the hallway. It was just very surreal. Just the shooter standing there, he's just laying his rifle back and forth. It's just a barrage of bullets. And he's shooting down the hallway. Kids are still running. Kids are still coming in. And then when I felt that it was the right time, I think I saw him walking towards us, Scott and I. I turned to this side, because my door is kind of open this way, and I turned to grab both handles of my door to close it. And as I'm doing that, I just remember yelling to Scott to close his door, just close your door. And then I felt like a very hot, searing, thing glide across my skin. It didn't really hurt, it just felt very hot. And then I closed my door. I kind of hung on to the handle for just a couple of seconds because I just remember it's very hard you can't just let the door close. It's not going to just lock shut. You have to really yank it in that building. So I kind of held on to it for a couple of seconds. And then I jumped over to where my students were sitting. But in the seconds that it took me to jump over to the students, shots came through the window of my classroom door.
Let me stop you there just for a second, because in those crazy hectic moments when the shooter is firing and you are struggling to make sure that door
Right.
closes, do you recall what Mr. Beagle, Scott Beagle, was doing?
He was doing the same thing. I just remember seeing him from my peripheral, standing there, and kids were, running in just like they were running into mine. So if it wasn't my classroom they were getting into, it was his classroom.
And was that your last visual of Scott Beagle?
Yes, I don't really have a memory of, I only know because I've seen the surveillance video of my hallway. So I don't have a memory of seeing him get shot, but I did see him get shot. It's just not something that I could say that I remember happening.
So you get the door closed, and I believe you just said a moment ago, you sort of jumped.
Right.
Can you explain that a little more in detail, how that happened?
Right. So I knew where to go. I knew my students, I was hoping they knew where to go. So as soon as I closed the door, I just knew that I needed to get from this point to this point, so that, because I knew there's the window right there, and the shooter was walking towards me. And so it was just immediately, as soon as I landed, and I literally took 2 big jumps, landed on the laps of my students, and then shots just came in, 3 or 4 shots came through my window.
You actually landed on the laps of some.
Yeah, I did.
Were you able to see the shooter or the gun when you said the window broke?
Right, no, I didn't see the gun come through the window. I don't know where he was standing, but just, I'll never forget the feeling and the sound of the shots coming through the window, because you almost like feel it in your chest. It's so loud.
Was that?
Yeah.
And were you able to tell where the shots are going toward?
I didn't, I imagine, I can only assume he was trying to shoot me because he saw me through the window. But I will never forget the bullet casings that were like in the classroom, because we were sitting there for quite a while. But I saw, maybe 3 or 4 like copper colored casings on the ground along with glass.
And the sound at that point was?
Very, very loud. After he shot through my door, or maybe it was before he shot through my door, he was shooting Scott or into Scott's classroom, but there was just a lot of shooting right outside my door.
Since you had made that leap, you
Right.
couldn't see anything outside, right?
Correct.
Then explain to us what happens after the shots are fired into your classroom.
So we just sit there, we're quiet, we're not moving. I look at the clock because I don't think this is real, and I'm looking at the clock and I'm thinking, this can't be a drill, as crazy as that sounds, because it's like the end of the school day. They would never do something like this at the end of the school day. And texts are coming in from my coworkers who are on the other side of the school, who don't really know what's going on, just asking me what's going on, because everybody at this point is locked down. And so I'm able to get a text out, there's a shooter in my building on my floor. And then I got some text out to my family, but then it was very difficult to communicate. So students were trying to do that. They were trying to communicate. It was very, very still and quiet after, the shooting. We heard a lot of shooting down the hallway. Yeah.
I don't mean to be rude, but
Right,
I
right.
need to interrupt you here. The loud shots are fired into your
Right.
classroom. All right. Do you hear more shots after that?
Yeah, I hear a lot of shots go down the hallway. Now my window's open. It's just nothing in between my class and the hallway at this point. So it's very loud. I can hear everything that's happening very clearly down the hallway. So lots of shooting. I can tell that it's going down the hallway because the sound gets fainter and fainter, but it's still very loud.
And when you say the windows are, you're referring to the glass.
Right, the
pane
panel
door.
of my classroom door.
Okay. So you do hear more shots, but they do become fainter?
Right.
Yeah. And you took that to mean?
That it was going down the hallway, shooting down the hallway.
Did there come a time when the shooting stopped?
Yes.
And was there in that crazy moment, do you have any idea maybe how long that was?
I don't know. I want to say it was probably a little past 2:30 that the shooting stopped. I had my eye on the clock a lot because I couldn't understand what was happening. And the closer it got to the end of the school day, the more I realized how real this really was.
How about you? How about your arm? Did there come a point when you realized what that feeling was?
It wasn't probably until like maybe 20, 30 minutes later where it's like I felt a stinging on my arm and I kind of went like this. And I realized that my jacket was torn, and then I looked at my hand and there was blood on my hand, but I didn't want to scare the kids. So I didn't do anything, say anything. I was okay. It didn't seem like anything really penetrated me. So I started to freak out a little bit, realizing what had happened. But it really wasn't, I didn't really feel too much at that point.
After the shooting stopped, any more sounds from the hallway that you were hearing?
I heard a young man screaming for help several times. Then I heard talking, and we all assumed it was the shooter. We were, when the young man was screaming for help, I just thought, this is the shooter trying to lure us out into the hallway. So we all just stayed put. So it was very scary to hear that. We didn't know what that was exactly.
So you heard talking, but you had no idea who was talking.
Right.
You couldn't see, obviously, you couldn't
Correct.
see out.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And the student, or at least the voice that you heard who was in pain, did that continue?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
You had said there you also heard somebody screaming in pain or was in agony in the hallway.
He was just screaming for help in Spanish and in English. Yeah.
And did that continue on?
I would say he probably screamed for help maybe 3 times if I could. It was more than once. It's like he would scream for help and then stop, and then scream for help and then stop.
Did you later become aware of what the talking was that you heard?
Yes, I found out later it was Anthony Borges, and he was on this phone trying to call I think he was talking to his father or his mother.
And he was the injured student that was
Right.
calling out for help.
Hmm.
Do you know about how long? I know that it's hard because it's all happening and it's a shock to be trying to take it in. But do you know how long before help did arrive on the floor?
I think it was definitely over an hour, because I remember it was around 4 o'clock when I was outside, and I was recently outside, and my mother had called me to see what was going on. And I just remember looking at the phone, it said like 4:05 or something. So at that point, I was only outside for maybe 15 minutes. So from the time the shooting started until we were evacuated, it was probably about 3:45 when SWAT came to get us out of our rooms.
Okay, so over an hour after the shooting had started.
Right.
All right. When the SWAT team comes onto the floor, can you describe how the evacuation of your classroom proceeded?
We heard, so it was very quiet for a long time. And then we heard noise in the hallway, and it seemed like it was police officers, but they had come to grab the young man who was in the hallway. But then I just kept hearing, police open up, police open up, police open up, like down the hall, and then getting closer to my room. I heard some glass shattering, probably the police opening up the doors. And then we heard some commotion, and I started to feel like, okay, this sounds like it's help. But when he was outside our door, there were 2 SWAT officers outside our door, and I heard them say, police open up, but I didn't get up. But they were easily, because my window of my door was shot out, he just reached in and opened the door. And 2 SWAT officers came into my classroom and then told us to put our hands up, pointed their guns at us, and then asked if I was the teacher. And I said yes. And so then he said, everybody get up and don't look down.
Was it at that point, or did there come a time that you realized whether or not anyone was injured besides you?
No, I didn't. It wasn't until my door was open and I saw Scott Beagle's body.
Take your time.
Till I saw his body in front of my classroom, that I realized that this was really bad.
Did you come to the realization that anybody else in your room, in your classroom, was injured?
I didn't know, because not every student of mine ended up back in my classroom, because I had 38 and I think I ended up with about 20. And I had no idea where anybody ended up. So when I saw him, and then I walked out into the hallway, and it was a war zone. It was glass and bullet casings and dust. And then I looked to my right, and then I see bodies and a lot of blood in the middle of the hallway.
There come a time later on whether you learned if anyone was injured in the classroom other than yourself.
Correct.
And were there any other injuries?
I had 2 students, Meadow Pollock and Joaquin Oliver, who were my students during that class period, and they were killed in the hallway.
Was anyone else injured though inside the 20 or so that you were able to get into your room before the shooter appeared on the floor? How about that? Was there any of
Right.
those that were injured?
No one was injured
Okay, just so in your classroom at that time.
at that time, correct.
The police officers or the SWAT team direct you and your students to evacuate and go down, would I be correct in saying, to the west stair?
Yes.
the west stairwell. So that's almost the whole length of the hall.
It was, yeah.
And that is when you realized that Neto.
Yes, I saw there were a couple of bodies to the left of me. There was a body in the alcove where the restroom was, and then I saw another body at the very end of the hallway, sort of sitting up and slumped over.
When you exited from the third floor onto the west stairwell, was there any more bodies out on that landing?
No.
Did you come to learn later on that there had been a body there?
Yeah, I came to learn that Jamie Guttenberg was at the top of the stairwell, but she was moved.
No objection, Your Honor.
May I approach this for a moment? You may. I want to, if I can just show you what has been marked as stage U, it's a thumb drive, and did you have an opportunity this morning to review?
Yes.
The thumb drive? All right, does it fairly accurate represent and depict what happened that afternoon?
Yes.
This time, Judge, I'd like to move stage U into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, state to you for identification will now be in evidence that is State's Exhibit 21.
And I would like to also publish.
Can we have a brief sidebar?
Sorry, Jamie, I had to leave the chat for a bit because it's like I tried the chat and this,
Ladies and
can't do it.
gentlemen, again, just based on some scheduling issues, I'm just going to press.
So just
pause
popped
and
into
take
MLS.
now. I'm going to send you lunch a little bit earlier than I normally would and ask you to be back from lunch a little bit
I'll
more.
go for lunch. So I want to pop into the MLS show, just do lawyer show, just to say hello on behalf of the channel. So feel free to go in and say hello and say where you're from. There's a few names that we would recognise there. Jamie's there, Wendy, and a few others.
The facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else till we reach the end of the case. I'm going to ask you to please be back in the jury room at 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. Okay. Have a good lunch.
I think we just literally lost half our viewers. They might be from the MLS lawyer show because we lost half our viewers halfway through. Lovely to see Stacey back here. Shelley, you on social media at all? I think Spider Girl's sleeping in a minute, so we won't wake her up too loudly here. I'm still waiting for someone to tell me why this is going to take 2 months.
Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Everyone can be seated. State anything you need to address before we recess for the lunch break.
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything you need to address?
No, Your Honor.
So, ma'am, you can talk to anyone you want about anything you want, just not about your testimony in this case. And then you may.
She's a MILF, though, to be fair to the teacher. She's the kind of teacher you'd like.
So otherwise be in recess until 1:30 p.m.
So yeah, so it's a lunch break now. If people want to go for lunch, whatever. I'm under no pressure anymore now for watch hours, so you don't have to stay here for it. It's more now. So my pressure now is watch people actually watching it, to get more people watching. Because once your hours doesn't count towards anything, I believe it's all about how many people click on you and stuff. It's weird how the pressure changes and everything. I find this hard. Oh, Heidi. Oh, Lou. Are you here? Yeah, you popped in this morning. I forgot that you were here this morning. Just so you know, I'm here between patients. Happy days. So Lou, tomorrow onwards. Well, actually, that's false. So tomorrow I got it's gonna be a little bit different tomorrow. I'll tell Amy as well. So I'm going to a hospital appointment tomorrow, which is about an hour and a quarter away. It's Joe, so where I live, right, there's like one, two, three, four. Is it four? Yeah, four hospitals and um what's the fifth one? Oh, and a private hospital. Private hospital's about an hour and a half away, and well, but about an hour and quarter, say. And then my local one's 20 minutes away, and then the other one, which is quite local to me, is 25 minutes away. Another one's about 50 minutes away, but they sent me to the one that's an hour and a quarter away, and it's just like, oh, and they all work together. Anyway, I got an appointment in the NHS anyway, so whatever. So that's I believe 3:15 or 3:10 tomorrow. So I probably won't be back till about 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, our time, which is 12 to 1 o'clock your time. So my plan is, because it's in Colorado, it's probably gonna be Colorado 6 hours behind. So it's probably gonna be at like a 9 o'clock start. So that's 3 o'clock here. So probably gonna be like a couple of hours late. So my plan is to stream as soon as I get in, stream and start it, and just to 1.25 on it, and until we catch up. And then instantly afterwards, I'll stream this one. Oh, tomorrow's gonna be a long day, because then in the morning, Wednesday morning, so I won't be able to go to bed probably about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. And I gotta get up at like 6:30, because my new broadband, same box, but more upload and download speeds are coming in. So that's Wednesday. So hopefully I won't have any lag at all. So yeah, that's me tomorrow. So, if you think, where the hell am I? I'm in a hospital appointment. I cannot be here to start, but I will be here about midday Eastern, midday to 1 o'clock Eastern. Um, and then hopefully we can catch up on everything. It's just one of those things. I've got to go tomorrow, unfortunately. Not unfortunately, I'm glad I'm going, but yeah, but I'm just gutted I have to go to the furthest hospital. So just in case, I'll let Amy know as well. If it doesn't Heidi, you, me both. It's, how's that? So Jamie sent me an article this morning with all the new cases this week, and I read this one, and it goes, "Yeah, it's going to go on till August." I was like, "My days!" You can see we're not really, getting many viewers anyway for this, so it's. I think everyone agrees, quite boring, and I can't just do this for 2 months. I have to do another trial, but we've started this. I think we've learned a lot already, so we're gonna pound it. Lefty come out. And when I say pound it, Lefty's gonna be, "Oh, here we go, cue." Um, so we have to continue with it. We will continue with it. Um, yeah, and I think it's an important trial anyway, so we should be doing it. It's a shame it's so repetitive. You just wait to see, right, is it an officer? Is it a SWAT member? Is it a teacher? And then you know what the testimony is gonna be. Hey, the state needed to take that long so they can bring in all sorts of random meanings. Yep. Lou as nail head. Well done, Lou. It's just ridiculous. I wish the judge could just stop it and be like, right, I think we've seen enough teachers and everything now. What else we got? Or if the jury can just turn up and go, just be like, uh, hello, can we not have the same testimony, please? We get the state side, yes. Unless they got something else, fine. If you got something else, brilliant. Show it. We get it. I wonder if jurors can do that and be like, "Oh, judge, can we have a word? I mean, can you have a word with the state judge?" I mean, if it's the same three concepts again, teacher, officer, um, and SWAT, we get it. We understand it, judge. So it's gonna get on and on. Can we just get to the point, yeah? I'd love for them to be able to do that. We're more apt to just watch it. Yeah, we know if this is what they got. Yeah, we know what it is. I'm sure they got a few other things to add. Fine, but just add them now then. Um, enough is enough. Overkill. Yeah, absolutely. At this point, it is absolutely overkill. It's just too much, like, you know. Um, oh, I should say this now then. Oh, my parcel for the internet's coming tomorrow. Um, Rules going to bring in repetitive evidence from multiple. I think it's different in every state, but also I think what they're saying is, yeah, it's repetitive to us, but it's the experiences of different teachers in different rooms, and there might be a little bit of conflict. So that's why I think they're doing this. But we get it. We get it. Ugh. Um, if again, I'll give you a shout out because in fairness, Jamie's very supportive of us. A lot of them are supportive, but if you've got the couple of minutes just to give MLS Law Show a like and say hello in their chat, just say that you come from the alternate corner. You know, I think they'd really appreciate that. There's probably about 4 or 5 of them in there that do have supported this channel in the last week. I always think if people are supporting us, I think we support people back. Do you know what I mean? So, um, the judge and Joel Hoff, and the last name is my dog's name is Lord Bain. Hey, Shelley, answer me. Have you got social media? Jamie's there. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm trying just to, if people subscribe, I've subscribed and I've liked the video over there now and I've said hello. I just can't multitask, that's all. And Salvador's there as well. Um, I just think it's important to support each other as much as we can. I mean, you know, I don't know the guy, and I'll probably never speak to him, but it's doesn't matter if his viewers are here, then I think we should support them because most of them are mods as well over there. I wonder, your mods, the mods over there are probably much better than the mods here, aren't they, Jamie? Do you know what I mean? Must be. You don't, Shelley. That's fine. I just wondering. I was. I mean, you don't have Mad World and Spider Girl. Jesus. Um. Oh, Lefty's gone over there. Lefty's over there. He's had enough over the year. So he's gone over there. Lefty should have said, "Oh, come over from the alternate corner, give you a shout out." Because I've given that show more shout outs than I've given my show today. So Jesus. Anyway, right, what we doing? What we saying? What we do? Oh, let me check. We'll have a daily check now to see how my YouTube thing is going. Any updates on it? Get reviewed? No, in progress. So okay, we have not. Yes, we have not so far anyway. Oh, we don't throw it. Right, we're dropping off like flies now. Everyone's going now. So it is lunchtime. Well, dinner time for me. So I'll come back after I finish with dinner. I'm just gonna have a quick sandwich and then I'll come back and talk some crap. And if people are here, people are here. If not, as I say, pop into the MLS show if you want to or whatever. Just oh shit, what time did you say they were coming back? Do we remember? Does anyone remember what time the judge said? Wasn't listening. This is what I mean. I can't do two things at once. I can he not do two things at once? Oh, anyway, he's probably gonna be out for another 45 minutes anyway, so enjoy your lunch. Please come back. Um, Jamie, don't nab all these viewers now, right? I need some viewers my end, remember, right? Anyway, right. I'll see you all for probably a boring afternoon. Dude, I can't multitask for shit. Oh, for sugar. I can't multitask for sugar. I can't. Come on. I gotta not swear now. Just for a few days or a week or so. Come on. My mother watches sometimes. She pops in and she's always like, "Oh, you swear too much." I was like, "Well, I'll do the same at home." Right. It's the MLS law show. So, for instance, Heidi, we got Jamie here now, right? Her and there's a few others that have been here recently, Erin and Wendy. Um, oh, Lefty. It's easy to multitask on PC. I can't. They've just gone over there to say hello, because Jamie and all them support this channel, say hello, give us, likes and stuff like that. So, they just hopefully people are gonna go over and say, just coming over from the alternate corner, even if you just give a like and say hello. Do you know what I mean? It's always nice, and to give that hit that like button. You know, don't enjoy too much. Don't get comfy over there now, Heidi. I want you to put your ass back here as number one stream. But that can certainly be number two. So right, um, let's leave it like that then. Let's make lunch then, and I'll be back in about 20 minutes, half an hour. And with that, see you guys in a bit. As I will be back now. It's only sandwich I'm eating, so. Yeah, I mean, kick them out, Jamie, because I mean, some of my guys. That's fine. Yeah, hey, listen, neither have I, Heidi. Heidi, I've never been there, but when Jamie was saying that's her number one stream, I was like, oh, and this is like, her top three stream. Then so the decent thing to do, is to go over there. What's the name of it, Jamie? If you search MLS Law Show, and make sure you say you come from the alternate corner so that we can, get some credit. And then with that, yeah, I'm gonna be back after lunch now. So I saw the thing. I did say thank you, Jamie. I don't think David knows what the hell's going on. He read my Thanks, Shelley. I'll have to look at that myself. I don't even know much about the trial myself. Oh. What's going on? So yeah, I don't know what time they're back from breaks. It's a bit annoying. Might come back too early, but it doesn't matter. Judge looks young, Joel Hollendorfer. Was hoping he wasn't going to be another Judge Buzzabreath. I don't know who Judge Buzzabreath is, Shelley, but I'm sure you can fill me in on that one. I found out a lot of people are watching the Melly trial as well, so I think that's where the majority of people are. You're a company. So this is where my expertise comes in. This is where it's handy that I can speak shit. So to those that are here, hello, and thank you for being here. Ba-da, ba, 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 ba. Thank you for being here. So I need to do checklist Canva. Need to do setup. I've not set up a Rumble properly, I don't think, because I didn't. I forgot to go back and do it. Um, Right, sorry, I can't multitask. Oh, have I tweeted? I think I tweeted it out, didn't I? No, wrong one. You are my fire, my only desire. I'm here. Tomorrow. Um, so I'm grateful for those that are loyal to the channel. You know, I know that you wouldn't go anywhere else or to view any other streamers. That's what you ask for from a streamer, loyalty. You know. Hey Luna, are you there? Oh, we just want loyalty out of people, don't we? Just loyalty. You know, you'd never go and watch another channel or another streamer or anything like that. No way. I mean, hey Luna, how are you? Where you been? Where you been, Luns? You been lurking? Not like you not to be here, Luna. What's going on? I love it. I love it. Oh, I was going to message you back, Luna, but I'll just say it now. Um, so you cheating mother. I can't say it because um I'm under what do you call it, being reviewed. So I gotta stop swearing. But from tomorrow onwards, right? I'm covering the Colorado murder, right? Probably from 9, 10 o'clock, whatever it is, Eastern. Once that's finished, I'm gonna be doing the um Parkland officer then each evening at like 1.25, 1.5 speed. So and why weird thing for me is, Loons, why didn't you just say? Why did you just tell me there's another trial? Because I'm streaming another trial now. If I'd known you wanted to watch that trial, I'd have done it. I would have still done two trials. You are, I said before, you're my weirdo, so still love you, but you're in a bit of a doghouse right now. Do you know what I mean? Um, but I'll get over it. Some pictures will help, but you know, no, I get it. But you should have said because I'm streaming two streams anyway, so we could have watched that in the day and then this one in the evening. But too late now. Well, maybe, but we're watching one. I think most people want to watch a live one. I know we're watching a live one now, but this Office Parkland Officer one is 2 months long. It's on for 2 months doing it. So that's why we're doing it as a speedy one because it's just so far it's just so boring. But it is important, but it's boring. But it is still important. um, so then I just picked another trial because I didn't know anyone wanted to watch the one that you're watching. I know there's other streamers doing it. There's other streamers doing the Michigan murder. So I was like, oh, I'll just do the Colorado one then. Maybe to get to open statements. They say, oh, wow. Okay, Shelley, that's really interesting. So if that's the case, we'll watch open statements this, after this then. Doing, I don't want to cut into this now because we're watching it, but I'll do that after this one then. Oh, that's really good info, Shelley. Thank you very much for that. Um, back to you though, Luna. Jesus. I mean, I think people would have watched it. I don't think it, if I know some people in the chat like a trial, I always try and veer towards that. So next time, instead of drinking whiskey, sometimes tell us. We might not. You're right. We might not play it because other people don't want to watch it. But I could have put a poll up or something. Do you know what I mean? And then majority wins or something. I don't know. Yeah, no, I know the Melly is the main one now. But all I'm saying is I've got another one then in the evenings if if you're free. It'll be about 2 o'clock your time. 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock your time. I'll be playing this officer one then at probably 1.5 speed, I imagine, if it's the same testimony. Uh, I can't believe you chose that streamer though. Jesus. Especially he's literally blocked everyone on this channel. Even Lady Law's blocked. Even Mad Will's blocked. Mental. Oh, but saying that you are mental, so it doesn't surprise me. Actually, me saying mental, that's mental, but that's who you are, so it's all good. Ah, ah. He just blocked everyone. I don't know what I don't have a massive issue personally with him, but he's blocked everyone on this channel. Like, honestly, he's blocked Mad World, Lady Law. He's not even spoken to them before, but he's blocked them. That's to me, that is just like that's childish. And he stopped the trial because someone said ghetto in the chat. I mean, come on, grow up, like. So if anyone says ghetto in this trial, right, he's gonna stop it. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what? Grow up. Um, I'll say I don't have an issue personally. It's just one of those things. Lefty, don't be nice to Luna, right? Because she's only here. She's only here for a little bit. She's gone back to cheat on us again. So, but it's okay. We've had it out now. She's going to send me some pictures later on. So I'll be happy again after that. So it's all good. To be fair though, you know I'm joking with you. I know you know want to watch that, so it's all good. You go and watch that. But also just pop in whenever you want. You know that. If you're on break, just pop in, say hello, make Lefty's day, and then you can go again. Oh, 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 oh. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. What else is going on? Not much, is there? Not much, is there? Oh, no, you don't. eh, Scorpy ho. Please don't. I'm only, I'm joking you. You know I'm joking you. Uh, Look, I don't need any more screen whatever now and stuff like that. Just don't come back. Oh, promise me, right, that you will watch us in the evenings whenever when we start tomorrow after the trial and when you're not working. Chuck us on. You don't have to stay here and watch us. It's all good. I need more people viewing, coming in and out now, but I do watch it. You wanted that trial. I think you mentioned it before, so you watch it. Oh, don't be silly. Yeah, I'm supposed to make you feel bad, but you know what we want? Those pictures. Yeah, guess those pictures. Oh, we lay off you straight away. And I want to make you feel bad. I'm joking though. I don't agree with the streamer that you are streaming it with, that's all. Uh, because I don't like anyone that blocks my like, if anyone blocked you, I'd be like, "Nope, never do anything with that person ever again." Mm, but yeah, no, we don't. Look, we just like having you here in the chat. But concentrate on that one, and then join us whenever you can. That's all. So please don't put us on iPad. Just It's all good. It's all honestly, it's all good. Um, but join us whenever you can. Just on breaks, just pop in and say hello. You know, and then when you're here then for like 5 minutes, we like you're gonna get a ton of abuse from us, and then you can go and come back again, get more abuse. Yeah, that's all good. Yeah. No, again, I'm teasing. I am teasing, but it's true. He did block. He did block people, which is weird. Why he's done that? That's just cowardly. But yeah, don't interact. Yeah, don't interact with them. I don't want people to know that you're on that stream. Jesus. Then I'm gonna start getting people going, "Oh my god, do you know Luna's cheating on you?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know, I know, I know." I can't even call you the B word because I'm being reviewed right now, so don't know where or when they're gonna be here. Da-da-da-da-da, Luna, 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 Lu, Lu, Luna. We love Luna. We love you, Luna. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, no, I don't know. I knew that he'd done Mad World and stuff, but then Lady Law was like, "No, he's blocked me as well," and a few others said the same. So I don't really get that either. As everyone said, if it was about something, then fair enough. But they've never interacted, and he lost me when he said he stopped the stream when someone said "ghetto," and I was like, "Oh Jesus Christ!" Right? Okay, I just can't do that. I mean, I know he has like a couple of hundred people watching or whatever, but I wouldn't want those people here because it's like if you're that soft, we wouldn't this like we got lefty, so that our chat would not suit you. So I'd rather have like 10 people that have a sense of humor than 200 or 1,000 people that don't have any sense of humor. So I know that I can't swear at the minute because I'm being reviewed, but like I would never stop my chat swearing and stuff like that. But a lot of places now, they apparently they do. They just banned it. I'm like, no wonder lefties here. He's got nowhere else to go. Do you know what I mean? Balloons, you're more than welcome here anytime you want. I did think I was gonna message. No, do you know what? Actually, I lie. I lie. I thought that you were gonna be watching the Michigan one, the daughter poured the bleach or whatever over her father. That's the one I thought you can be watching, not the Melly one. I mean, yeah, definitely. I will be now. I've been announcing to everybody that you cheated on me and on stream and everything. I'm just gonna tell everybody, Luna, don't be stupid. Like you paranoid weirdo. Don't be stupid. We're not gonna be hating on you. Not hating on you at all. No, no one would hate on you. The only hate I have for you is when you never share my videos. You never share my streams. You promised you would. That's the only hate that I have for you. But no one's gonna hate on you. It's all good. I'm not gonna mention it once I'm not gonna mention to everyone about it. But this is what I mean. If you pop in during breaks and say hello to everyone, no one's gonna notice that you're not here for the rest of the time. He was he was that log in, innit? If you just check in and be like, "Hi guys, working today, blah blah blah." So which ones have unfollowed me? No one's unfollowed you. No one's unfollowed you. There's no one here, Loons. It's only you, me, probably Lefty, and that's about it. So yeah, as I say, just pop in anytime and say hello, and people know then you're here. There's no more you can do than that to support it. It's different if I was actually playing that trial and you were like, "Yeah, no, I'm gonna watch you with that other guy." I'd be like, "What? What?" I literally would block you. Oh, Kim, switch it off. Tell them switch it off. Do they know what? Do they not know you got a trial to watch? Hey, go up, Kim, as well. Shelley's given us some good information already as well about this trial, about the judge and stuff. Shelley's a gold mine of information um, for us. I know you wouldn't, Luna, because if you did, I'd block your ass. That's the only thing I would block is that. Right? Yeah, I know, they're so rude, Kim. So rude. Um, but Loons, when this afternoon, pop back in this afternoon for your afternoon break as well. Once in a life I could ba-da-bum. So, Shelley, I'm not sure if you're there, but keep coming with the information. Right, does anyone know who this is? Um, Shelley said it. Judge Buzzard Breath. Anybody? Judge Buzzard Breath. I don't know. Shelley said it. I don't know who it is. And by the way, Luna, I need you, right, from tomorrow onwards to help Lefty because I'm gonna be working like 14, 16-hour days. So I'm gonna be knackered here. So I need people to pick me up in chat. And you certainly picked me up, so it's good. Lefty's here. Good. But oh, don't you make me feel bad now. You're only doing that, Luna, because in case someone speaks badly about you. No one's going to speak badly. Solomon's going to be on criminal TV tonight doing it. Oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting. Hopefully they YouTube it because we don't get stuff like that over here, Kim. So hopefully they YouTube it afterwards. So now that Lefty's here, we've got Lefty got 4 mods now on your ass. You gotta be careful now. Do you know what I mean? No, we got 4 mods now because we're gonna be streaming two streams a day. I don't have the time to mod. I don't know how to mod, and uh, Mado's got a toddler in the day. Spider's got to work evenings, so they just we just decided that we needed a couple more that are always here. So Lady Law, hello, Lady Law. Hope you're well. Lovely to see you. Um, hey, Lady Law, I might need you. Well, I always need you, but I might need you. Before long, I'm gonna be doing 2 streams a day from tomorrow. So whenever you're free, no commitment whatsoever, but it's going Monday to Friday. Anytime you're free, pop in. But I'm not. If you're never free, you don't have to pop in. Um, hey, boo boo. Oh, that's nice. Also, have you seen Lefty's going to come on stream as well once I pass my review? So we'll have you on the same time. Oh, it's a YouTube channel. Okay. Yeah, yeah, Kim, absolutely fine. But Kim, there's not much that is not okay to post on here. The only thing I don't want to be posted on here are certain YouTube channels, and that's it. You're gonna help Lefty later on, apparently. No, so Lilo, from tomorrow onwards, we're doing the Colorado murders in the day, and we're doing this trial at like 1.25, 1.5 speed. Um, Afterwards. So if you obviously, as last time, if you're ever free and you want to pop in. But I'd say zero commitment for you. Colorado murder is a guy, 2012, an escort was murdered, and the guy accused of it got a waiver for it. It was a cold case then for about 10 years, and until he admitted to one of his friends that he killed her and buried her in his parents' garden. So that's basically what that is. So we're gonna play that during the day. Um, because everyone's like, I think everyone's bored with this Parkland officer because unfortunately, Lady Law, this one's going on till August. 2 months this trial is lasting. We can't do that. So that's why we're going to do the Colorado one first, and then we're going to do in the evening straight afterwards do this Parkland trial. Um, oh, geez, Lefty, Come on, Lefty, do your research, son. Um, but Lefty's bought his gear. Yeah, Lady Law, I only found out today, Lady Law, 2 months. I ain't doing, I'll do it, but it's so repetitive. And that's what I mean. If you're ever at home bored, and generally when you are absolutely bored, more than free, just nudge me and you can come on stream, just to entertain, just be yourself. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm gonna struggle. It'll be like 14-hour days for me, I think. So Lefty, no. Lefty, you're mistaken. Lefty's and also because we're doing 2 days, 2 trials a day, I got 2 extra mods now, so I've got 4 mods, right? Purely because of Lefty, because they can't cope with him. So so we had to put 2 more on. And remember, tomorrow I'm starting later tomorrow, guys, because I'm in hospital, so we won't be starting until about 1 o'clock Eastern. So tomorrow's gonna be a big day. And my new internet comes in Wednesday morning, 8 a.m. So that's a great day. Yeah, don't do his work for him. Definitely don't. And that's cool, like, look, you're invited anytime from tomorrow night onwards if you want to join in after work and stuff. But as I say, I'm not putting any commitment on you whatsoever. It's a if you're free and if you're bored and you've got nothing to do, there's a place on here for you on screen. So, and I don't reserve that for many people. So for Law, though, I do. Um, what time are they supposed to be back from lunch? Like, I forgot. And Lefty's bought the same camera as me. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Lady Law. As I say, no pressure, but thank you. And you just nudge me, and I can send you the link straight away then. Lefty, that camera did me a good service as well, by the way. That camera he bought. That mic though looks similar to this mic, and it was crap. It was crap, but the camera was very, very good. But I got another camera now, so. And also, I mean, in the next few weeks, I'm gonna be looking at buying a mixer, because I want to get the sounds like beep beep and all that. But here we are, we're back. But I'm gonna see first. Oh, let's have a look to see where we are. She's not doing any work. So we're in the review process of becoming a member or whatever by YouTube. So that's why I need to be careful, no swearing or anything once we're under review. She's not doing any work. Uh you should send it no, I'm not gonna say it because it's not fair on her. She's a godsend to me. I must say Mad World and Spider Girl are just like incredible to me. So I don't know what I'd be doing without them on here. Right. Well, we've still got the teacher. This teacher's a bit of a MILF. I will be honest. She's not bad at all. Ah, Lilo, I hope you saw the video as well. The one with the bouncing. Oh, you've not bought it yet. Okay, the camera's great. It's my secondary camera. It's my second camera, which is not here at the minute, but it is my second camera and it's good. But I have a better camera, a 4K camera at the minute. But in my experience, Lefty, what I'll say to you is these ones are not good in my experience. You can't put them on there, but I find having this is really good. The arm that you can reach up to, I think that's very good. And they're not expensive either. Do you know what I mean? I watched long. Cool. I'm glad. I'm glad. It was a bit of fun, do you know what I mean? I know some people will mock me for it, but don't really care. I was excited. I was, yeah, I was really, really chuffed to bits in the moment. Even though Lefty was taking the piss out of my nipples. Oh, why do I swear all the time? I need to stop swear. Well, you're not supposed to swear excessively, so I'm sure that's fine. And Lefty, I hope you had a lovely breakfast with your children today as well. I hope you treated them well and they behaved well for you. What else we got? A lot of people doing the Melly trial today, and it's 3 trials. Melly started today, and the other 2 are starting tomorrow, I believe. Or no, actually, might be starting today. Shelley's been giving us a lot of info, so we might have opening for the Colorado ones today. If we do, hey, C Swept, hello, how are you? I saw you. I was leaving the chat for yeah, the Michigan lawyer. As you were coming in, I was like, oh, but I'd gone off because I was going to make some dinner. So I did see you. Thanks for being here, C Swept. Thanks for saying hello. Hope you're okay. It was nice to see that stream there, Wendy, and obviously Jamie was there, and Josie, yourself, um, Extreme. And yeah, there's a few others. I'm sure Sal was there and stuff. So it's always good to see you guys. And Jamie's still. Oh, hey Jamie, you're here. Jamie's got us on another um tablet to watch, so that's cool. And hopefully, you guys can watch. Oh, actually, the only problem with doing the um Parkland officer in the evening is it's such a boring one. People aren't going to want to watch it, I don't think. So, but it is what it is. A promise is a promise, and I feel that we're learning a lot from Heidi and Amy. So, I'm looking forward to it. But you're always more than welcome, guys, to be here for our second stream. I'll need it. I'll need loads of coffee to keep me going. So yeah, and hopefully, I don't even know I don't even know what time this is coming back. Like, I thought they'd be back by now. Just because we got the t-shirt on today, Zachary Anderson t-shirt. I did put the link on. Loads of the instant coffee. Instant coffee. Here we go. Uh, Just put a link up there. Just free Zachary Anderson. Buy a merch. There's new merch there as well, and there's a private group as well. Free Zachary Anderson on Facebook. Please join it. And if you haven't joined it yet, please join the Alternate Corner Facebook group on Facebook as Facebook group on Facebook. Yeah, the Alternate Tower Facebook group. It's just a bit of a promotion one, and Lefty's on there, so a little bit of entertainment for everyone as well. So, also Lefty, I'm not sure if you saw it, but we're moving the Kohlberger stuff now to the 25th because we didn't realize that Father's Day was next Sunday. So we got myself, Lady Law, and hopefully Morgan are doing the Brian Kohlberger review. Not review, but just talking about it because I'm so out of touch with it. Um, so anyone wants to join, um, it'll be 3 o'clock Eastern, not next Sunday, the Sunday afterwards. So yes, obviously Saturday you've got the Depp her trial, day 2 happening. Hang on, loads of coffee. You have to remember coming at the right times. Yeah, and then Jamie loves instant coffee. Yeah, we found that out. C Swept and Kim. Hey, listen, I'm not gonna slag it off because I I'm not buying a coffee machine for myself. Do you know what I mean? It's expensive. So I'm just gonna and also my instant here is by far superior to your instant in America, that's for sure. I wouldn't say I get a kick out of it, but it'll do the job, like. And I made this coffee. Not sure if you can see. I made this coffee about 2.5 hours ago. So it's a little bit cold, but we're still drinking. It's not instant coffee. I've had instant coffee in the US and I spat it out. It was disgusting. It was disgusting. Um, but you guys also have cream and stuff. I'm like, why are you putting cream in the bloody coffee for? You know? Yeah, it tastes like dirt, absolutely. But here, with proper milk and proper coffee, don't go for the cheap. Like, don't get me wrong, in the UK, there's cheap coffee as well, but we don't buy them. We buy elegant, you know, nice coffee. Come on, guys, we need to donate so we can get the coffee maker happy days. Yeah, donate. If you want to donate, please donate on my PayPal on the bottom of the screen, or the link is in the description. Because I ain't gonna be getting monetized for my videos, that's for sure. So any support, grateful. I'll be having memberships out once I get so actually don't worry about it. I'm gonna be having memberships out once I um morning on, because I usually drink a diet cherry coke in the morning. You lost me when you said cherry coke. Cherry coke. Um because I'm normal. Sea swept. You're far from normal. I have to say, far from normal. Um so I was just saying, once I get monetized, I will be making zero on my videos. I saw, right, content creators now banning swearing in the chats because it goes against them making money and stuff. I can, for one, right, tell you all now that 100%, once I get monetized, you will be allowed to swear. I'll be making zero on the videos, but you are allowed to swear. I'm not having that. Do you know what I mean? That's what made this channel what it is. Why would he not allow it, and then all of a sudden change? You go, no, you can't swear because you lose out money. Like, don't be so sad. Don't forget how you made the channel in the first place. Oh, Dr. Pepper. Right, I'll give you that. Dr. Pepper, I don't mind because that's like amaretto and Coke. I don't mind that. Amaretto and Coke, I like that. So I'll drink Dr. Pepper with you. That's fine. I'm not sure about first thing in the morning. I've been known to do that when I'm parched, but we're back, by the way, here. Yeah, so if you could support PayPal, yeah, I've also got my store in description box. Have a look at my new stuff. I've not really pushed it, but I've got some stuff in there, and the buy me a coffee link, and I'm gonna have memberships out as well. In Well, when I get monetized, so it's gonna be, I think, 4 levels. I think it is. So I was just trying to sort that out with Spider and Mad World today. So, but also there'll be an option of free. So you don't have to pay anything for this channel. It's only what you can afford. That's my motto. If you can't afford it, we've still got stuff here for you. If you can, then bloody spend it on me. I'll get my titties out again. Or we'll just get Lefty on and he get his titties out. I don't mind him being like a dog. Bark. I can tell you what, Lady Law would make him do anything on screen. So don't worry about that.
Asked if there was an active shooter.
Oh shit, no wonder it's on my headphones.
It is Exhibit 21? Yes. Very good. Okay, State, I appreciate you giving me the heads up. Anything else before we get going? No. Can I get the witness back on the witness stand?
Yeah,
Defense,
his hair.
anything else you need me to address before we get going?
Oh, what's his hair look like? It's some like actor or something. I never remember. Never remember. Oh, damn it. But we'll see. Anyway, this teacher, she's come back on. I don't remember what she spoke about, but basically, she was in 1200 building. They've done all these drills, so everyone knows what to do. She heard shots. She wasn't sure what it was to start off with. Then all of a sudden, bang, 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 bang. She knew it was shots in the end, so it was fine. Eric died March 3rd, 2022. Who's Eric? Am I lost you now? Bloody hell, Shelley. What other trial are you watching? What other trial are you actually watching, Shelley? That's fantastic.
Right where you were before the lunch break, please.
Now, this teacher also, hey, I'll be honest with you, she's a MILF. You know, not the best, but I mean,
And once you're seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way up. You're still under oath from this morning.
Okay.
Please bring the jury back in.
I'm intrigued now. What trial you're on about? Bond hearing. Nah. I know, I was like that. Oh, no. Oh, she's nice as well. Oh, no. What have I missed now? I thought, Eric. Who the hell's Eric? Have I missed someone here? I was like, R.I.P. Eric. But Shelley's got another stream going. Shelley, you were just a machine. Just a machine. Like. Shelley's also gonna tell us if the Colorado open statements are done today, open arguments. So if it is, we'll watch them at the end of this trial. Now I'm pissed, lol. R.I.P. JB, yes. What? Oh, why did you have to say that in the chat? Now I said it. You cannot put swear words in the chat because I will just say it. I was trying to be a good boy. I've sworn probably 5 or 6 times today, so I like in the show The Office much more. I can't see him. I need to see him. Oh, it's you look like someone in The Office. And you know, The Office, the UK version is hilarious. I cannot watch the US version of The Office. It's not even comparable. It's like not comparable. I mean, when it came out in the UK, the actual Office, the English one, you roll over. I watched it for years on repeat. You can't be censored. I don't mind. No, Jamie, once I pass this review, I don't care. Just right now, whilst I'm being reviewed, I'm like, oh, jeez. Once I'm past it, I don't care after that. I know I'm not gonna make any money on my videos, so it's all good. It's just more of a, I need to pass it first. So I put the wrong screen. I'm watching the Bond hearing for Carol Richards. Yeah, yeah, I know which one that is. It's a Bond hearing. Oh, you're all over the shop, Shelley. You're everywhere. Fair play to you. You are the greatest. Jamie, no way. Yeah, we're not. I say once I pass through this review, I don't care. Just let's pass it first. So then I don't have to care then. Jamie, get out. What? You've never watched the British Office literally does a poo poo on the American Office by
It's 21. So,
I can't even watch the American version because it's nowhere near as funny as. But you have to know the UK sarcastic as hell. British humour is the best. It's sarcastic as anything. Ricky Gervais is fantastic in it.
Bro, what the? I know you. I know you gonna say that.
Now I'm going behind the cover. Bye, guys.
It sounds like somebody in the bathroom. It doesn't, right?
Where?
Fuck.
Ms. LaPelle, can you give me the time frame of, we've already discussed the afternoon when that was, that's indicative of
Call
the
it
time of the
British
afternoon
humour though,
was?
That was
because that in English, Blue.
probably around like a little after 2:20. So that was after we heard the first set of like popping sounds. So we heard them, we sort of stopped for a second trying to figure out what it was. And then I think it was like right before, I think during that video, the second set of popping sounds were happening. I think I couldn't hear it in the video, but I just remember that the first set kind of caused us to pause, you know?
And then we heard a noise that elicited some screams from students.
Right.
Was that noise?
Yeah, well, the noise, it was the fire alarm, the alert that went off. And I think everybody was just sort of on edge in that moment, like right before the fire alarm went off, because we were trying to figure out what the noise was. So the fact that fire alarm went off, and it's so loud, it's so piercing, that it just sort of jolts you every time it goes off. You know, I just remember being in that building, anytime the fire alarm would go off, it just sort of startles you, you know? So I think everyone was sort of on edge. And then I think that's why everybody was screaming.
Okay. And do you recall or not whether or not that fire alarm went on, shut off after coming on?
It stayed on for, I don't know how long, maybe a minute, 45 seconds, a minute, which is also unusual because normally it would go on for a while. But the alarm was going off as we were evacuating the classroom. And I don't remember when it went off. I don't remember if I heard gunshots and the alarm at the same time.
Well, let me ask you that. Just a quick question about normal procedure. If that alarm goes off, is it normal procedure to immediately start evacuating, or do you wait for anything to come over? Do you have a PA system?
We do have a PA system, but the protocol then was exit immediately.
Okay.
There was never an announcement, ever. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oh, let me ask you further. Did you ever hear an announcement come over the speaker of a code red that day?
No.
Yeah, Coach.
You may.
Could you please take a look at what's in Marjory States V and tell me if you recognize that diagram?
Yeah, that's the diagram of the third floor of the 1200 building.
Okay. And your classroom number again was?
1255.
All right. And does that accurately and fairly depict the diagram accurately and fairly depict the layout of the third floor of the 1200 building?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the state would ask to move State V into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states V for identification will now be in evidence that is State's Exhibit 22.
And if the court, if I could, I'll use the Elmo to publish, there's nothing sensitive.
The TVs can be on for this.
Yes. Okay.
And Judge, would you mind if we put on the pencil and the marker, please?
Give me 1 second. I'm doing the same thing, Steve.
I can just point. It's no problem.
Okay, you sure? Sorry about that.
No problem. No problem. Mr. Pelt, again, you just said a few moments ago it was classroom 1255, so I'm going to use my finger here and point to 1255. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And would Mr. Beagle's classroom be 1256?
Yes.
Right next door. All right. And this, as you see over here, would be the east stairwell.
Yes.
All right. And coming over here to this side, this would be the west stairwell.
Yes.
You got to watch, Jamie.
What's in
It's
this
very
area
funny.
Right up above my finger there.
That's the teacher's lounge.
Okay. And with the numbering, can you tell, is there a number assigned to where the bathrooms are?
Oh, for the students' restrooms? Yeah,
Yeah.
1247 and 1248.
Okay, those are the I'll try to use my finger here. Okay, 1247 and 1248, those would be the restrooms?
Yes,
And do you remember when you were evacuating, you said that you did see Meadow and another girl lying on the ground? Where on this photograph or on this depiction that would have been?
yes, they were in front of 1249 and 1250
Okay, so in here in this
in
area?
the alcove
In the alcove.
that's between. There's a little partition there.
Okay. And I believe you also said that you saw Joaquin.
Yes,
And where was Joaquin?
in 1247.
Okay, the men's room, 1247?
Yes.
over here? All right. I believe you also said you saw Peter Wang. Where
Yes, he was at the very end of the hallway, all the way on the west side, against the wall.
So would that sort of be between the entrance to the teacher's lounge and the entrance to the west stairwell?
Yes,
And am I pointing in
That's
basically
correct,
the right
yes.
direction? Okay. I believe you also testified earlier that Jamie Guttenberg, you found out later she had been moved, but at one point she was, do you remember where?
she was like where 1200A is.
Okay.
From what I didn't see it, I didn't see her, but I heard that that's where she was.
On the landing, sort of out?
Correct.
Out here. Right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a good film, Hot Fuzz. There's a lot of British films that are really, really funny.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. LaPelle, I wanted to show you what's been marked as states W for identification. This is a composite of 6 pictures. Could you just to yourself quickly look through them and see if you recognize that these are the pictures you looked at earlier today?
It's not for everyone, but
Yes.
yeah. It
And
depends, Jamie.
do you recognize every one of those pictures?
I do.
Depends what films you're into, really. British-wise.
Yes,
And you know who those persons are.
yes.
At this time, Judge, I'd like to move states composite W into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. Without objection, states W for identification will now be in evidence. That is states exhibit 23, a composite exhibit of 6 photos.
And with the court's permission, I would like to publish, please.
You may.
Ms. LaPelle, can you please tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
That is Meadow Pollock.
And was Meadow one of your students?
She was.
And that you already stated that you saw her at the end, after the incident?
I did.
In the hallway, correct? She had
Yes.
been shot. Do you recognize the photograph that is currently being displayed?
That's Peter Wang.
And Peter was the one you just told the jury a few moments ago was at the end of the hallway between the teacher's lounge and the doors to the west stairwell.
Yes,
And he had been shot. Did
Yes.
you hear?
yes.
How do you recognize the person depicted in this picture?
That's Kara Loughran.
And again, did you see Carol Laughlin after you left your classroom?
I did,
And had she been shot?
yes.
And Ms. LaPelle, do you recognize the person in this photograph?
That's Jamie Guttenberg.
All right. And we went through that you did not see her, but you had learned later on that she was on the landing at the third floor west there.
Correct.
And Ms. LaPelle, do you recognize the person in this picture?
That's Scott Beagle.
And he was the teacher in the classroom next door, correct?
Yes,
And you saw that he had been hit by gunfire when he left the
yes,
classroom.
I did.
And I have one last photograph. Do you recognize who's in that photograph?
That's Joaquin Oliver.
Was Joaquin in your class?
Yes,
As was Meadow.
correct.
And you saw Joaquin when you left your classroom,
I did.
and he had been shot.
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would like to show the witness what is already in evidence as States 6. It's a composite, and it would be, sir, F4 from that composite.
You want to play F4 of State's Exhibit 6, which is the camera labeled number 23?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct? Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Oh, and this would be sensitive.
Understood. Court Deputy Unit, please let me know when all the TVs are on. Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Ms. Lopez, that yellow circle, is that going around where you are located?
Yes, that's me.
Thank you. Thank you. And that very last scene, that's you, and just opposite from you is Scot Beagle.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Claire, are you done with
I
your
can
examination?
just one last thing. Court.
I just wanted to ask, the photographs that I showed you earlier, they're like photographs of the 6 people. They were all on the 3rd floor, correct?
Correct.
Cross-examination, you may proceed.
Come on, this is dragging. Did I like Bridget Jones? Most people did. I was not a massive fan of it, to be honest. Like, it's fine,
I'm so
but I
sorry.
wouldn't watch it again. But Lou's a good one. She probably knows a lot more British films than I do.
The sounds that you heard were muffled popping sounds, correct?
Correct.
At no point did you or anyone around you seem to think these were gunfire shots, correct?
No one around me directly. Correct.
And that was the first round of gunfire that you hear, correct? You thought they were muffled popping sounds?
Sounded like popping sounds, like balloons popping or firecrackers.
And the other example you gave is like a cart going over cement.
Yes.
Okay. Definitely not gunfire, correct?
Would not be a context for me at that moment.
And you believe that those shots were coming from outside of
Yes.
the 1200 building, correct?
That is correct.
And you believed that it was between somewhere the 1200 building and the 700 building outside, correct?
That's what I thought.
And then the second round of gunfire occurred, correct?
The second popping sounds, I assumed was coming from the same location.
And it was the same type of muffled popping sound,
Yes.
correct? Not like gunfire, correct?
That's correct.
And you also believe that it wasn't coming from inside the 1200 building, but outside the 1200 building, correct?
Yes.
And you even thought that it was coming from somewhere between the 700 building and the 1200 building outside, correct?
Yes.
You never obviously would have let your students go onto the 3rd floor and evacuate onto the 3rd floor if you thought that there was a shooter in the building, correct?
Of course not.
And one final question. When you left your room for the fire alarm, you brought your keys with you, correct?
I did. They were around my neck.
You're trained to bring your keys out of your classroom and not leave them inside.
It's not
correct?
really part of training. We have lanyards with keys, and standard procedure is we wear them around our necks. Some teachers wear them in their pockets.
But you definitely bring them outside the classroom or else your kids won't be able to get back into the classroom if you have to go back in, correct?
Correct.
I thank you for 2 decades of service for our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Based on that, any redirect? No. Is the witness excused? Yes. You may step down.
Thank you.
very much. While she is doing that, State, you may call your next witness.
As I told the court, defense counsel earlier, just playing the tail end of the video.
You want to play the end of F3 of State 6 that you just paused with the witness present?
Yes, sir, F4.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Let's see who the next witness is. It's all good, Lou. Just if I was just like, well, what's like? I was TV series like Gavin Stacey and things like and The Office, British Office film.
Go ahead.
Brett Troy to stand, please. Brett Troy.
He is just bloody burst there. What was that? There was a sound that went there and it just went straight through here. I was like, bloody hell. Woof. That was a loud noise that I was not expecting. Ooh. Another one is Only Fools and Horses. That's a good series, but I'm not sure you'll get all the humour in Only Fools and Horses. And again, it's an old series. It depends if you like old stuff. And it's not a film; it's a series. So he's herding cars. It's like, oop. Come forward. Right, who have we got now? The teacher, another officer, here we fucking go.
While we have here the witness Just stop and look at people.
Another officer. Were you going in the building? Yes. Are you trained to go in the building? Yes. Would you let people die around you? Yes.
So once you're seated, if I can get you to
What
scoot
gun
back
do you
there all the
take?
way up as far as-
Rifle.
Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Detective Brett Schroy, Brett. Last name is Schroy.
Mr. Cleaner, you may inquire.
Thank you, sir. Detective, can you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a detective with Coral Springs Police Department. I typically handle financial crimes.
How long have you been with Coral Springs Police Department?
Just short of 14 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement service prior to joining Coral Springs?
I did not.
Did you have any prior military service?
I did 7 years, both as an enlisted man and as an officer.
And when you left the service, what was your title?
First lieutenant.
Let me call your attention to the afternoon of February 14, 2018. Approximately 2:15 in the afternoon, maybe a little bit later, right in that time. What were you doing?
I was on the second floor of the Coral Springs Police Department in the Detective Bureau.
And could you tell us or give us an estimate of how far away the Coral Springs Police Department is from Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School?
I would say probably 3 to 4 miles.
Were you there by yourself, or did you have anyone else with you?
We all have our own separate cubicles, but there was probably a dozen detectives that were in the room at the time.
And while you were there in the room that afternoon, did anything unusual happen?
A call came out over the radio. It was very benign the way it came out. It was almost like everybody at once stood up in their cubicle and said, "Wait a minute, what? What did they just say?" So it was very surreal.
All right. And what did that call cause you to do?
That call, first of all, Detective Pena, who sits in the cubicle next to me, knowing that my son attended Marjory Stoneman Douglas, said, "Dude, active shooter at Stoneman Douglas." And I don't particularly remember how I got down several flights of stairs into my vehicle.
And that came over your radio, your dispatch?
It came through Coral Springs Dispatch, yes.
Let me ask you, I know it's difficult. Did you know at that point, where your son was in school?
No. Building numbers or anything of that nature would not have meant anything to me at that point. I certainly didn't have my son's schedule memorized. So I wouldn't have known if he was in the 1200 building or any other building.
And you know, was he a freshman or sophomore or junior?
He was in his 10th grade year. Yeah.
Right, so when you got downstairs, what did you do then?
I jumped immediately into my car. Some other people were donning their vests, getting their rifles out. I wanted to get there as quickly as I could. So I just jumped in the car and I went.
So would it be correct that you didn't at that point put on your vest or get your gun?
No, and at that point, I was a fairly new detective, and often the cases, they give you the rottenest cars that have the guns that are in the back in a hard case. So the gun was in the trunk and my vest was on the back seat at the time.
All right, let me ask you, prior to being a detective, what did you do for the Coral Springs Police Department?
I worked both in patrol and I was a bicycle officer.
Have you ever been an SRO?
I've never been an SRO.
Can you tell us if you remember how long it took you to get, you said about 3 or 4 miles, how long it took you to get to Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School?
It took several minutes to get there. Luckily, the fire department had gotten the call actually a couple minutes before we did, and it actually started to close down intersections, which allowed us to not have to wait for a green light. But as I approached the school, there were parents in the roadway, cars parked in the roadway. It took a little bit to get around vehicles to get close to the school.
From your son's schedule, were you aware when school was slated to end during the week? What time school would end on a daily basis?
Like 2:30, 3 o'clock, somewhere in that nature.
Somewhere in that area?
Yeah, somewhere in that area.
All right, and if you recall, do you know what time it was when you arrived at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School?
Absolutely not. It's difficult. There's a lot of things going through my brain as I was driving, what I was going to do, whether I was going to try to go attempt to find my son, if I was going to go attempt to locate the shooter and kind of address the shooter, and by addressing the shooter, save everybody while saving my son. So I wasn't thinking about time. I was just thinking about getting there, getting out, getting my equipment, and addressing the threat.
And you said things were going through your mind. Was there in your mind any question as to whether you were going to save your son or whether you were going to go after the shooter?
Within a few seconds, I had determined the best course of action was to save him by saving everybody else. So.
Did there come a time later on that you realized about what time you had arrived at the school?
I've been told I arrived about 10 minutes after the last shot.
So, at what part of the campus did you actually, or let me put it this way, excuse me, strike that. In what area of the campus did you leave your vehicle?
There's a scrolling sign that's kind of the middle, let's say southeast corner of the campus, a scrolling sign that does announcements for basketball games or dances or whatever. And that's kind of where I parked. There's reasons that I did that. I saw there was a large amount of vehicles that were parked on the northeast corner. I kind of assumed that's where the problem was, but as I had stated, at that point, I neither had my vest nor my rifle.
I'm just going to quickly show you. Actually, excuse me, these are a little large. What it was, it's defense F for identification. Excuse me, out of order. If you could just point out for the jury, if you recognize this map, where you saw, you said there was a lot of traffic in one corner of the school?
Yeah, the majority of the traffic was up in here, in this area.
Okay, near
So-
Pine Island and
Holbrook.
okay.
So there's a scrolling sign somewhere in this neighborhood. Again, there was cars parked all over the place. It kind of limited my ability to really pick a good spot. So I just kind of rolled to a spot, jumped out, and started to get my equipment up.
Okay, thank you. All right, so when you say you got your equipment out, can you further explain to the jury what you're talking about?
We're all issued a vest. As a detective, you can imagine I'm upstairs. The cases come to me. I'm not dealing with the public. I'm not dealing with the bad guy. So our vest is kept typically inside our vehicle. When we go to a hot call, we would throw that vest on. So that vest was behind me in my back seat. I had mentioned previously, if you look in police cars, a lot of times the guys can grab the rifle right above them. It's in a rack. They press a button, they can pull the rifle out. Because I was in an older car, my rifle was in a lockable box, which is in the trunk of my car. So I had to get it out that way.
Okay. And where was the vest located?
Behind me in the back seat.
When earlier, before you became a detective, you were on road patrol and bicycle patrol, would you wear your vest all the time?
100% of the time.
And why would you do that?
You just never know what's going to happen. So it's better to have it on and not need it than to need it and not have it on.
A minute ago, you said a hot call. Am I correct?
Yes.
Can you explain what you mean by a hot call?
One that I guess there would be an element of danger. It's not uncommon for me to go and interview people without a vest. You know, it's kind of this calm down situation where I'm not talking to a suspect. Under those circumstances, I might not put on a vest, but this is certainly one that a vest is necessary.
So, you leave your car at that location?
Yes, I did.
All right, and where do you go?
Initially, I wanted to go towards where the majority of the cars had been formed up in that northeast corner. But almost immediately when I grabbed my rifle out, Sergeant DeRosa, who's at that time was in the Detective Bureau, grabbed me and said, "Hey, you're with me." So we didn't know where the shooter was. It was his idea to start forming teams to start searching.
In the chain of command, if he's a sergeant, is he above?
He is, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So you follow his directive?
Yes, I did.
And I just wanted to make sure, when you say there was a lot of cars up at the northeast corner, that wasn't just police vehicles, it was a mix of vehicles?
It was a mixture of police cruisers from different agencies. It was unmarked cars. It was parents' cars. It was kind of chaos in terms of people walking around in the street. Parents, I'm sure, that were, upset and wanted to know what was going on with their kids. So there was just a lot of traffic.
All right. Up until this point, when you joined forces, so to speak, with Sergeant DeRosa, had you heard any shots being fired?
At no point while I was on campus did I hear a shot fired.
All right. And at that point, I don't know if you had time to check, had you heard from your son at that point?
No, I had tried multiple times to get in contact with my son. When I would dial his number, it wouldn't even ring. And I would chalk that up to the amount of traffic and the amount of people that were trying to do the same exact thing.
Okay. Where do you and Sergeant DeRosa go?
Initially, we tried to gain access to the campus. There's a gate almost directly west of where I got out of my car. That was locked and chained, so we ended up going to the main entrance and banging on the doors, getting the attention of a deputy that was inside the administration building, and they let us in.
Okay. So your knowledge, that was the administration building?
To my knowledge, it was, yeah.
Were you aware whether that building had a number or not?
No, and again, even to this day, I'm not sure that outside of one or two buildings, I could tell you what buildings were what numbers.
All right. So what happens when you go up to the administration building?
Well, because we didn't know where the shooter was, as I had mentioned, the idea was to just start clearing until we got more information. So there is an auditorium that was right there. So the first thing that we did was clear the auditorium.
All right. Let me ask you, because I don't want it to get too confusing. I'm going to put that map up again. Do you think you'd be able to identify, at least from looking at the map?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you may, again, this is what's been marked as state defense F for identification. Sorry, Madam Court Reporter. Made the witness step down. Sure. To the identification. All right, if you could just show the jury. Got this right here.
This is what I came in. So.
All right.
Initially, we tried to get into a gate that was about right here.
Okay.
I don't know if you all can see that.
I'm sure.
Was it located about here? Ultimately, we came in through this area. I'm going to assume that this was the auditorium.
Okay. And so this is where you go to clear?
Yeah, this is the building that we ended up clearing initially.
All right, great. Could you please explain to the jury what you mean by the word clear?
The auditorium was locked. I ran into an administrator that was outside. He was able to unlock the auditorium. I stuck my head inside. I kind of looked at my hard corners. There was a bunch of students that were in the middle of the auditorium. I called out to them, "Has anyone seen or heard the shooter?" And several of them said no. So at that point, I backed out. I had the administrator lock the door, and I physically went into the bathroom, each stall, to make sure that somebody wasn't hiding inside the bathroom.
So is it fair then to say by clearing, you're not actually clearing people out of the building?
No.
You're doing what?
I'm actually just asking questions. Obviously, I don't want to force people out of the room, out into the parking lot or into some other area of the school where they might actually get shot. They're actually safer staying exactly where they were. But by using the word clearing, what I'm saying is clearing for the suspect.
Okay, so you clear, you're in your mind, these kids are safe, there's nobody in there who's going to shoot.
Right.
So was there any incident after you finished clearing the bathrooms that happened?
We had received intelligence over the radio, on the Coral Springs radio, that the subject was dressed in black pants and a red shirt. When I finished clearing the bathrooms, I noticed that there was a door that led to the theater. There was a spiral staircase that led to the top of the theater. I went to the top of the theater, and a subject that was dressed in black pants and a red shirt was actually hiding in the dark. So I ordered them out. We took them downstairs. The person was cuffed and then escorted away from the scene, and I didn't see that person again.
And I'm presuming that while you're going and getting this person out, because he's wearing something that matches what you had heard, you've got your gun out.
Oh, yes.
And being extraordinarily careful and
Right.
Handling that person.
That's correct.
Did you ever find out whether he was a suspect?
Oh, obviously, learned later on, it was just a student that was trying to hide, and that was a good place to hide. So it wasn't the person that we were looking for, but we never know. You wouldn't know if you're in a situation like that and you find somebody huddled in the dark. So that's why he was detained and later cleared.
All right, so is Sergeant DeRosa still with you?
He is. I don't think he came to the top of the stairs. The stairs are quite narrow. He was there when I brought the subject back down.
Okay. So once the subject's taken care of, what do you and Sergeant DeRosa decide to do?
While this is going on, we had also received intelligence that there were wounded subjects at the 1200 building, which really didn't mean anything to me. I didn't know what the 1200 building was, even though my son attended. But when they said the 3-story building, that keyed into me. And at that point, Sergeant DeRosa and myself started moving down the hallway towards the 1200 building.
So again, I want to make sure we have this right, that even though your son attends the school, just the name 1200 building, that didn't mean anything.
It didn't at that point, no.
Okay, but when you heard 3-story, that clicked in.
Right, because that's the only 3-story building. I believe he also said northeast corner as part of his transmission.
All right. So at that point, then you begin. Let me ask you this. We talked about a little earlier that by the time you arrived at the school, the shooting had been over for, let's say 10 minutes, I believe you said.
Yes.
Now some more time has obviously gone by. You've cleared the auditorium and you've taken care of the suspect. How much time now would you estimate has elapsed if you added on to that 10 minutes?
I'd say another 10 or 12 minutes at least.
Okay, so give or take 20 to 22 minutes since the shooting ended.
Correct.
All right, so what happens next then with as you go, if I've got it right, north?
We're going north
basically.
through the hallway, passing the 700 building, approaching the 1200 building that I can see across a grassy area. I encountered the person that I knew as the SRO. I did not know his name, but I did recognize him.
And how were you able to recognize him?
Just from attending sporting events and that type of stuff, it wouldn't have made sense for me to ask my son, "Who's your SRO?" You know, I'm a cop myself, so I just recognized him from being around the area on previous sporting events.
Okay, football games, whatnot.
Right.
Now, just before you said that you saw the SRO, you said, "I was able to see ahead." Did you have a clear view of the east end, well, what now is the 3-story building?
Yes, I did.
Building?
Yeah.
What were you able to see, if anything, there?
At that point, there was already people making entrance from the east end. Cops were already making entrance. Students were exiting the building at that point.
Okay, so when you say people entering, You mean law enforcement?
law enforcement.
Okay. Were you able to tell if that was Broward Sheriff's Office or Coral Springs or a combination
I think it was a mixture of both, you know.
Is there a difference in uniforms between what BSO wears and what Coral Springs wears?
Absolutely. The gentlemen that are on the side over there are dressed in BSO uniforms, which are typically dark green, whereas Coral Springs is dark blue.
And today you are wearing a Coral Springs uniform?
I am wearing Coral Springs uniform.
And it is, best I can tell, dark blue.
Dark blue.
Okay.
Dark blue or black. You take your choice.
All right. All right, so you're able to see that law enforcement is entering the building and also that students are being extracted from the building.
That's correct.
All right. Do you speak with, now I know you said you didn't know his name, but you knew him to be the SRO. Did you speak with the SRO at that point?
I did. I ran up to him, and I had to pause. I had to wait. He was either speaking on the radio or attempting to speak on the radio when I first went up to him.
And let me ask you, when you first went up to him, did you take any type of let's say, tactical decision? Were you your body? Were you standing up straight, or were you doing something else?
You know, as I recall, it was kind of like a crouched position, like, hey, I'm not really sure about walking out into this open area. I'm trying to make myself, I'm kind of tall to begin with, so I was trying to make myself a little bit smaller, not knowing where the shooter actually was.
Could the officer, please, the detective step down for a moment and just show the jury what type of position you were in?
Holding a rifle either in my right or my left hand would be kind of like this, make myself small type of thing, just to get within earshot of him so I could ask him a question.
And how tall are you?
6'2".
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Now, I believe you said the reason for that was because, well, let me ask you, during that time period when you left the auditorium and had secured the subject that you had found hiding up there until the time that you spoke with the SRO, had you heard any shots go off?
No, no shots.
So tell us now what you had said that the SRO seemed to be very busy, correct?
He seemed very busy. He seemed very agitated, obviously. I waited to what I thought there was a pause, and recognizing that he's the SRO, he's been there the whole time. He would be the most knowledgeable about the location of the shooter. I asked very simply, where is the shooter?
And did he respond?
He did. He pointed at the 1200 building and said he's on the 3rd floor.
So other than what you had heard earlier, this is the first in real-time intelligence that you're receiving?
Yes.
Did you have any knowledge of where, obviously the SRO is telling you that. Do you have any knowledge or know where that he was getting that from? Did he tell you that?
I didn't want to burden him with a bunch of questions. I felt he was the most knowledgeable. So when he told me that, I took that at face value and backed away.
So I want to make sure we have the picture clear. In your mind, from that intelligence, you are believing that there's a shooter, not necessarily firing, but a shooter inside the 1200 building on the 3rd floor.
That's correct.
And you've also, as you testified, you've already seen Coral Springs and maybe other agencies entering from the east end of the 1200 building, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So what then do you do?
I was trying to think to myself, how can I be most useful? I knew that entry had already been made to the building. About that time, a radio transmission had come across Coral Springs, Maine, saying that he had shot the windows out. So
Who did you take that to mean had shot the windows?
the shooter, which, you know, later we found out was Cruz, but, you know, at that point we didn't have an ID on the subject. So my assumption was that the shooter had shot out the window. Or
Did you
several
know,
windows.
I don't mean to interrupt, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to get through it step by step here, and so forgive me for interrupting, but did you know where those windows were that supposedly were shot
I don't think they had said at any point, you know, the third floor window, second from the left or anything like that. It was just that windows had been shot out.
All right, again, sorry to interrupt. Go
Yeah.
ahead. What were you doing?
So I was trying to think to myself, how could I be most useful? I had mentioned you didn't want to have too many officers going into the building, particularly from both sides, because you have a crossfire type of situation.
Could you explain that just a little more? in
Sure.
specific?
If you can think about a building and there being access on both ends, if the bad guy was in the middle and did something that would require us to shoot at him, we'd be, both sides would be shooting at the subject and in effect shooting at each other.
So
That's what I mean by
something
crossfire. Right.
Needs to be avoided.
Right. That needs to be avoided.
Okay, and then you did what?
So Sergeant DeRosa and I had a quick meeting. We talked about the fact that it's possible that he could be using those windows to shoot at first responders as they're coming into the building. I looked to my south. There was the 700 building. There was a exterior staircase. We cleared our way to the top of the staircase. My idea was I would be able to watch the building from that elevated position. If the shooter was to shoot at first responders, I would be able to shoot back and
I'm going to
keep
have to
him
stop
from
you.
doing
I've got a couple of questions lined up on
Sure.
what you just said. If you can tell us approximately when you go up to the second floor of the 700 building, which I'm presuming is the north side because you're
Yes.
the south side of the
Yes.
1200 building, how far are you from the 1200?
30, 40 yards maybe.
Okay, and where is the SRO in relation to you when you're going up that stairwell to get up to the second floor?
He's still in that same position that I had left him, which is kind of between the 700 building and the 1200 building.
All right, but is he in is he out in the open, or is he sort of in a somewhat enclosed area?
He's in the open. It kind of struck me strange that he was not adopting that same idea that I was, that it was kind of bent over as I made movements to try to make myself small.
You testified that you've seen the SRO at football games. Is he a tall gentleman?
I'd say he's at least as tall as I am.
All right. And can you describe, as far as his physical position, you know, whether you just said wasn't bent sort of down like you were?
Yeah,
Was he standing up straight
he was.
the whole time?
Yes.
Did he have his gun out? withdrawn?
As I recall, he did have his pistol out and had a radio in the other hand.
And do you recall what type of pistol that was?
I believe the BSOs issued Glocks, I believe.
So you get up to you climb up to the second level of the 700 building, or the classrooms. Do they face, is there an interior? Did you know if there's an interior corridor or the classrooms face out onto the?
You're talking about the 700
Yeah.
building? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
When you get upstairs, what do you do? Sergeant DeRosa still with you?
He's still with me, yeah.
What do you do when you get upstairs?
So I found kind of a platform to rest my rifle on. I kind of took a deep breath and I'm looking at all the windows from east to west. And in almost every window, the blinds were moving in every window. I think I had made a comment to Sergeant DeRosa, you know, this is impossible. Like, I can't see through the window. When I heard the report that the window had been shot out, in my mind, I was thinking of the window completely being missing. Obviously, if it has bullet holes in it, you can't shoot through the window or you can't put a gun through the window. So as I'm looking, I didn't see that situation. I did see some windows that had some bullet holes in it, but I didn't see that there was a window completely broken out.
So in your mind, there's a difference then between maybe what was said over the over dispatch versus what you're actually seeing, in that there's no window broken out. No,
Correct.
Just no glass at the wall.
Shot versus shot out, yeah,
Okay, so one being completely
right.
gone, glass completely gone. The other glass still in place, but shattered, maybe spider webs, and all that whatnot.
Correct.
You stated you're at a distance of, I think you said 40 or some odd yards from the 1200 building. You see those blinds moving. Any reason in your head why those blinds might be moving?
I thought that the blinds could be moving because the students were in there. I thought the blinds could be moving because the officers that had made entry were moving the blinds. Of course, there's always that possibility that it could have been the shooter that was moving the blinds, but without knowing who was who, any attempt on my part to shoot at the shooter, I don't know what was beyond him. So I could have been shooting students. I could have been shooting other officers. So I quickly concluded that I needed to find a different job, that wasn't going to get it done.
Okay. Well, let me ask you though before we move on. The distance, was that a factor in why you could not see in those windows?
It was very light outside and very dark inside the building. And I believe that there's also tint on the windows as well as the blinds. So you just couldn't see inside.
So, and you're not up against the window, sort of cupping your
No.
hands over your eyes, stop the glare and looking in the window.
Correct.
You're back. You're over the 700.
Correct.
So just not possible for you to be able to tell what's behind those windows.
That's correct.
Okay. So when you make that decision that the tactical position that you took was not helpful, in your opinion, what did you do then? What did you do then?
I said to Sergeant DeRosa, let's go over to the 1200 building, either start to help rescue kids or we'll help to clear the building, whatever we can do. We need to be more useful than what we're doing right now.
Okay. And what did you, so in order to accomplish that, what did you do?
We ran we came down the stairs and we ran across that open area and we ended up settling at the east side of the 1200 building.
All right. And at that time that you ran over to the east end of the 1200 building, had the SRO moved from his initial position where you had seen him?
No, I believe he was where we had first seen him.
Let me ask you, as you're running across it's an open area, correct? From the 700 to the 1200 building?
Yes.
Were you worried about sniper fire?
I had mentioned earlier, I'm fairly tall, so I tried to make myself small. So obviously it was in my mind, but up until that point, I had never heard a shot fired since I had been on the campus.
What? You hadn't heard a shot fired. What would have had to have happened for you to have thought there was sniper fire?
I suppose there would have been bullets kicking up dirt around where I'm standing. Bullets would have been bouncing off the building behind me, that audible crack as a round passes over my head. Some of those things would lead you to believe that you're being shot at.
Did you learn that from your police training or your military training or a combination of both?
Kind of combination of both.
So would it be fair to say at that point, you were not at all concerned about sniper fire, even though you had a report about the broken window?
Yeah, I wasn't worried about sniper fire at that point.
So when you make it over to the east end of the 1200 building, what happens then?
There was a number of deputies and officers. I saw Officer Capri, who I had worked in the bike unit with. I wanted to get in the fight. I grabbed him by the collar and I said, "Come on with me, we're going in." And
I'm going to have to stop you there because I want to know why you want to do that. What do you think is causing you to say, I want to go there?
I think it's a combination of things. It's wanting to save my son, wanting to save other people's sons and daughters. It's what we signed up to do. It was our Super Bowl. You could say, if you weren't ready for that day, when would you be ready?
How did the information that the SRO had relayed to you figure into that decision that you wanted to go?
Can you restate?
Earlier, you told us that when Bonnie talked to the SRO, you didn't want to bother him, then you talked.
Yeah.
He had told you, tell us again, what did he tell you?
He pointed at the 1200 building and said, he's on the 3rd floor.
Okay. So how did that figure into why you wanted to run into the building?
I figured this was the opportunity to put this to an end.
What happens next?
I had grabbed Officer Capri by the back of the collar, and I said, this was somebody that I trusted. It's a good friend of mine. And I wanted to get in there. And I said, come on, let's go. And Sergeant DeRosa heard what I said, and he grabbed a hold of me and said, no, they're making entry from the west side. I don't want crossfire. So we stayed at the base of the steps that on the east side of the 1200 building.
Okay, so at that point now you know that law enforcement has entered the 1200 building from the far side, the west side of the building.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And in your head at this point, the shooter is up on the 3rd floor?
Correct.
Okay. So you are now where? Are you inside the building at this point?
I started off kind of inside the stairwell after I got rebuked and told, no, we're not going inside. I came outside and was kind of standing at the corner of the building, trying to keep an eye on windows, trying to find something to do that would make me valuable.
How did you get rebuked?
What I mean is when Sergeant DeRosa said, no, you're not going in, we're going in, they're going in on the west side. So it's kind of like, stop what you're doing.
Okay, because does that relate back to what you told us earlier about you don't want crossfire blue?
That's
on
correct.
blue? Okay,
Yeah, that's
officers possibly injuring other officers
Correct.
on the same floor.
Correct.
Okay, makes sense.
Right.
So again, then what happened next?
So it was being relayed to us that the shooter had thrown his rifle down, had taken off his gas mask, and was walking down the stairs.
And what is your response to that?
I basically ran inside, got at the base of the steps, and I thought, okay, here it is. This is why I'm here.
So now you are inside the building.
I'm inside the building.
Are you inside on the 1st floor or are you in the stairwell? Do you remember?
I'm at the base of the stairwell, which is kind of separated from the rest of the 1st floor.
That's the east stairwell.
The east stairwell.
And what happens at that point?
We're waiting, and then all of a sudden they tell us he's out on the ground, he's running west.
Now, describe for us what kind of effect that had on you.
It actually kind of scrambled my brain because I thought, how in the world did this person get past us?
You're waiting for him to come down that stairwell and you're waiting to kill him.
Yes,
And all of a sudden now, the information has changed.
the information changed.
What does that cause you to do?
I know he's running westbound, so I ran out the door and people followed me and we started running parallel to the 1200 building, and I'm focusing my rifle westbound towards the middle school. And we're at the end of the 1200 building. I looked to the right and Coach Feiss had been shot and was laying on the ground. I didn't know Feiss at that point. but that was a gentleman that was laying there. We kept moving westbound, checking every nook and cranny, every bush, every small building, every corner, almost to the Walmart.
All right. I'm going to back up just a little bit. I want to go back for a moment to that time where you decide to make the run from the 700 building to the east end of 1200.
Yes.
That's sort of a reconfiguration of your thinking.
Mhm.
All right. So in this situation, as you're running across, all of a sudden shots are fired. You don't know where those shots are coming from. Would that cause a reconfiguration of your thinking?
I would think that the safest spot would be as tight against the 1200 building as possible. So I would probably keep on running until I got to the 1200 building.
And how long, we're talking about this thinking, the reconfiguration, because now things have changed, right?
Yeah.
Situations change. You determine that no sniper fire, but now you just heard gunfire. How long, in your estimate, would you stay there in that position, reconfiguring?
I'd say a maximum of 5 or 6 seconds trying to figure out where the shot's coming from. Even if this, you said a sniper, this is a sniper scenario, is that what you're saying?
You had eliminated the sniper.
Okay, so it's just
You
shots
eliminated
fired.
That's out of, you can already describe to the jury how you would have known the sniper scenario.
Okay.
That's out of it.
Okay, so if it's just standard shots, I can imagine 5 or 6 seconds trying to figure out where the shots are coming from and then moving to where the gunfire is coming from. You know, the idea is the longer it takes for us to get to the shooter, every time the shot is fired, that's a kid being killed.
So you would stop for a moment to figure it out, but you wouldn't stay put, correct?
It's reasonable to, 5 or 6 seconds to try to figure out, where the shots are coming from before, yeah.
And then keep on.
And you gotta
towards
keep
the
moving.
sound.
Yeah.
Well, so I kind of interrupted you again. I've been doing that a lot today, I guess, and I do apologize. You had made it over to the west side of the 1200 building. Did there ever come a time that day that you saw any windows in that 1200 building completely shot out?
No, there was never any windows that were shot out, just shot.
And did you come to learn that later on?
Yeah, obviously, I didn't do an investigation of the whole building to see that they hadn't been shot out, but I'm told that none were actually shot out.
Because at this point, you're trying to find the shooter. He's supposedly has exited and he's out there going westbound.
Right, so my focus wasn't on the building, it was rather between the building and the middle school.
So for the remainder of that day, can you tell the jury what you did? Briefly.
When we almost reached the Walmart, we were notified that the people that were communicating the intelligence were watching video that was 20 minutes old. So when we thought we were chasing Cruz across the field, he had departed that location 20 minutes previously. So he wasn't actually there. So the rest of the time that I spent was going back, because you're never sure if there's another shooter or if that information was correct. We went back and I started going classroom by classroom, physically removing that class and escorting them to the parking lots.
And was that in buildings other than the 1200 building?
Yes, it was everywhere but the 1200 building. Yeah.
And finally, Detective, did there come a time that day when you saw your son?
Yeah, when I got to the 1200 building, I had kind of given up on trying to call him. I had called him about 10 times and he actually called me. He was in the southeast corner of the campus and he was huddled with some other students, but at least I knew he was okay. It wasn't until very, very late that his building was the one that was actually released and escorted out to the parking lot. So I saw him very, very late.
Very late that afternoon or early evening?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Detective. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna give you a quick restroom break, and then we'll proceed with the cross-examination of the witness. Same admonition as always, please don't discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. If you leave the notepads on the chairs and stuff in the back.
To be honest with Shelley, I don't know much about it. I was sent a list by Jamie. Jamie's in in chat here, and it had like 3 or 4 trials in it. And I knew the first one, the Mellow or whatever. Um, everyone wanted to stream it. Hang on, let's see if there's anything with the judge here. Okay, that's nothing. Then that's fine. MLS Law was doing Michigan one and the Colorado one. Well, so I'm not sure if you know, Shelley, but this trial we're watching now is supposed to last 2 months. So they think it's going to go into August, the start of August. So, and I like to accommodate the stream and Amy, and this is she really wants to watch the stream, and others do as well. Some people don't. So, and I want to see it through now. We've started it, and I do think it's an important trial, but I wanted to do another trial. So I was like, well, no one seems just doing the Colorado one, so I'll do that. So only thing I know is that what I said to you earlier on about it being a 10-year case and all that shizzle. So we'll play that tomorrow. I'm at the doctor's in hospital tomorrow, so it'll be a late start for me tomorrow, Shelley. Um, but I'll play it soon. I'm hoping to be back between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern. So I'm hoping that people can just wait until then and join, and then we'll play it at 1.25 or something. And hopefully they have a lunch and we're able to catch up and stuff like that. And then thank you, Shelley, appreciate that. And then we'll watch this one straight after. So um, we're going to be doing this now, 2 trials a day all the way through now. So and this one I think we play at 1.5 if it's like this speed. We'll get adjusted to the speed. It's just too repetitive at the minute, even though this one's a bit more emotional because his son's involved. You've ordered a lefty good, or you could just go and pick it up or something, can you? That's fantastic service. I get why you don't want this, the boom. Like when my nieces are here, it's not too bad, because you can fold it up and I could put the table in the corner if I needed to, type of thing. But your camera's gonna be. To be quite honest with you, mate, I should have said this to you earlier on. Shit, sorry. Swearing. I actually used that camera for my mic as well. As soon as I figured I didn't like this one, I just used the camera for the mic, and it worked okay. I'm not saying it was perfect, but it, no one ever complained about it. It's got a good mic feature on it as well. It's just handy for you to know. Do you know what I mean? If you ever want to use it. Tune your head and cough. I do need to do that again, but not this tomorrow. Doctor does a prostate exam and has both his hands on his shoulders and run. I had my prostate exam last year because my father had prostate cancer. Um, when I saw my father, he was like, bang. He knew that my father had it, so he was like, right, let's get on the table, let's get a finger up there. So I've had that experience already, and he was fine, to be fair. So people scare you, but it's better to get checked out. I'm telling Lefty all the time, get checked out, man. Do you know what I mean? Um, I rearranged so because I'm getting new internet on Wednesday, and because I'm not home tomorrow, I'm gonna go travel to the hospital. And by the time I come back and stuff, I've got no time to clear the den. So I was like, oh, So I just mopped the floor, did everything today to clear everything out, and I rearranged the desk. It's a nice feeling, just a pain in the ass to do it. But yeah, as of Wednesday, I'm hoping 8 a.m. my time, an engineer's coming to upgrade me so that I got even better Wi-Fi throughout the house and more upload and downloads as well. So I'll be having the top-notch fiber, and hopefully that, because sometimes we glitch on this sometimes, so hopefully we don't have that again. Um, my hub's father had it too. Yeah, it's my father had it, so it was, yeah, I think it was about 55 when he found out, so I just check early just in case. Um, check my own prostate thanks doc, or I'll have Mad Will Spider check it. Yes, yes, you could do that as well. I'm sure they would oblige. They've gone quiet. I'm not even sure they're here anymore, Lefty. You might scared them. Oh, do you know what's happened, Lefty? Do you know what's happened? We've got a new mods now. We've got Amy and Heidi, right? So Mad World and Spider, like, oh, we don't have to watch the trials anymore. We can sneak off. Lazy, lazy. Those two are unbelievable. I'm joking. They work very hard, and they work hard in the background as well. Um, so yeah, at least this testimony was a little bit. I harassed them too. I mean, I know you'll. I think the warning that everyone gets is basically to become a mod. We don't need a mod, but we got this guy called Lefty. So, um, no, the only reason I obviously want to develop and have more mods and stuff, but we're not at that rate yet. But the only reason we did it so early was A, we got great people here, and Amy Heidi are gonna be fantastic. But B was just because we're doing double streams, it's not fair on, I can't well, I can probably authorize, but got so much other on. So um yeah, I don't think you want to be messing with Heidi, mate. HR violations. You're gonna meet, yeah, I think you met your match, Lefty. I think all I'll say is just be careful. We're still under review, Lefty. Let's pass the review first, then I was saying earlier on that people saying different chats about how every channel they've been on, not every channel, but some channels they've been on, they they're allowed to swear and do all this like it's like an attractive thing. But then once they get monetized, all the streamers like, nope, no more swearing, no more doing it. I get it in a sense of on screen, you got to be balanced on screen. You can't be swearing every other word. Jeez, the dogs are out. Um, but in chat, do you hear that? Shut up. Yeah, I just don't like that. I've seen people be kicked off chats because they said a swear word. I'm like, you guys, Lefty wouldn't even last day here. Do you know what I mean? But it's all fun. It's part of the camaraderie, you know. I don't think we'd be lost without you, Lefty. Xbox Lefty exam is next month. I thought, ha ha ha. Shelly gets it. Shelly's in on it. She gets it. Yeah, I was surprised with the prostate exam. It's nothing. You don't feel a thing. Do you know what I mean? So the expo was on Saturday with my titties out, like, you know. Oh, Heidi, did we say that um I was doing the stream topless? I don't remember if I said that to you. Just go edit a bit, we'll know what you mean. Yeah, look, I'm fine. It's only once I'm being reviewed I care. After that, I don't care again. Do you know what I mean? Because uh, you know, it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Heidi, it's all fun. Absolutely, it's all fun. Like some people take offense, but if people take offense to Lefty, then this is not the stream for you guys. Do you know what I mean? So I know that can be off-putting for some, but I'm not your stream. Do you know what I mean? I want people like Lefty. Yeah, Heidi was topless. You didn't see. You need to go back and see it. After I think it was around the. Literally, I ripped my shirt off and did it topless for the rest of the stream. A good 3.5, 4 hours, I think. There's a clip out there, but not just a clip. But literally, if you or just watch the stream, it's funny. But then Lefty made me paranoid. Um, let's see if my camera's off. Yeah, not now. I'm not. Um, but that Lefty, was saying I had pepperoni on my chest, so I got a bit shy then. So I covered it. I did like a boob tube for a bit then, and then put it on my head for a bit. Pepperoni nipples were all over the place. I don't even have pepperoni nipples. Don't know what you're on about. It's a my drops ready. Jeez. I enjoy it. I don't do stuff like that normally during, but it was an exciting moment, and I was like, I've always wanted to do. Yeah, they are, but not like I see pepperonis are quite big. They're not that big. Do you know what I mean? They're more like nipples, as in the things on bottles you can suck, like. That's what nipples made for, innit? Sucking. Um, shouldn't really be saying jokes now, but there we are. Um, so yeah, that amount is gone. But yeah, you have to look at it, Heidi. Yeah, oh, he's saying that I big round nipples, but it's like as he says, everyone has that. Chipolata nips, maybe, maybe. Oh, we're back now. But Heidi, go and look at it, or not. You might scare you, so don't. Do you know what I mean? It's not the most nicest thing you'll ever see. Everyone apologize to those that had to suffer that evening, but I was in an excited state. I think Luna enjoyed it. Luna was enjoying it. She said because she got the vibrator out, so I'm sure she did. I need to stop that because now I'm spoiling my own review now. I hate this silence. So I've set the Colorado murder for 5 o'clock tomorrow, Eastern time. No, it's not 5 o'clock. Sorry, midday. Um, she rubbed one out hard. Um, all the way in Minneapolis. Um, yeah, I set it for midday tomorrow, but it might, between midday and 1 o'clock it'll be. So keep an eye on that. Put the notification bell on for that, and we'll watch it. And then I'll set this one up now afterwards. I might not set this one up until after we know what time that one finishes. So I'll put that one up tomorrow, and then from then on, well, I mean, from tomorrow onwards, 2 trials a day. I don't know how long I'm gonna last 2 trials a day. I'm tired after just half a day so far. Lefty's just warming up at the minute. He's just warming up. Oh, don't test him. He's got loads. I'm just conscious of losing, not getting monetized because of Lefty. I don't think they check the chat though. I think Jamie said, if you're still here, Jamie, they don't really check the chat. But I don't risk it either. Got so close. Can you imagine? We got so close to be monetized, and then Lefty's the reason we didn't get monetized. Can you imagine that? Jeez. Just say because we're under review now, Lefty, to be monetized. It'd just be funny if we didn't get it because of your potty mouth. Or your fat fingers. You wouldn't feel terrible.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in.
We just have to move to Rumble then, that's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
After we've
Come on in.
passed, I don't care after
Once you're
that.
back in those seats, you may be seated.
For about
All the
10 minutes,
parties
yeah, I
may
know.
be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get your notepads back out.
Right, I'm gonna make a coffee with my instant coffee and then be back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, when we took our quick restroom break, we had just concluded the direct examination of the witness. We'll pick it up with the cross-examination of the witness at this point. Mr. Igars, when you are ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
This is the second time that we've met before, correct?
I believe so, yes.
We had a chance to speak with each other during a deposition back on June 27th, 2022. Isn't that correct?
I'll take your word for the date, but yes,
And you were there under oath the same way you are today, correct?
correct.
And you promised to tell the truth, the whole truth, correct?
Yes,
And you knew that what you were saying would be transcribed, meaning written down for you to read at a later time, correct?
correct.
And did you have a chance to read this deposition before you testified today?
I did
When was the last time you read this?
about a week ago.
Okay. And did you review your testimony with the prosecutor before you testified?
Yes,
You work for Coral Springs Police Department, correct?
correct.
And you recognize that BSO, Broward Sheriff's Office, is a separate police agency, correct?
Correct.
On a separate radio channel, correct?
That's correct.
And unless the radios are patched, they're not hearing the same thing you are, correct?
That is correct.
Did you know when you got to the scene whether the radios had been patched or not?
I only heard Coral Springs communicating, so I assumed that they had not been patched.
Did you think that it would have been prudent for somebody to get them patched under the circumstances?
From what I'm told with the problems that BSO was having with their radios, probably adding our radio traffic to it probably wouldn't have helped.
You don't believe that it would have been a good idea under the circumstances for BSO and Coral Springs to be listening to the same real-time intelligence under these circumstances?
If they could get that communication out clearly, what I was saying was, I think with the problems of communicating, it might not have helped.
Okay. So you were sitting at your desk when you got a call that came out about going to the school, correct?
That's correct.
Were you monitoring your radio all the way that afternoon up until the point you got to the school?
Yes, although I was trying to make phone calls to my son, as I said earlier, while I was driving.
So you would have known then from a 2/26/31 transmission that there was an active shooter at Douglas, correct?
Correct.
Well, yeah, the questions are contained in here, Steve, but you already answered the question. The objection's overruled. Go ahead, sir. Ask your next question.
Did you also know that there were multiple gunshots being fired?
I believe I did, yes.
And you also knew that the Coral Springs police lines were blowing up with calls, correct?
I wouldn't have known that based on the radio transmission, but I can imagine that they were, yes.
Did you also have, from listening to your radio, a detailed description of what at least one shooter looked like?
Yes,
So you knew you were looking for a white male, correct?
correct.
In an ROTC uniform, correct?
Possible ROTC with a red shirt and black pants, yeah.
Okay. And you also would have known from you remember Officer Burton
Yes,
speaking? So you would have heard him say that last seen in the 3-story building, north parking lot, correct?
Yeah, that's hearsay. That's sustained. Go
Did
ahead,
you-
sir. Ask another question.
Did you know when you arrived on campus whether the shooter was last seen in the 3-story building
that didn't come until much later.
or north parking lot?
That didn't come until later. When I first arrived, I didn't have a location at all.
Well, you arrived about 10 minutes after the shooting, which would have been about 2:37 p.m., correct?
Again, I'm not able to give times. I didn't look at my watch the whole time, but I can tell you that I learned about the 1200 building when I was in the auditorium.
Does that mean you did not hear the 2:29 transmission made by Burton about 3-story building north parking lot?
I'm saying when I heard that, I was in the auditorium. I didn't hear that before I got there.
Okay. Did you hear or did you know that there were 3 victims down in the 1216 classroom in the freshman building? Did you hear that at 2:29:47?
I don't remember that being identified by classroom, but I remember people saying that there were students that were down, yes.
And so you would have known that at 2:29:47, which would have been before you arrived on campus, correct?
Again, I can't tell you the times. I can only say when I heard Burton's first transmission was when I was in the auditorium.
I mean, you're a veteran detective. You know how important it is to listen to all the different radio transmissions that go out, correct?
It's true.
You don't choose which transmissions to listen to, correct?
But there are times that you need to put your radio down, like when I'm donning my vest or I'm getting my rifle out. So
Of course.
if there was if those transmissions came out while I was doing that, then I wouldn't have heard that. Plus, it's not plain speak like you and I are talking today. People are talking in very excited voices and
Sure.
talking over each other. So it's not that clear.
So you mean to tell me there's times where you can actually miss some transmissions because people are very excited, correct?
Sure,
We're talking over each other, correct?
that's correct.
It would be unfair to hold someone to every single transmission, correct?
It would be difficult to get every single detail, yes.
Got it. And when you arrive on campus, you don't immediately then run to the 1200 building or the northeast parking lot, correct?
That's correct.
Your mindset is that there could be, first of all, multiple shooters, correct?
We didn't know, so that's
Right.
always a possibility, yes.
And until you can eliminate something, it still has to be a possibility in your head, correct?
That's correct.
We know now, for example, okay, there was one shooter and he was killing people, including children, in the 1200 building, but you didn't know that when you got there, correct?
That's correct.
So everything has to be in play
Everything
until
is
it's
in play.
eliminated.
Yep.
Okay. So one of the possibilities is that there's multiple shooters throughout the campus, correct?
Correct.
Which is why when you arrive, you just begin to systematically go through different rooms, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't do single man entries. You had other people with you, correct?
Yes, I did.
And explain to the jurors, when you walk into a room, and you know this far better than me, when you walk into the room, someone could be to the left, someone could be to the right, correct?
That's correct.
Which is why if you go in single man entry and you pick left and somebody's right, you're dead potentially, correct?
Potentially.
So single man entries are never something that they advise you to do. when you're
Unless
training.
somebody's actively shooting, yes.
I understand that. And you know precisely where the shooter's located, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were going in with at least
Most of the time, 3.
3 people.
Yeah.
And you would go in and like we see on TV, one side goes like this, one side goes like this, and you're trying to cover the dead spots, right?
Correct.
You don't cover the dead spots, you could be dead, correct?
Correct.
And you're armed wearing a vest, are you not?
Yes,
The vest has some weight to it, does it not?
it does.
And so you make a choice whether you're going to wear it all day. You're adding weight to your body by choosing to wear a vest all day, correct?
Correct. They obviously vary in weight depending on how much protection's in them, but you are making a choice.
And it's also, it becomes hot wearing it all day, correct?
Yes,
And you had in your hand a rifle, not a pistol, correct?
correct.
How come?
Because given a rifle over a pistol, I'll take a rifle every time.
How come?
Because they have more power, they have more range, they're more accurate.
So you see a team, and by the way, when you arrive, the shots had been long gone by then. I mean, there was no shots at all, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what my client went through. You have no firsthand knowledge of what he thought after hearing the shots for 4 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, that's sustained. Go ahead, sir. Ask another question.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge at all about what my client went through while the shots were being fired?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Well, okay, listen, the objection is overruled. Sir, I don't want you to guess. If you have personal knowledge, you can answer the question or you can say, I don't know.
I don't know, sir.
Okay. You never had any discussions with my client about what he heard,
No.
correct? Where he thought the shots might have been coming from, correct?
That's correct.
So you did see a team at some point going into the east side of the building, correct?
Yes.
Before that, though, there was a team going in on the west side of the building, correct?
I'm told, I couldn't see them from my vantage point, but I'm
So-
told there was.
So we're clear, anybody on the west side, and my client was on, I'm sorry, anybody on the east side, my client was on the east side, correct?
Yes.
You couldn't see the team entering from the west side, correct?
That's correct.
And did they announce over your radio, hey, we're the west side team, we're going in?
I believe that Sergeant DeRosa was monitoring 2 radios at the time or was switching back and forth because he became privy to information that I didn't know. It may have been announced over BSO's radio, but it wasn't announced over Coral Springs.
And so when the east team goes in, you don't join the east team either, correct?
They were already in before I got there.
Okay. And your thought was, I think you told the prosecutor, if you go in and there's two teams, one going in from the east and west, there could be crossfire, correct?
That's correct.
And so it's not uncommon for officers not to go, oh, let me just run in, right? Because there could be harm if they do that, correct?
That's true.
This was a very stressful and chaotic scene. Would that be a fair statement?
It was.
It was also very confusing, correct?
Yes.
You have contact with my client approximately 22 minutes after the last fire, after the last gunfire, correct?
That's correct.
And my client wasn't the only officer standing there. There were several other officers standing by my client, correct?
Yes.
In fact, there was Officer Best standing right next to him, correct?
I don't remember Officer Best being there when I spoke to him. I would have to take your word for it. Danak.
How do you pronounce it?
Danak.
He was there, correct?
He arrived with me. He was
Okay.
a part of the group with me.
And DeVita, correct?
DeVita was also with me.
And so he wasn't, my client was just standing there alone. There were other officers right near him, isn't that correct?
Is your question before I arrived or after I arrived?
Well, would you have known before you arrived what happened?
Well, what I'm saying is they arrived with me.
Mhm.
They just didn't walk up to him and ask him where the shoe was.
So it's fair to say you don't know who was with my client prior to you arriving?
No, I don't.
You can only say there were other officers near my client after you arrived,
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you were crouching down to, quote, make yourself small, correct?
Hmm.
Is that a yes?
That's yes.
Sorry. That noise.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Okay. And you're crouching down because why?
Up until that point, until I ask him where the shooter is, I don't know where the shooter is.
Okay. And crouching down does what? How does that protect you?
It makes me smaller.
Now, if I heard your testimony correctly, you go up to my client and you asked him where the shooter was, correct?
Yes.
And before he gives you an answer, what he actually does is he tells you, hold on, correct?
Yeah, I think I actually paused and waited to ask the question because I think he was communicating on the radio or at least listening to the radio.
It looked as if he was trying to ascertain information to answer your question, correct?
He was talking on the radio.
Okay.
Yeah.
And his demeanor, he was excited and confused, correct?
Yes.
And you thought that was understandable based upon the situation, correct?
Yes, although as a kind of a follow-up to that, the reason I went to him is I recognized him as the school resource officer
Sure.
and the guy that probably would have the most up-to-date information.
Of course. And he seemed not like he was cowering downward, but he seemed very busy, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you wanted to know where the shooter was because you couldn't look up and look through the windows and see where the shooter or shooters were located, correct?
No, that's overruled. Go ahead, sir. You can answer that question.
That's correct. It was impossible to see in the windows from the distance that we were at.
So when my client is able to give you a floor of where the shooter or shooters might be located, that would have, you believed in real time, that would have had to have come from someone giving him that information, correct?
Yes, that would be the only way. Yeah.
Got it. And while you told the prosecutor that you heard my client say third floor, the truth of the matter is he told you second floor. Is that correct?
Well, no, that's overruled. Go ahead, sir. You can answer the question.
The reason that I said the second floor, during one of the depositions, I said, when I was asked that question, I said the second floor, and then I stopped myself and I said, wait a second, that's not right. It might be the third floor.
Okay, I'm unclear what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, when I answered during deposition is what you're referring to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When I answered during deposition, I realized I answered incorrectly. I stopped myself and I said, no, I don't believe that's correct. I believe you said the third floor.
Is it your testimony that at a prior deposition, you did not say that my client told you second floor?
I just affirmed that I said that during a deposition, I said the second floor and immediately corrected myself and said the third floor.
And you then don't go running into the building at that point, correct?
That's correct.
And the prosecutor asked you about sniper fire, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it a fact that generically, when you arrive to an active shooting situation, you're thinking, unless you know otherwise, that there could be sniper fire, correct?
I suppose, I guess I wouldn't be thinking about defining whether it was sniper fire or regular fire. The reaction is the same. If there's fire, I need to figure out from where and move to it.
Specifically as it relates to sniper fire, is it your testimony that that was out of your mind and not on the table as a possibility?
Oh, sure, it was a possibility. Anything's a possibility.
But that was consciously on your mind, which is one of the reasons why you crouched down, because of potential sniper fire. Isn't that correct, sir?
Again, the distinction between whether I was shot by a sniper or shot by an active shooter, it wouldn't matter. I would be making myself small if I was running across an open area. So I don't know that I would make a distinction. I wasn't thinking I have to crouch over because I don't want to be sniped. I was thinking I didn't want to get shot.
I understand. There are many ways you could have been shot. We agree, right?
Right.
One of the ways is sniper fire, and that's what I'm talking about right now. You know what sniper fire is, correct?
Absolutely.
The prosecutor discussed that with you, and he seemed to say that was off the table in your head. You heard him say that, correct?
Yeah, that part has been asked and answered. That's sustained. Go ahead, sir. Ask another question.
Isn't it a fact that on your mind consciously was your concern about sniper fire? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's, this objection is sustained. That has been asked and answered. Go ahead, sir. Ask another question.
You even thought specifically in your mind at the time that someone could be shooting out of a window and maybe targeting officers. Isn't that correct, sir?
No, that's a rule. That's a different question. Go ahead, sir. You can answer that.
That's absolutely correct that if the windows were shot out, that they could be shooting at officers, yes. That would be a concern.
And isn't it a fact that you are trained that unless you know precisely where the shooter or shooters are located, that you take a tactical position of cover so that you don't get harmed from those bullets, correct?
That is absolutely correct, as long as there are shots not actively being taken. If there is no shooting going on, then you're correct.
If you don't know at all from the sound where shots are coming from, and we're talking about a scenario where it could cover to the east hundreds of yards or to the west hundreds of yards, are you saying it is your training to say, okay, I'm just going to start picking places to go? Or do you wait for more information and take a tactical position of cover?
I think it's reasonable that if you're hearing shots fired, you can figure out whether they're being fired at you. And I think the question earlier was how would I know that? There would be dirt kicking up around me, there'd be bullets coming off of the wall behind me. I think it's reasonable you take a couple seconds, even if you dive for cover, like you say, to then try to figure out where the person is and move to the shots.
Did you see any dirt at all where my client was standing?
No.
Isn't it your testimony that your training is, unless you know precisely where the shooter or shooters are located, you are trained to take a tactical position of cover? Yes or no, sir?
As long as shots are not being fired, you're only asking half of the question. If the question is when I arrive, if no shots are being fired, do I take a tactical position? No, I don't take a tactical position. We do a slow probe and try to figure out where the shooter is. But if shots are being fired, then you have to move to the gunfire.
Yeah. And you're saying that your training includes an area that could be potentially covering hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of yards in either direction, east, west, north, south. Have you ever dealt with a situation like that?
No, That's a different question. Go ahead, sir. The objection is overruled. You may answer the question.
So if I can restate your question, your question to me is, given the size of the area, would I just run to gunfire? Is that your question?
No.
All right, restate it for
My
me if you don't
question
mind.
presupposes you don't know where it's coming from. And the possibilities include potentially hundreds of yards that way, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of yards the other direction, same way, including multiple buildings, parking lots, etc. Are you trained to just start picking one place and then just go running off and
No.
kind of guess?
But as I said, I think you take 6, 8, 10 seconds and try to figure out where the shots are going and then
Of
move in
course.
that direction.
Gotcha. But if there's no further stimulus and you still don't know, you take another 6 to 8 seconds, correct?
So you're saying the shooting has stopped?
Even if the student continues and you still can't tell because of pronounced echo and reverb in an area and you don't even know what direction.
I guess
my
I would
question.
communicate over the radio, and
Yeah, no, that's overruled. Go ahead, sir. You can finish your answer.
I was going to say, I think I would communicate over the radio and say, I'm hearing shots. Can anybody direct me?
Exactly. So you look to your radio and you see if whether anyone tells you shots fired from inside the 1200 building, correct?
Yes,
You got that intel because you were part of Coral Springs, correct?
yes.
Do you know whether BSO ever gave that real-time intelligence to my client?
I don't know because I wasn't listening to BSO's channel.
At no time when you were there with my client taking a tactical position of cover, did you relay any of your real-time intelligence with him, correct?
No, I did not. There wasn't time. First of all, he was talking on the radio. But again, I said that I thought his knowledge was greater than mine since he was the SRO and he had been there the longest.
And that might not have turned out to be very accurate at all, correct?
It might not have, but I didn't know how much more I could offer and I didn't want to hold up his time.
You did see my client with his gun drawn, correct?
Yes,
And you saw him communicating and listening to his radios, correct?
that's correct.
And you believed he was trying to get real-time intelligence to be helpful, correct?
Yes,
And one final question. You did see my client after this horrible, horrible day, correct?
I've seen him. Yes,
You saw him at a funeral, correct?
yes,
Related to this, correct?
yes.
But you never spoke to him to find out what was he thinking in real time, correct?
Yeah, that's sustained.
Did you have any conversations with my client at any time about what actually happened?
Are you talking about, I don't understand the question, Mr. Dragosh. Are you
At
talking about
any-
after February 14th, 2018?
Yes, after that date.
That's sustained. That's not relevant.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Based on that, and redirect. Sure, go ahead.
Detective, you were questioned by counsel regarding the pistol versus a rifle. At the time of an active shooting, if the only thing you have is a pistol on you, do you still go toward the shots fired?
I think you have to dance with the person you took to the dance. You know, you elected to have that piece of equipment. Again, every shot that's being fired is a kid being killed, so you have to use the pistol.
And also, you were questioned repeatedly about tactical positions. Would you take a tactical position for 48 minutes? Is that a tactical position to reconfigure your thinking at a proper time frame?
No, I think I had said 6 to 10 seconds, try to recalibrate yourself, figure out what your next move is and move on.
I believe the defense counsel also said to you that it was important to know precisely where the shots are coming from. Do you need to know precisely what the shots are coming from in order to be able to move toward the shots?
No, you don't need to know precisely. And actually, if you're moving on that person and they're paying attention to you and they're trying to get a shot at you, it again benefits the hostages and innocent civilians because he's paying attention to you and not shooting kids. So you can move and force him to move, which is not a bad thing.
And if I got you right, you would force him, in a sense, to shoot at you versus
Correct.
innocent bystanders or innocent hostages.
That's correct.
And I just wanted to be clear, because again, counsel made a point of saying that what you knew when you got there. When you first got to the school, all you knew was basically that shots had been fired on the campus?
That's correct.
And when you got there, you heard nothing?
Yeah, in terms of gunfire,
Shots,
yes.
in terms of gunshots, yes,
Yeah.
correct? All right. So the information about shots or the shooter being inside the 1200 building, that did not come to you until you spoke to the defendant, correct?
There was Officer Burton's communication when I was in the auditorium that identified people being wounded inside the 1200 building, which I recognized as the 3-story building, but that's when I found out. And then the location of the shooter was then confirmed when I spoke to Deputy Peterson.
Based on that, any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, State, is the witness excused? Yes, sir. Sir, you may step down.
Thank you,
you very much. While he's doing that, State, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time, we call Detective Miguel Suarez.
I'm not sure if you said detective or not there. Lefty, what are you going to cover on your channel? Tell everyone. Oh, she's hot. I want to know her name. She's really, really nice. But then, yeah, okay. You know, I just don't know. They're just trying to say that it's easy enough. Or you go to war with go to dance with what you brought to the dance. A pistol. I mean, come on. It's like, you know, I'm not sure who said it. Was it Amy who said they didn't get a trial for Cruz, so they want to try it to say how bad it was, and just the only way they can do is by utilizing this guy. And it's like, seems to me like he had a bloody hard thing because you're gonna cover the whims of the chap. Fair. A tough job. He's got to do everything. So he's got to identify it, identify the danger, lock it all down, tell everyone what to do, and then basically tell everyone to stop. And he's got to run in on his own.
Once you reach it, but before you have
It
a
just
seat,
doesn't
can you
seem
stand and look
realistic
at me, please? Raise your right hand.
for one person to
Swear
do all
nothing
this
you told me,
work.
nothing but the truth. I do. Please be seated.
I don't know.
And once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
It's
No, Lefty.
Miguel A. Suarez, last name Suarez,
Miguel.
Miguel, first name.
Mr. Kilrain, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Suarez, where do you currently work?
I work at the Broward Sheriff's Office in the capacity of a crime scene detective.
And how long have you worked with BSO?
This will be my 15th year.
And walk me through the progression of the different units you've been in.
I started my first 7 years at the agency as a road patrol deputy in the district of Pompano Beach. And then I interviewed for the position of crime scene detective in the crime scene unit, and I've been here for the last 7 years.
In regards to what happened to Marjory Stoneman Douglas, were you part of the crime scene team?
Yes, I was.
Were there multiple members of that team?
Yes, there was.
Were you tasked with being a crime scene detective on the second floor?
Yes, I was.
Were there other detectives for the first and third floor?
Yes, there was.
So you're just in regards to the second floor?
Yes.
You may.
Detective, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state X for identification. Is this a fair depiction of, or do you recognize this?
Yes, it's a floor plan of the second floor.
Second floor of
Building
the
two, building
1200 building?
Yes,
Okay, is this a fair depiction of the second floor?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in. States
24. Any objection?
None.
Without objection, state's X for identification will now be in evidence. That is State Exhibit 24.
and publish.
You may.
Detective, when you are dealing with a crime scene this size, how is it that you break it up? What is the mechanism that crime scene utilizes?
This particular scene, this was probably our second mass casualty event with this magnitude. So usually what you would do is you would try to break up something in this size with different tasks for every detective within the unit.
Okay, and what were your tasks?
I was tasked, my first task before being tasked out to help out with the second floor, building 12, was a documentation of one of the students at the school. And then from then on there, they tasked me with the second floor.
So in the second floor, what exactly crime scene wise did you do on the second floor? Did you take photographs?
Yes, I did.
Did you collect evidence?
Yes, I did.
Did that evidence include things such as shell casings?
Yes, they did.
Now, do you document precisely where different shell casings are found?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, may I approach witness?
You may.
Detective, I'm showing you it's previously marked as states Y for identification, a composite of 3 photos. Can you please review these photos? Detective, are those true and accurate representations of photographs that you took back in February of 2018 at Marjory Stoneman Douglas on the second floor?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in what's been previously marked as states Y for identification, composite of 3 photos in states 20.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, state's Y for identification will now be in evidence. That is State's Exhibit 25, a composite exhibit of 3 photos.
Your Honor, the TVs can be on for all of that.
The TVs can be on for all of
For all of this witness.
Understood.
Detective, I'm showing you what's the first picture in state, what's now in evidence, the state's composite 25. Zoom in here. Can you see, there's the method to show you a person. Can you see what classroom that is?
Yes, it's classroom 1231.
Okay, now looking back at states 24, 1231, is that on the north or south side of the building?
That's going to be on the north side.
Okay. Now showing you the second photo of states 25 composite. Did you take that picture?
Yes, I did.
And what is that a picture of?
Those are suspected projectile, either penetration or strike sites of the far window of classroom 1231.
What do you mean by penetration versus strike sites?
Well, when a projectile, if it makes any entry through any intermediate object that it goes through, it becomes a penetration site. If it just strikes the area without any kind of penetration, it's just I document it as a strike site.
Okay, now looking at just for instance, the mark in the middle. Your Honor, can we do the annotator?
I'm going to try.
No,
I'll
okay.
do the same thing.
I'll just do it the way it's
We've done
Mr.
before,
Klinger did. This, you see this one right here?
Yes,
And just for the record, it's in the middle of the photograph. What would that be considered?
that would be considered, as my report, strike site.
Okay. And that is because,
It didn't appear to make any entry through the window.
okay, now looking at this one here.
That would be considered a penetration site.
And is that because of that little, like, hole, if you will, in the middle?
Yes, and it appeared to make some kind of entry through that area.
Now, based upon the shell casings that we're going to get into in a minute, does it appear as if the entire projectile made its way outside the window, or is it just a fragment of it?
It all depends. I couldn't tell you if it's the whole projectile, but a piece of that projectile made it through.
Okay, and this is facing northbound? So
Yes, it is.
parking lot.
Yes.
Now, this is the third picture in what's now states 25. Is that just a drawn out view of what we were just looking at?
Yes, that's what we would consider like an overall or intermediate photo of the same projectile penetration or suspected strike site.
First witness.
You may.
Detective, I'm now showing you what's.
Shelley, we've all got roles in this group,
For identification, a composite of 7 photographs.
and you're the research queen. You're the nerd. Love it. And we're all very grateful of you, your research, Shell. Whichever stream told you not to post on links on their stream, Shelley, I'm so grateful because you found us then. And we're like, absolutely, post away.
Detective,
We love your
taking
insights.
photographs?
Yes, I did.
Are these a true and accurate representation of the south side of the building 12 that you took in
Yeah.
February 2018 at Marjory?
Awesome.
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state request to move in. Was there any previously marked for identification as states Z, a composite of 7 photographs, as states 26?
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states Z for identification will now be in evidence. That is states exhibit 26, a composite exhibit of 7 photos.
Vanderbilt's a good university, though, isn't it? Done well. I think we could play this at 1.5 speed tomorrow, by the way, because
Detective, show
I have to be up at 7 a.m.
picture of what's now in evidence as states 26.
Bundy, very brainy, isn't he?
Do you recall taking this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And at what room?
See the bit, Lefty?
This is classroom 1234.
And is this on the south side of the 1200 building?
Yes, it is.
Now, in the photograph, the pointer doesn't work, so I'm gonna have to use my finger. What are these items that are over there that I'm pointing to?
Those are 2 cartridge casings that were just right outside the door.
Are cartridge casings, are those part of a bullet?
Yes, they are.
Which part of the bullet is a cartridge casing?
Just it's the casing that holds in any kind of projectile or any other propellant inside the shell casing.
Now, looking at the second photograph, was this photograph taken inside of room 1234?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And the mark right there, once again, I'll have to use my finger. Do you see that mark right there?
Yes, I do.
And what is that consistent with?
That's consistent with another suspected penetration site, which on this point, it's on the far blind of the classroom.
Okay. Now, looking at this over here on the left side of the picture, what is that consistent with?
That's another familiar projectile penetration site.
Now, looking at the third picture in states 26. What is this like sticker there? What is that purpose of that?
Those are usually, they're measuring the adhesive measuring scales. Every time we're documenting any part of the scene that has to do with either, it could be suspected penetration sites, it could be simple just evidence items. we put those on the picture just to help better grasp and view the either the size or the definition of the area that we're taking a picture of.
And if I'm not mistaken, it says 1234K. What is the K an indicator?
Yeah, so on this particular room, we had so many either penetration sites or strike sites that I start lettering them either from A, B, C, all the way up. And this particular case, as you guys can see, it's already at the K at this particular time.
Now zooming in at K. You know it's hard to see on this. Let me see. Where is the strike site or penetration in this particular photo?
In this particular photo, it's just above the adhesive scale, and it's just right, it's right through the screened in area of the window.
So now there is no, do you see any, or do you recall seeing any damage to the actual window pane consistent with this?
Not in this area, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this photograph was taken because of the tear, so to speak, in the screen.
Yes.
Now looking at the fifth picture, focusing in on over here. See how close we can get. Do you recall taking this photograph as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, based upon what you see there, and I guess it's 1, 2, 3, 4G, is that consistent with a strike or with a penetration?
That's with a strike.
Looking at the next photo, which is a close-up of what we just looked at. How can you tell it's a strike as opposed to a penetration?
That made the, I think you guys see it's 1224G. It made a penetration to the screened in area, but with the window, I did not see any penetration to that window.
And just for clarification purposes, silly question, but there's a screen before the actual glass pane in these windows.
Yes, that means the particular projectile or fragment, which it made contact with an intermediary target, which was the screen, and then eventually hit the window.
So it hit the screen, but then hit the window.
Yes.
Now, this is just a zoomed out picture of the exact same thing. Now, do you recall how many shell casings you recovered from the second floor?
I believe it's a total of 6.
Your Honor, may I approach witness?
You may.
Detective, I am now showing you what's already been previously marked for identification as 2A or AA, state's identification. Take a look at this. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
These are the shell casings that I documented, photographed, and collected on that particular day.
Are these shell casings in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes, they are.
Second floor? Your Honor, this time the state will request to move in states 2A or AA into evidence as states 27.
Any objection?
We have no objection.
Without objection, states 2A for identification will now be in evidence. That is states exhibit 27.
And Your Honor, may I publish it to the jury?
You may. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to take a quick moment and then pass it to your neighbor, and once it goes all the way around, the attorney will collect it again. I'll remind you, this item, as well as all the exhibits and evidence, will be back with you when you are deliberating the case. So this won't be the only chance that you get to view the material. Again, everything that's moving the evidence in the case will be back with you in the jury room when you are deliberating the case.
Now, detective, where precisely, we can just go through one by one, where did you find these shell casings? For reference purposes, states 24 is in front of you on the screen.
In each box, you'll see I marked the room number that they were located just outside of, and also the caliber or head stamp information of the round.
Okay, so let's start with the first one, the top one there. Where did you find that shell casing?
And here it says 1231 FC1, which is fire casing 1, and which states is outside of room 1231.
Okay. So in the hallway?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the second one, the second casing.
This one is 1231 FC2, fire casing 2, and it's right here. It says I collected it soft wall just outside room 1231.
What do you mean by soft wall?
It's just right. It's not right next to 1231 classroom. It's just a little bit. It's just a little bit away from it.
So like on the wall?
Yes.
As opposed to near the door?
Yes.
Okay. After this was found in the hallway as well?
Yes.
Okay. What about the third?
The third one, it's casing FC1, fire casing 1, and this one was 12, just outside room 1232 on the hallway.
In the hallway?
Yes.
Okay. So 1232?
Yes.
Okay. Are those consistent with the shot strikes that you saw at the window panes heading towards the north side of the building?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the fourth one.
This is, it has 1234, which is classroom 1234 is fire casing 1. And it's, I marked on here the floor just outside of classroom 1234.
Okay. Was that in the hallway?
It was right next, almost next to the door of 1234.
Okay. But was it in the classroom or in the hallway?
No, it was in the hallway. It wasn't in the classroom.
How about the fifth?
This is fire casing 2. Again, classroom 1234. And on the floor just outside classroom.
Okay. So in the hallway?
Yes.
Okay. What about the sixth one?
The sixth one, fire casing 3. As it states here, classroom 1234, and it's collected on floor near door of classroom. This one was a little bit more kind of in the threshold of the classroom, like near the door.
Near where the door.
It's
frame
when the
would
door
be.
opens, right on the threshold.
Understood. Were any shell casings found either inside the classrooms of 1231 or at 1234?
No, this was the closest one. It was within the threshold.
Okay. And of those 6 shell casings consistent with how many shots being fired on the second floor?
Yes, as far as casings wise, we found, yes,
You found 6.
6.
All in the hallway?
Is that-
All in the hallway?
Yes.
Now going back to states 26. Looking at this photograph here. How does this photograph, or what you see there, differ from what you saw on the north side of the building in terms of the shot strike or the shot that penetrated?
Well, this one in particular, it's, you could always, you can see that it was more of a strike mark, not a penetration. It did, if you'll see the red, on this, window plane, you'll see different areas that pieces of projectile probably penetrated the screen, but this one in particular is penetrated the screen, but just struck the window with no penetration.
So it didn't go outside the window, it stayed inside?
No.
Whereas in states 25, looking at this one here, with that little hole in the middle, something went outside.
Yes, it appears so.
Okay. have room 1234. Showing, let's say, defense ID. Do you recognize this? Can you take a look at it?
Yes,
Okay, do you see approximately, or not approximately, do you see building 12?
it's right over here.
Your Honor, may I ask the list?
Sure.
North, south, east, west. Looking at room 1234, so the one that you're looking at on the screen. Is that south or north?
This is building 12, so this will be south, this will be north.
Okay, so this one, 1234 though, is that heading, that's heading south?
That's will be this way.
Okay. And based upon the photographic evidence that you took from room 1234, no projectiles came outside of that.
As far as the pictures that I've taken and documented, no.
Did anything else during your investigation when you were on the second floor show that any projectiles went out any of the windows facing south?
As far as I documented, no.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
You have no questions?
State, is the witness excused?
He is.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. While he's doing that, State, you may call your next witness. And sir, once you're seated, if I get you to scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go to. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Danny Polo, last name's Pollo.
D-A-N-N-Y?
Danny.
State, give me 1 second.
It's very generous, Shelley. Thank you very much. Yeah, don't worry, C-Swept. Catch you later. I've set up 2 streams for tomorrow. Oh shit, what's going on?
Yeah, I apologize for that. I wear a mask because I work in undercover capacity, and there's been threats made against my life, so I'm on the TV right now. Don't want people to know what I look like.
Speak up, please.
Sorry.
I need you to speak up.
I said, I work in undercover capacity, and threats have been made against my life. So since I'm on TV right now, I'm trying not to show my face to everyone.
And so you're wearing the mask just because of your line of work, it's important to keep your identity concealed?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. Detective, would you please introduce yourself to the jury? Tell them where you work, what unit you're currently assigned to.
I currently work for the Broward County Sheriff's Office in the Money Laundering Task Force. Prior to that, I was in the Gang Investigations Unit, and prior to that, I was in the Organized Crime Unit.
How long have you been a detective for?
Since 2017, 6-7 years.
And explain to the jury how BSO is kind of structured. Are you assigned to a specific district? How does that work?
Yeah, so most deputies are assigned to districts. So Deerfield Beach, Pompano, West Park, Dania. I believe we have 15 districts. The courthouse is one of them. And there's also county-wide specialized units. So like the Money Laundering Task Force county-wide unit. We handle everything in the county, not just specific districts.
So as part of your assignment to the Money Laundering Task Force, you're currently assigned to the entire county?
Currently, yes.
I'd like to turn your attention to February of 2018. What was your assignment at that time?
I was with the Deerfield Beach Crime Suppression Team. So I worked in the city of Deerfield Beach. I was assigned to the city of Deerfield Beach, and I worked in their crime suppression team.
What is a crime suppression team?
Primarily handle any crimes that the city might be having issues with. So burglaries, if there's burglaries in a specific part of the city, we would handle that. Robberies, if there's a robbery issue going on in a certain part of the city, we would handle that. Narcotics enforcement, firearms, violent crimes, anything that the city might need. We're kind of just supposed to handle anything they request. So it changes from day to day.
And that's a role as a detective?
Yes.
So specifically, February 14th, describe for the members of the jury what you were doing that day.
If I remember correctly, we had just finished an operation. I don't recall exactly what we were doing, but I remember we had just got back to the police station. I'd taken off all my gear, my vest and all that. And we were just cleaning up. Then we got a call that there was a shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas.
When you got the call, what did you do in response? And I'm sorry, what city? You said you were in Deerfield?
City of Deerfield Beach.
Okay, and so what did you do in response to getting the call?
We all quickly left the office. I jumped in my partner's car for that day. I had just gotten a new vest, so I went to my car and grabbed my rifle plates out of it, which are plates that you would put inside a vest, or steel plates, it's to stop rifle rounds. I grabbed those out of my car because they weren't inside my new vest yet, and I took them inside my partner's car so I can put them in the vest on our way there.
And did the rifle plates fit?
No, unfortunately, they didn't. They weren't.
Describe for the members of the jury. So a regular vest that's worn under law enforcement uniform, what's the proper term for it, that type of vest?
Soft armor?
The soft armor vest. Will a soft armor vest stop a rifle round?
No.
So if you're wearing a soft armor vest, what protection does that offer you if you're going up against a rifle?
None. It might slow the round down a little bit, but it really won't stop anything. It'll go right through.
So not much different than not having a vest at all.
It's basically the same thing.
And so that day, you did not have the plates that would protect you from a rifle, and you were instead wearing a soft armor vest?
Yeah, I was wearing a soft armor, like it's called a plate carrier. It's to hold rifle plates. It has soft armor in it, but the plates didn't fit, so I wasn't able to put the plates inside.
And did that deter you from driving to the scene of where the shooting was happening?
No.
Describe for the members of the jury the type of firearm you had.
I had my H&K 9mm handgun.
A regular pistol.
Yes.
Did the fact that you didn't have a rifle deter you from driving to this shooting?
No.
Explain for the jury what's going on in your head when you get a call that there's a shooting happening at a school and you realize that you're driving directly to it.
So initially, I mean, we get a lot of shooting calls when you respond, or you work for a crime suppression team, or you're out on the road working road patrol. You get shooting calls all the time, and usually it's, I would say most of the time they're not real shootings. You know, it's firework or it's just, you never figure out what it is. So we're responding like we would to any other call, any other shooting call, at, you know, lights and sirens going pretty fast. And then we heard over the radio that someone announced that there was a victim with gunshot wounds. That's when we knew it was going to be a real one, and not like every other shooting call that we get where you respond and it's nothing happened.
I'm gonna ask you to move closer to the microphone. So
Yeah.
I can hear it. Okay, yeah, I'm
All right.
gonna ask you to speak very close to the
Sure.
microphone. As you were driving there, is there anything that you need to do in order to prepare yourself for an active shooter situation?
Yeah, we weren't, like I said, we were responding like we would to any other call, but once we got confirmation that we had victims and it was 100% a real shooting, you have to put yourself in a different headspace. You have to prepare for it mentally. And I remember looking at my partner, and once we heard that there was victims, just kind of looked at each other like, all right, this is it. This is real. We got to do this. And I remember fist bumping him and just kind of psyching ourselves up, getting ready for what we might have to run into.
And when you say fist bumping, is this a jovial situation? What do you mean by psyching yourself up?
You're possibly going to get shot. So it's not a situation any of us want to be in, going up against a guy with a rifle, getting shot at, even with a handgun. Like, no one wants to walk into a shooting. It's the
Why
unknown.
do you do it?
It's what we're paid to do.
As you are pulling up to the school, where do you arrive on the campus?
Initially, someone told us to respond to the south, I believe it was to the football field. And we responded to the football field. When we got there, we noticed that there was nothing to do at the football field. So we moved towards the gate so that we can proceed to enter the school.
Do you recall hearing "stay 500 feet back" as you're on your way to the school?
Yes,
And what did you do with that instruction?
we disregarded it.
And why did you have to disregard that instruction?
It didn't make sense. It wasn't a smart command. You know, during an active shooter, you're not supposed to stage outside of it. You're supposed to go inside.
At the time, did you know that Scot Peterson was the person that said that over the radio?
No, I didn't know who was making commands over the radio.
In order for you to properly respond to this active shooter situation, did you need to disregard what you later learned to be Scot Peterson's command?
Yes,
When you arrive to the campus and do you eventually work your way towards the 1200 building?
yeah, we stopped at the football field for, I want to say maybe 30 seconds to a minute. These are approximations. A parent approached me. They were trying to get inside the school because their kid was in there. I reassured them that we had it, that we were going to take care of everything, and stopped him from going inside the school because that would have created concerns and issues for law enforcement on scene. When I realized, after speaking with him, I realized we need to keep moving. So we got back into the car, moved to the gate where the entrance was. And at that point, we made contact with a couple other officers and we proceeded to run inside.
Now, I want to be clear about the timing. Approximately what time did you arrive on campus?
It was about 2:35, 2:36 p.m.
And how many minutes after the first shots did you arrive on scene?
First shots were about 2:21 p.m. So it was 15 minutes.
And about how many minutes after it was announced shots fired did you arrive on scene?
After the first shots were fired,
After it was announced by Scot Peterson, shots fired at
about
approximately
12 minutes.
2:23.
Yeah, about 12 minutes.
So 12 minutes after Scot Peterson announces shots fired, you arrive on scene.
Yes.
Okay, so describe what happens once you make your way to the 1200 building.
we ran inside. It was a team of 4 of us. No specific reason why we had 4 of us. It was me and my partner, and then we ran into one of our SWAT operators, and he looked around, saw another SWAT guy coming up. So we flagged him over. We got together. We ran towards the building. There's 2 deputies that were behind the vehicle. We made contact with them, asked them what was going on, and they gave us instruction on what they knew at the time, which was they pointed at the building where the suspect was last seen, or Nick Cruz was last seen, and they said that's where the last shots were fired, and they informed us that the other buildings had not been cleared, so we didn't know where or if he was in any other buildings.
I'm gonna ask you to move closer to the microphone. Did you hear any gunshots while you were on scene?
No, we arrived on scene. There was no more gunshots.
To the best of your knowledge, were any BSO deputies other than Scot Peterson on scene while there were gunshots going on?
No, there was no other BSO deputy there. I don't believe there's any other police officer there.
The only police officer on scene while gunshots were going off was Scot Peterson.
Yes.
Now, when is there, first, I want you to explain, you hear no gunshots, so explain to the members of the jury how the gunshots or stimulus would have impacted the way that you moved through that campus.
The way we're trained by the sheriff's office is when responding to a shooting, or to an active shooter specifically, if you arrive and you're hearing gunshots, they call that a stimulus, and you're supposed to respond by moving towards the sound of the stimulus. So if you hear gunshots coming from a specific area, you're supposed to move directly to that area and keep following that sound, because every time you hear a gunshot, it's a possible victim, someone who's just getting shot at.
Now, what if you don't know precisely where a gunshot is coming from? What does common sense dictate?
Just move towards the sound of that gunshot. You can hear the specific direction where something's coming from, so you just move towards it and then follow that sound. If there's multiple gunshots, then you would keep moving towards that sound.
And if you're standing somewhere where there's an echo, does it make sense to remove yourself from that hallway so that you can better hear?
No,
What would you do to hear?
just get closer to it.
I know it sounds silly, but what would you do to be able to hear the sounds?
Just keep moving towards it. When we do training, they do, fake, or not fake, but they use, blank shells, and they replicate gunshot sounds. And I know that we can follow that gunshot. Yeah, there's an echo, but if it's coming from upstairs or it's coming from the same floor, you can hear it. And you can effectively move in the direction of a sound.
Is responding to the sound of gunfire something you train for?
Yes,
And you work for the Broward Sheriff's Office, the same police department as Scot Peterson, correct?
correct.
So explain what happens next once you are inside or at the doors of the 1200 building.
When we arrived at the building, we entered the first floor, and we saw that I believe it was Coral Springs Police Department officers had already entered the first floor, and they were clearing forward on the first floor. So at that point, it didn't appear that they needed any more bodies on the first floor, so we moved on to the second floor and began to move in that direction. We didn't have any gunshots that we were hearing. All we could, I smelled the odor of the gunfire. You could still smell the gunfire when we walked in. So in our minds, it's still fresh, and it must have just recently happened, which it did, but we weren't there fast enough.
Up until this point, when you're realizing the first floor is taken care of and you have to move up, have there been any dispatch or radio issues?
No, I didn't have any dispatch issues till later on, after arriving, so 30 minutes later.
So as you're on your way to the scene, are you able to hear things that are coming over the air?
Yes,
And so much so that you heard the state 500 feet back?
Yeah, stay
you're
500
able-
feet back, respond to the football field. Then a lieutenant took over the radio and started giving commands to respond directly to the school. Yeah, we heard all that.
At some point, do you start to have radio issues?
Yeah, there was a point where we realized that there was radio issues, but it's not something that we realized right away, because we're inside the school, so there's really no reason to be getting on the radio, because you're with everyone that's helping you clear the school. So you would just be speaking to them directly, not getting on the radio and telling them what you're going to be doing. You're just going to communicate with the officers that are with you.
To the best of your memory, approximately how long after the shooter had left the building entirely did you start to notice radio problems?
Say maybe 20 minutes.
Describe, like you just explained, how you speak to each other in person. Describe how the radio factors in while you're trying to work your way through the building.
Well, while working through the building, you're not getting on the radio. You're with everyone that's going to be clearing the building with you. There was at that time like over 20 officers in there, and everyone's with us. So you don't need to get on the radio to tell the guy behind you what you're going to do. You just tell the guy behind you, I'm going to clear this room. I'm going to go this way. I'm going to take this hallway, and you give directions to people. While we were in there, we were with a couple SWAT operators, and when you have SWAT guys with you, they like to take command of these scenes because this is what they specifically train for. Is it's more tactical for them, so it makes more sense for them to direct you at that point. But anyone can decide to do anything as long as you're communicating with everyone that's with you, with your team.
What floor do you go to the second floor?
We initially went to the second floor.
What happens?
We started getting communications from someone watching the video, doing the video playback, and they were giving us the positions of where Nicholas Cruz was. Unfortunately, it was delayed. It wasn't a live update, it was a delayed update where the video they were watching it from several minutes back. So we think we're inside the building with him, but he was already gone.
So in that moment, you thought that you were in the building with the shooter?
Yes.
How did you get the information that there was, I know it was wrong information, but how did you get this information that that the shooter was still in the building?
Over the radio.
And what do you do in response? Where does everybody go?
We were on the second floor, and someone keyed up over the radio, someone that was watching the video, and they told us that Nicholas Cruz was on the third floor. So now we're all obviously looking up the stairwell towards the third floor because the person that's doing these shootings is on the third floor. So we have to keep an eye upstairs now. So I remember everyone kind of just turning up and looking up at the same time when they told us that he was on the third floor. Then we were told that Nicholas Cruz was going to be coming down the third floor, down the stairs on the third floor. At that point, everyone turned and pointed their guns in that direction because if he came down, it was with a rifle, it was probably going to be a gunfight, and everyone was going to respond.
And in that moment, you still only had your pistol, correct?
Right.
What happens next?
Several people began to clear the second floor, looking for, victims, people that are injured. And I remember a couple officers were sent to the third floor to start clearing that, to get us into the third floor. And then I was called for. They said they needed more people upstairs because there was several people injured that needed medical attention.
In that moment, did that communication indicate to you that manpower would be important
Yes,
and that it was needed, additional bodies were needed on the third floor?
yes,
In response to that, did you assist and go up to the third floor?
yes. I ran up to the third floor, and at that point, one of the other officers was dragging one of the students, Anthony Borges, through the stairwell door. and they placed him on the third floor landing before you go down to the second floor.
Describe Anthony Borges' condition.
He was bleeding heavily. He had been bleeding for a while, and his clothes were covered in blood. And he was visibly in pain. He was just groaning, and I went down to the floor. I didn't have gloves, or I don't remember if I had gloves, but I didn't put them on at that point. And I noticed one of his legs was thoroughly soaked in blood. I took a tourniquet that I carried on my vest right here, took it off, and I began to apply the tourniquet to stop the bleeding. After I stopped the bleeding on that leg, some of the SWAT medics had just come upstairs, and we kept tending to all his injuries. He had bullet holes in his back, in his chest, his other leg, and started to cut off his clothing so we can assess all the injuries and make sure that we tended to all the wounds before we began to transport him.
By the time you applied a tourniquet to Anthony Borges, how long had he been laying there bleeding out, needing help?
Over 25 minutes, maybe longer.
Describe what else happened on the third floor.
At that point, after we finished applying tourniquets to his legs, and the SWAT medics addressed the wounds on his back and his chest, we put him on it's like a black tarp, and we took him out downstairs, went all the way to the first floor, and then exited to the opposite entrance where we came in through. We placed Mr. Borges on a golf cart, and they took him to the nearest ambulance or fire truck.
What happens next?
Continued checking all the classrooms for additional victims, and began reassessing anyone that had injuries. There was a lot of injured people. There was a lot of dead kids that we couldn't tell if they were alive or dead. We had to go to every single student and assess whether they were alive or dead. And if they were alive, we had to address their injuries. I know there was a female on the third floor that my partner thought we felt a pulse on, and we had to take her downstairs, but she had also passed. So it was just going from door to door, just making sure we took care of all the injured students.
Once the students that could be treated were treated, and it was determined who was deceased, what else did you do as far as the 1200 building, or did you move on and assist in other ways?
We stayed in the 1200 building for a while. We had to evacuate the entire school. By this point, we had learned that Nicholas Cruz was no longer in the building, and he was then shortly thereafter taken into custody. Once he was taken into custody, we began evacuating the school, and we just assisted all the students in leaving. Anyone with injuries were assisted out. I personally was on the first floor, just reassuring the kids and helping them get out. And obviously the kids are scared, and obviously the kids were scared, and they needed kind words to reaffirm and help them get through that moment.
Did you know Scot Peterson prior to this incident?
No.
I'm going to ask you to take a look over the defense table. Did you see the gentleman sitting at that table on the left inside the 1200 building on that day?
Not that I can recall.
Were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
And was it recording?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to ensure that the recording was properly uploaded and review it before court today?
Yes.
Request that the screens be turned off. So Danny, I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as states X. Did you have a chance to review your body worn camera?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Judge, at this time, the state moves into evidence what's been pre-marked as states X as states. Oh, I'm sorry, it's been pre-marked as. It'll be pre-marked as to B, and we'll be coming into evidence as 28.
Any objection?
No new objections other than my motion.
No additional objection? Okay, over the defense objection, states 2B for identification will now be in evidence. That is State's Exhibit 28.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
You may. Court Deputy Rakowski, everything's off, right? Okay, thank you.
So slow sometimes.
Northeast corner by the fire truck.
Man. Oh. Fucking swastika on that.
That's the bad guy zero. Somebody needs to stay here with that.
Let's leave him alive.
Hey, 10 minutes is done. Radio's messed up. Have them start moving.
Start moving up.
We got guys coming. We got guys coming. We need.
Where's he shot? Where's he hit? Leg? Fucking tourniquet. Flying a tourniquet.
I'll send them to the west side.
We gotta move him out of the chair. Shot in the back too?
No. I'll check.
You got it? Got shot in the back.
That way, and I'll start that way also. Also, that 366 degree, need the bridge that forward drive.
Huh? I don't got any more. Buddy, this is gonna hurt, all right? You're gonna be all right. It's gonna hurt. You're gonna be all right. Straighten out.
Your Honor, I'm renewing my objection.
Yeah, over your objection, which is otherwise preserved. Go ahead, State.
Detective Polo, was that Anthony Borges that we saw in the video?
Yeah, that was Mr. Borges.
And how important would you say in that moment it was to get him to a doctor or a hospital or emergency room?
It was extremely important. He had lost a lot of blood. He was just very injured.
I noticed that you were applying the tourniquet and applying that kind of medical, is it called combat medical? What's the term for it?
Combat medicine, I think now they're calling it, I forgot what the sheriff's office is calling it, or not what the sheriff's office is calling it, technically the military calls it something else. It's a TCCC, it's tactical combat. It's basically just combat medicine, basically, which is applying medical intervention as quickly as possible on the field before you transport someone to the hospital. That way they don't keep losing blood. And you can address, critical injuries like a punctured lung, stuff like that, before you start transporting them. It's been shown to increase the rate of survival for injured people in the military. And the application of tourniquets and chest seals and, packing wounds and stopping the bleeding is the most important thing.
You're not on SWAT, are you?
No.
So you received the same training that is available to other PSO employees that aren't on SWAT?
Yeah, it's standard training that everyone in the sheriff's office receives.
Judge, I have nothing further.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective Polo.
Afternoon, sir.
I just wanted to clarify one of the things that you said. Was it not your testimony that when shots are being fired, was it your testimony that no other deputies were on scene to hear shots fired? Is that your testimony?
I believe that's what we learned after they did the investigation into the shooting.
Is that what you believe? That's what you're swearing to today?
Objection, asked and answered.
Yeah, that's sustained.
Is that your firsthand knowledge based upon what you learned that day?
I believe that's what was learned during the Parkland Commission.
So it's your testimony that Sergeant Miller wasn't there to hear shots?
Sir, I don't know. That's what I believe. I don't recall anything else.
Is it your testimony that Deputy Kratz wasn't there to hear shots?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Yeah, well, it's overruled, but sir, I don't want you to speculate or guess. If you have personal knowledge of any of these things, you can say what your answer is, and if you don't, you can say, I don't know. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I don't know, sir.
Do you know whether Deputy Perry was there to hear shots?
I don't know, sir.
Do you know whether Deputy Goolsby was there to hear shots?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Deputy Stumbach was there to hear shots?
I don't know.
And what about Deputy Seward? Do you know whether he was there to hear shots being fired?
No, sir. I don't know.
You did testify that you did hear Deputy Kratz announce shots fired from the football field, correct?
Objection, counsel testifying that's not the record.
No, that's overruled. You can answer that question, sir.
I don't recall who made those. I stated that I don't know who got on the radio and made any of these statements.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said, I stated during my direct that I did not recall, because I wasn't sure who was getting on the radio, who was making these statements.
Okay, but you definitely heard the substance of someone announcing over the BSO radio, shots fired from the football field, correct?
No, sir. They said to stage by the football field.
Was what?
Stage by the football field.
Are you saying stage?
Stage, like, go to the football field. That's what we were told to respond to.
Okay,
Not because there were shots there.
okay. So you're hearing over BSO radio, someone referring to the football field, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know who it is who's referring to the football field, correct?
No, sir.
You arrived long after shooting was over, at least 15 minutes after the first shots, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And when you went in, you were with a team of at least 4, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who told you where the shooter or shooters were located? How did you learn that?
When we went inside the fence, we sprinted to a vehicle where there was 2 deputies standing behind, and one of the deputies told us the information that the shooting, the last known location was the 1200 building.
Okay, so you spoke to someone who gave you that information, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't know where he got that information from, correct?
No, sir.
So we're clear, it wasn't because you heard it over the BSO radio, correct?
I don't recall.
Now, the prosecutor asked you about what your training tells you to do.
Mhm.
The truth is, you've never had a training where the possible sounds could be coming from hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of yards in one direction or hundreds and hundreds of yards in the other direction. Same thing forward, same thing back. They don't train for that, correct?
Hundreds, no, do they do that training? No, sir.
No, your training, they typically narrow it down to one area and you're supposed to go in, right?
Usually you're inside a large building,
Correct.
like a school.
Got it. So they don't have a scenario where you literally, like you're hearing a siren and you're driving along in your car, right? Have you ever heard that
Mhm.
before?
Yes, sir.
And you literally do not have any idea where the sound's coming from? They don't train you with that kind of scenario, do they?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Police officers don't have any better ability to hear a loud noise and know precisely where that noise is coming from, correct?
No, but you would know the general area where it's coming from.
Oh, sure, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Ask your next question.
But officers don't have any special training or abilities to hear something and know better than a non-officer precisely where something's coming from. Isn't that correct?
No, that's overruled, sir. You can answer the question.
We would, like anyone else that can hear, we would know which direction it's coming from.
You knew that there was people in the video room trying to look at surveillance to find out where the shooter or shooters were located in real time, correct? That was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And did you also know that it was my client who was relaying that information to people on the scene?
No, that's overruled. Again, sir, I don't want you to guess, but if you have personal knowledge, you can answer the question. Go ahead.
No, I previously stated I have no idea who was giving the
Okay.
instructions or who was telling us what was going on from the video room.
On scene, there were issues with your BSO police radio, correct?
Yeah, after we arrived, after
Okay.
time had elapsed.
And the experience is what we call throttling, correct?
Yes.
Explain for the jurors what was happening with your radio in terms of throttling. What does that mean?
Just means you can't communicate. You click the radio and it'll make like a bonking noise, and you can't tell other people anything. It just won't come through.
And you experienced that when you got onto the campus, correct?
Experienced it after we had been on the second floor for several minutes.
And it's not an issue if you're with a team of people and you can communicate with them real close, correct?
Yeah, that's what I testified to.
But when you're waiting for dispatch to give you information and the radios are throttling, that's a problem, correct?
You're on scene at a shooting, so you wouldn't be waiting for dispatch to give you information. You'd be the one giving the information out to other people responding. That wouldn't change the way I respond because I'm there. So I wouldn't need to tell dispatch, I'm going to the third floor. I didn't do that, as you saw from the body cam. I just went to the third floor.
My question was, if you're waiting for real-time intelligence from dispatch and you have a radio that's throttling, that could hinder your ability to hear that information, yes or no, sir?
It would hinder your ability to give dispatch the information. It wouldn't hinder your ability to respond to the shooting if you're on scene, because you're on scene. You are the real-time information. Dispatch is not on scene with the shooter. So they do not have real-time information. They have secondhand information from whoever is giving that to dispatch.
Additionally, when there's other officers on the scene trying to communicate with other BSO deputies who aren't within a few feet, having radio throttling, that could prevent people from being able to give real-time intelligence to other BSO deputies. Yes or no, sir?
Giving real-time information to other deputies responding is not your primary duty when responding to a shooting.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Would it hinder you from telling other people what's going on?
Yes, that was my question.
It would, but that's not what you would be doing anyways.
Okay, so the answer to my question was yes. If one officer wanted to convey to another officer real-time intelligence, having a radio that's throttling would interfere with their ability to effectively carry that out. Yes or no, sir?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Based on that, any redirect?
Can you explain the trainings at the school that you referenced?
Sometimes they were at schools, sometimes they were just like large malls, buildings that were either decommissioned and the owners would let us go train in them. They're just kind of very much like a school, you know, sometimes multi-story, long hallways, lots of doors. They play loud noises of people screaming to kind of simulate, havoc and chaos. And then they simulate gunshots coming from different rooms, either using speakers or using handguns with dummy rounds in them. Rounds that aren't. There's no cartridge. There's no bullet. It's just the explosion sound from the bullet. So they would play that in different rooms, and your job is to move in the sound of the gunfire and find the shooter.
And those are to simulate active shooter situations.
Yes.
I have nothing else.
Based on that, you recross.
No, Your Honor.
State, is the witness excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, sir, you may step down. While
Thank
he's
you.
doing that, can we, a quick sidebar, please?
Ice Kung Fu fighting. Ooh. Yeah, I think the ninja got the women. Huh. Got the women rising like this, Mike. Way, hello. Lefty, if you do that, they'll all be like, at your feet. Ninja mask. I wish I wore my ninja mask now. If I knew you'd get this reaction. You're shifty already. He is shifty, isn't he?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to press pause on the state's presentation at this point. Same admonition as always, please don't discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else till we reach the end of the case. If you will leave the notepads in your chair, they will be waiting for you when you go back home. I'm going to repeat my continued request. Please do not do any research on the case directly or indirectly from any source whatsoever. I'm going to ask you to please not watch the news, not read the newspaper, no research on social media,
Lefty.
internet, from any source whatsoever regarding the people, places involved in the case. I hope you all have a nice night. I'm going to ask you to be back tomorrow, which is Tuesday, June 13th at 9:15 at the jury room, 9:15 a.m. tomorrow morning, Tuesday. All right, have a good night. See you tomorrow morning.
Fuck. So we've got the Colorado case starting between 5 and 6 tomorrow. No, between 12 and 1 Eastern tomorrow, and then straight into this one. And we're going to be playing at 1.5 speed. We might probably would do 1.25 normally, but it's going to be like 10, 11 o'clock at night by the time I start streaming it. So, yeah, I aim to get finished by about 3 o'clock in the morning. So I need to play the 1.5.
State, you wanted to discuss scheduling going forward? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
For tomorrow, we do have several witnesses, but I don't believe that will go longer than the afternoon. I think like around 2. Okay, maybe around 3. And then we have a few days where we literally have no witnesses that are available to testify until we can put some witnesses on Thursday. Yeah.
Well, we're not here Wednesday. That was a day off on the schedule anyway. So now we're talking about Thursday, the 15th.
Correct, Your Honor. I can tell you that for tomorrow, we anticipate probably 5 witnesses. One has to go on in the afternoon. For Thursday, it looks like we'll probably have 2 witnesses. I'm sorry, not Wednesday, Thursday. Wednesday's a long day. Oh, okay. So Thursday, we may actually only have 1 witness. It'll be a longer witness, but it may only be 1. Friday, we don't have any, unfortunately, Your Honor. Coming back on the 20th, because I believe we have off Monday, we have 7. We'll be good to go. We're ramped up on Monday. It might go over to Tuesday. Sorry. We'll be good to go on Tuesday. It may go over to Wednesday, and I anticipate around then the state will rest.
So
What?
if I got this right. We work a full day tomorrow, or as much of the full day as we can.
I've heard it all. What the
Wednesday is
fuck?
off. Thursday, it sounds like it was short.
Yeah, we
Maybe one
maybe
witness.
no, 1 witness because he's going on vacation the following week. Or else
And then the court holiday is Monday. You're asking for the trial to not be in session on Friday, the 16th.
Correct.
And then you're telling me with a full day of work on Tuesday, the 20th, and then part of the day on Wednesday, the 21st,
Possibly to Wednesday. I don't know if we'll
that
get
you would be resting your case at that point?
Yes.
Arrested.
Can be
talking about on Friday?
Yes.
Okay, yes, sir.
So we have someone that we've arranged with the state to testify tomorrow at 11:15. So that's one witness. And then we have 2 or 3 that are taking vacation very soon and could testify on Thursday and or Friday.
Okay.
I mean, whatever their
I mean,
schedule
you
for
all, if
Thursday.
you all are gonna cooperate, and I appreciate the professionalism on both sides, but continue to do that and allow the defense to call witnesses out of order, whether that be Thursday or Friday, that's fine. I can't work the full day Friday just because of other obligations that I have with my FX docket. So I would probably have to stop at maybe 3:30 PM on Friday anyway. Yeah, I would rather do the work while we have the jurors here.
I'm fine with that, Your Honor. We have no objections to the defense calling witnesses on
Okay.
the Thursday or Friday.
Okay, so I'll leave that to you all to discuss, but whatever defense witnesses can be available on Thursday, whatever defense witnesses can be available on Friday, I will say again, based on some other items on my own docket, Friday morning, I probably won't be able to start with the jury till 10 o'clock Friday morning.
I'm sorry.
10 o'clock Friday morning. Thursday is a short docket, so 9:30 won't be a problem. Friday would probably be 10 a.m. And then defense, if they rest their case next Tuesday or the morning of next Wednesday, then you can resume with the rest of your presentation. You can have your witnesses ready to go. I mean, again, no time limits, we're way ahead on the schedule, but how long do you think it'll take for you to put on your presentation?
Within a week, but even tighter maybe. It just depends on how long they take and how quickly we can get them in.
Okay, so you're talking about resting your case, your presentation sometime during the week of June 26th?
I think so.
Okay. Okay. Not a problem. We'll just play that as it goes. State, anything else you need me to address before we recess the trial for today?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything else you need me to address before we recess the
No, Your
trial?
Honor, thank you.
Okay, so then the trial will be in recess until tomorrow, which
I got it all. I got all the tea here. I got all the tea. I caught it all. I caught it all. This is why you come to this channel. You get everything. Let me switch this off. Right. Stop screen. Let's have another look at this. Innocent unless. What a great logo that is. Right. Right. So for those, I can take this bad boy off now. Oh my God, I can't hear. Right. For those that didn't catch it. Hang on. Right. For those that didn't catch it. It's a great logo, isn't it? So I got 2 logos, that one and the one in the right-hand corner. That one there. Oh shit. Oh, don't swear, you idiot. Oh my God, I can't. And that one there. I got 2 of them. 2 logos. I got a store. Have a look at my store. See what you think. Right. What we say in 2 months? Who told us 2 months? This can be finished in 2 weeks. Bloody law network. Bunch of a-holes. Right. Right. So we got Tuesday, tomorrow, 5 witnesses. Doable. Wednesday, off. Quarters off anyway. Happy days. Thursday, 1 witness for the state, and the defense is going to put some witnesses on as well. Happy days. Friday, the judge is busy. So they're not going to start until 10 o'clock. And then, what's that, Lefty? They're not monitoring you 8 hours into. No, you're right there. Fuck them if they are. We're too late now anyway. So, right. Oh, no, but not just monitoring. They do also look at videos as well. So I need to be careful still. Because I don't need to switch. Do you know what I mean? My mother said to me, she watched me the other day. She goes, I knew you're bad at home, but I didn't expect you to be like that on TV as well. I was like, well, that's me. Do you know what I mean? She goes, yeah, I know. Fucking, that's the problem. So Friday, 10 o'clock start, Eastern, and we're finished by 3:30. Monday, off, court is closed. Tuesday, all day witnesses. So either Tuesday or Wednesday, the state rests. That's not bad. So that means I got a late night tomorrow night because they got 5 witnesses. Wednesday off, fine. We're doing Colorado, that's fine. Thursday, one witness, so okay, it's late Thursday night for me, that's fine. I mean, I love you guys, so I'll do whatever you want me to do. And then Friday night is not a late night, so do you know what I mean it won't be bad. Amy, I'll do it again just for you, Amy. I'll go through it again. Amy, don't worry, I'll do it again. So tomorrow, because everyone like needs to listen now. Everyone be quiet for a second now, right? Let's listen. So tomorrow, 5 witnesses. Wednesday off. The court's off anyway, so it's fine. Thursday, 1 witness for the state, and then defense puts their witnesses on. Friday, it's a 10 o'clock start because the judge has got some stuff to do. But also he needs to finish by 3:30 because he also has stuff to do. So it's gonna be a short day. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. Happy days. Monday, court is off because they will there's some day you Yanks have probably got something on. Tuesday, full day witnesses by the state, and they will either rest on Tuesday or maybe going into Friday into Wednesday. And then the defense plan to have around a week, maybe a little bit more than a week of a defense. So we're looking at about 3 weeks. So this week, next week, and the week after, with days off and everything. So that's not bad, is it? What idiot came in here and said it was 2 months? Huh? Bloody idiot. I know I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'm excited as well, Jamie, you know. Hopefully it's a good one. So as I say, I apologize in advance. Sorry, guys. I can't. I can't. I won't be streaming at the start for the Colorado. So if you can resist the urge of watching it with someone else tomorrow, I will be back hopefully between 5 and 6. And it's only about 2 hours we'll miss. And then I'll play at 1.25 and get caught up. Get caught up by lunchtime, probably. So, and then finish off with this one. That's Tuesday. Then Wednesday's just Colorado. That's it. And Thursday, we've got both again Thursday night. That's fine. I'll do that. And Friday's a short night. Do you know what I mean? And then Monday is just Colorado. Unless you guys have got something on. Is it a special holiday or something? Maybe me too. Only way it would be better if Judge Werner was seeing the case. Who's Werner? I've heard of Werner as well. Mark, do you think Mark will drag it out? I hope not. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe they said 2 months. Can't believe it. And we're here. We're not going to be 2 months. It's 3 weeks. So this is more than 2. But I genuinely was like, oh, here we go. I got 2 months of this now. I'm gonna have to like literally live off about 2 or 3 hours sleep every night, and I've got weekends to do. So I was like, oh no. But you know what? I was like, no, no, I can't let the chat down. Can't let the members down. I'm like, I'm doing it. So here we are. So yes. So tomorrow it'll be a late start and a late finish, but we'll get there. And the rest of it's more than manageable. Yeah, I need this wrapped up before Sarah Loon. Yeah, I mean, at one point, Amy, I thought I'm gonna have to stream 3 of them. Do you know what I mean? I thought I'd have to do and also, just in case people don't know, Sarah Boone and Taylor Business, they start the same day. Start the bloody same day. It's like buses, isn't it? Nothing for ages, and all of a sudden they all come at once. So Business, I think majority would want to watch Sarah Loon, as Amy says. So we're probably going to be a Sarah Loon channel. But we'll probably still watch just Business one, but not you know, I might play at 1.5 speed or something. I'm not gonna, but we'll see. Oh, I might by then. Hopefully, I'll have a membership, so I might do it as a private thing. We'll do a topless stream or something, and we'll watch it together or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. There's options, isn't there? You will die. Can you imagine 3 years once long? Hey, anything for you guys? Anything? Do you know what I mean? I'm a man of the people. Do you know what I mean? Don't know anything about shoe business. Uh, yeah, I know she attacked um, her whatever, her lover, her lawyer. They got a new lawyer, but yeah, she basically cut up her lover. But she's married, and she was having an affair or something. So three trial wonder. Been called worse than that. Um, yeah, it is awful. The thing is, right? I would I have to wait for you guys. Do you know what I mean? So I have to get up about 7, 8 o'clock every morning, to stretch the old dog and, get moving because my body. But I could start streaming at like 10 o'clock in the morning, but that's like 5 o'clock in the morning for you guys. So I have to wait for you. Do you know what I mean? Bloody time difference. What's going on here? I don't know. That's made me feel a lot better. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah, it's a popular one, but I don't know, like, I think everyone's after the Boone one doing I think every streamer's gonna, you're gonna have your choice of streamers, for those because everyone's doing it. That's the problem sometimes. We're having 2 streams like that, everyone's just gonna cover, do you know what I mean? All the bigger channels love it, but fuck 'em, fuck 'em, so she's and leaves her boyfriend, could've but I'm right in saying she was married at the time as well? Is what I believe. If that's true, what's going on, people? Yeah, missed that one. Missed that one, C-Swep, sorry. I can't be asked to go back and look at it. But yeah, where have I got there now? Right, let's have a look here now. Got my niece won a football competition today. She's like, what's she now? 11 years old. She loves soccer. Sorry, soccer. She won a competition today. Loves it. Ah, lovely. Just sort of been looking at those pictures. Right, where am I here? Where we at YouTube? Right, why have not YouTube not authorized me? Why are they not this in progress? Why have you not just this? This usually takes a month. What? So the review takes a month. This usually takes about a month. What the absolute con artists? Something about a head in the bucket. Yeah, there was 2 heads, I believe, in the bucket, Amy. That head and that head were in the bucket. And they were in her house, in her friend's car, and I think she left both heads for his mother to find. Disgusting. Hi ho, hi ho. Oh, let's not say that because 2 blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so it's interesting why, but Mad World was saying something this morning that the Sarah Boone has written another letter saying that she's not getting good counsel or something, so her trial could potentially be knocked on even further. So who knows? It's the same with everything. It's the same with Kohlberger. That's probably going to go on a little bit further. Yeah, we need to know. Is it 60 days until we know it's death penalty or not? So we'll see. Maybe the worst part of it is that with your business. Oh, I know, I know. Do you know what, Shelley? That's exactly what I was about to say. She used his parts to pleasure herself. I don't know what parts they were, but she was using them to pleasure herself. So, do you know what I mean? It's but the one cruel thing is leaving the 2 heads for his mother to find. I mean, come on. What what we doing, people? Basically making sure she's do so I don't think um mental insanity. Jamie, I don't know. Mad Oh, look at Madwell trying to protect herself now. Oh, I could be wrong. I could Hey, jeez, top of the morning to you. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Hey, Madwell, doesn't matter if you are wrong. Who cares? It's a good story though, isn't it? But you could be right. There's no reason why um the Boone one might go forward or the Business one might go forward. Hmm. I think Business is definitely happening because the judge, I think, is going to be like, no, no, don't care, it's happening. But I think the Boone one will be a little bit different because I think they know all eyes are on that one. So, but I can't see the Boone case being that long. Oh, look at Madra trying to protect herself. That's great, isn't it? If you're wrong, Madra, who cares? I don't care. It's a great story. If it doesn't matter. Speculation's all good, especially when it's for you. So I can blame you then. You see, love it. That's right. Look, we don't know exactly, but we Madeline had heard that they might have. Um, okay. Oh, do you know what? Yeah, you're right. She tried to claim insanity twice, but they refused it. The judge has gone, no, no worries, C-Sweb, no worries, no worries. It's all good. Um, so yeah, there's a lot going on in those heads of theirs, I think. Um, as long as Delphi murders. Does anyone know when that is? I don't think there's a date yet, is there? But whether he's guilty or not, the way he's been treated is pretty piss poor. To be in the prison, everyone else gets to go to jail, but he's in prison, sleeping on concrete floors and stuff. Come on, do you know what I mean? Left, guess who's Lefty started his new business. He's a cam guy like that. $15 for 10 minutes with a Lefty. Haven't heard a date yet. No, neither have I. To be fair, neither have I. So, but they were hoping it'd be like early summer. Do courts in America take August off, like the summer off or something? Only lefties. Yeah, do they take summer off or something? Courts in America? Just wondering, because like for us, like Parliament and everything, they shut off all the summer for 4 weeks. Just wondering if it was the same for you guys, courts and stuff like that. So I don't know. I'll wait. The delay you like 15 seconds, so whenever I speak, it's like, let's wait. Also, there's no delay, so it would be August. I heard it might be your start of like August. So okay, thanks, Jamie. That's really good to know. Okay, that's good. Okay, I'm closing that one down. When's the July? There'll be delays. Ah, oh, right, that's important actually, Shelley. Thanks for that. Because I remember when Kohlberger said, um, I think it was a judge originally, or the DA said that they need to do it before certain time in July because people were taking holidays. So in July there would be people taking holidays then, staff wise and stuff like that. So maybe they don't shut down, but there are windows where maybe attorneys can't do it or something. That's fair. That's fine. See, we're learning. We're learning. This new year they might not schedule anything. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I mean, everyone deserves a holiday, for a week. Do you know what I mean? What's July 4th? What's so special about July 4th? What's I'm joking, I'm joking, I'm joking, I'm joking. Don't type and hate me. I know. I've been out in America. I was actually out in America once for July 4th, and I was in Vegas. Um, yeah, I mean, nothing really happened, but I mean, still, it was a good experience, you know. So Tuesday this year. Oh, so does that? Oh, so you probably have Monday and Tuesday off then. Lucky buggers, no. Lefty. It's 15 seconds, right? So wait for the next 15 seconds. Let's jump in. Thing is, I have to say, whoa, 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 because it's like, oh my god, people are just gonna be like, oh, so mad at me right now. Oops. If I carry on with this. Um, why oh why? Ugh. Why oh why? I was about to invade Wales. Hey, we're independent. Well, we're not. We're part of UK. Independence Day, man. You know, you can't invade Wales on Independence Day. Right, let me shut this down. I'm still shocked that YouTube said that they will take a month to verify my channel. I mean, they won't take a month, surely. I mean, come on, it's only a few videos to review. They said they look at my thumbnails and my titles and the content of a few videos. They're all trials, do you know what I mean? So, do what I want. I'll do what I want. It's my party, and I'll do what I want to. Do what I want to. Do what I want to. Go lefty. Do what you want. Is that lawful law? I'm a lawful law. I'm a sav sit soft sit. I'm not even. I don't even got any mods now. Are they cutting off your uh chat, Lefty? Have we got any mods here? I don't got a clue. Who's here? Who's not? That's the worst thing about lawful or fine. I was gonna say. I was a bit like. I was gonna say. Uh, frustrating thing about YouTube and well everything, Rumble and everything, is you never know who's here. Where are blue wenches? I have no idea. I have no idea if they. I suspect Amy's probably here. I'm not sure if Heidi is. Spider Girl's been quiet all day. I don't know what she's up to. And Mad World only comes in when, she's like, oh, no, 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 I'm not lying. So I don't know where everyone is. Yeah, I'd like to know sometimes who's in chat. Do you mean? Um, uh, Mad World was just here. Yeah, she was, but she's probably gone now again. It probably wasn't Mad World. It's probably a toddler playing with the phone because it was actually quite spelling was spot on. It's quite concise. It's quite sensible. They pieced out on you. Yeah, I mean, I'm used to it, Jamie. I'm used to it. Good night, Kim. Thank you for joining us. Just remember, Kim, I won't be on until about 5, sorry, 5, until about midday tomorrow Eastern, between midday and 1, and I'll play the Colorado one at 1.25 till we catch up. Thank you, Kim, as always, to be here. Lovely to see you. And then just a reminder to everyone, we'll play the boring trial. Not boring trial now. I'm excited again now. I was absolutely gutted for 2 months, but now I'm excited. 'Cause it's only like another 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, that makes a hell of a difference to your mindset. Because I'm just like, how can they do 2 months of this? But now I'm like, yeah, rock on. Let's go. Not long to go. So tomorrow's gonna be a long day. And I need to play 1.5 because I've got an engineer coming Wednesday morning at 8 AM. So I have to play it. I need a few hours sleep. Jeez. So I mean, make a picture of. I'll just go and get the jar. I'll show you the jar. Like I use. I'm going to you a coffee. There we go. See the grains on that? Smells nice as well. So, Dow Egberts, pure gold, medium roast. Now, is it as nice as making your own grounds? Probably not. Probably not. Paltrow. What's a paltrow candle? Is that like a Yankee candle? Because Yankee candles come in something like this, don't they? This kind of jar. And I tell you, again, this isn't like proper ground coffee. Do you know what? It's not going to be the same. It's not going to be as nice. But it's it's not. I tell you what. Yeah, you probably wouldn't like it because you're used to strong and stuff. But this is nice. Lol. Look it up. Oh, I know the vagina one. I know. I know. I know. I request you. Right. I won't do it tonight, but I will do it for you, Jamie. Just for you, I will do it. I won't do it tonight though, because it's not. Hang on. Hang on. I got squash here. I'll do it. What? I could eat it. Yeah. Hang on. I just need to. Right. Is that? Hang on. Is that all right? Is that amount all right? Is that okay, Jamie? And I'll chase it with this. I got squash. Is that all right? I thought you were serious. Oh shit! I'm spilling everywhere. I thought you were serious. All right, I'll put it back. I was gonna do it. Lefty needs a candle. The vagina one, yes. Hang on. Hang on. I got a princess in here somewhere. Where's she at? What? Hang on. Right. When did you do it? Okay. Saltwater lotus. Um. So yeah, this is this is the business. This is sharp business. No, it doesn't really suit, does it? Um. So yeah, I don't know. I'll probably make myself a coffee in a bit now for bed. Saltwater lotus. That's the fragrance. But in Poltro's 50, mind. Looking good. Looking good for 50. You know what I mean? And I still need to find out the attorney's name for this. The woman in the States with attorney. She's some hot stuff, mind, isn't she? She's good looking, so divine. Bam 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 bam. Whatever that is. So, yeah, so I hope you're all happy with that anyway. So with a hint of asparagus, is it green? Oh Jesus. Now we're going down it. Asparagus is good for your piss, isn't it? So all right, what else have we got? Anything else? NBA finals. I've not followed it. I need to follow it. Right. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we covered the trial now. It's. I don't think we're here for the trial anymore because it is what it is. No, tomorrow, Lefty. Tomorrow. I'm doing. If there's a list, right, of people that don't listen, Lefty's at the top. Um. So we're doing Colorado tomorrow during the day, starting about midday Eastern to 1 o'clock Eastern, hopefully. Then straight afterwards, then doing this trial, the Parkland trial. On Wednesday, we're just doing the Colorado trial. On Thursday, we're doing Colorado and the Parkland. And then Friday, we're doing Colorado and half day of the Parkland. And then next week, we're doing Colorado on Monday only. Then Tuesday, we're doing Colorado and Parkland. Then Wednesday, we're doing both again. And I imagine every other day, then we're doing both as well. So, yeah. So nothing tonight, lefty, just this. And, I'm probably not gonna, log off because I'm just thinking, look, I've got all these nights now coming ahead where it's gonna be such a like late night, early morning finish for me. So take advantage of nights like this, maybe because I've got to go to bed in about an hour, hour and a half anyway. So, um, and I haven't got much to say, and I want to keep my voice a little bit, prepare for tomorrow's visit. I said earlier on, I think it's bonkers. Don't mess around. Their court stays. Okay, that's fine. I don't even. Do you know what time it starts tomorrow, Shelley? Because if anyone knows, it's you. But I don't know what time it starts tomorrow. I went for a guess. Well, it doesn't matter. I set it up for midday tomorrow because I'm in hospital till then, so I'm hoping to be back by midday Eastern. But I'm not sure because I was thinking it's probably going to start like 10 o'clock Eastern, so we'll only be like hopefully 2 hours behind with an hour to catch up over lunch, and then the breaks. By the end, we'll be all caught up. That's the plan anyway. Jamie's the Michigan one on tomorrow with MLS Law? Is that on tomorrow? I'm not sure when that starts. I think it starts tomorrow. So yeah, actually tomorrow it doesn't really matter. Virtual trial begins 8:13. Oh shit! Right, okay. Oh, I hope no network is showing it. They said this, it's on their list, so they better be bloody showing it. Just made one of the biggest epic disasters ever. What's he done, Amy? What's he done? Okay, fine, Shelley. Brilliant. Mountain Standard Time. So that's 7 hours, isn't it? 7 hours in Colorado? Not 6, 7 hours. As in, Mountain Time Zone is 2 hours behind Eastern Time, isn't it? So that would mean 7 hours for me. Oh Jesus, that's even worse for me. That is. Oh, that's bad. 8:30. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Oh no, that's 3:30 start for me. It means yeah, 7 hours. He's helping change the cat boxes. Oh no, cat poo everywhere. Oh no, not good. Not good. Oh, good luck with that, Amy. Oh, do you know what? That Colorado trial is going to mess me right up. 7 hours. That means I don't start till 3:30 in the afternoon. And normally I start by 1:30, 2 o'clock. So 3:30. So I'm not going to be starting streaming the other one till about 11:30, midnight. What time do courts in Colorado normally finish, Shelley? Don't say like 5, 5:30. Because that's a nightmare for me. I mean, it's fine. I'll just do it. But 5. Okay, so that's 11 o'clock. Is it? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's midnight my time. Oh, Jesus. I'll be honest with you, if that finishes tomorrow night at midnight, I can't do this. I can't do the Parkland one straight away. I have to be up at like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. I can't do it. But they're off Wednesday, so I can do it Wednesday. I don't mind doing it every day, but I got an engineer coming in. I need to be fairly fresh. And once I'm up, if I only have like 2 hours sleep or 3 hours, do you know what I mean? I can't do that. We will play it though. We'll play it on Wednesday instead, so I can play it Wednesday night. I don't mind doing it totally. Just tomorrow night's the only night because of my engineer coming in. Because my engineer's coming in at like literally 8 o'clock in the morning. I have to be up for it, and stuff like that. And I can't go back to bed after that. So, if it finishes at midnight, I can't do it. So well, do you know what I'm saying now? I'm not doing it. So what I'm going to do then? Go and watch it. No one seems to be watching it anyway, so it's fine. Wednesday, Wednesday, we do Colorado. What's the best way to do this? It's such an awkward time. 'Cause I can't do it before the trial, before Colorado, because it's too early for you guys. So, uh, yeah. So yeah, Wednesday we'll do it. We'll do Wednesday night instead then. Jesus, I didn't realize it was gonna be so late. But we're in, guys. We're in. We're in. We're in it. But I don't want to do that. The only night I do not want to do is tomorrow night because of that engineer. Because otherwise, I'm gonna have to stream like a long day on like on nothing. So if you forgive me, I won't stream it tomorrow night, but I'll stream it Wednesday night, as long as you can resist the temptation to watch it at another time. 'Cause I'll play at 1.5 speed, so we should be finished. They normally start about 9:30, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, minus a couple of hours. So we probably get it done in about 3 hours. That's fine for me. That's fine. I can go to bed about 3, half 3. I can go to bed at 3, half 3. Thank you, Shelley. Every other night will be that night except for tomorrow night. And I'm sorry about that, guys, but I got an early start with the doctors, then, rushing up there, I was now on so basically I'm gonna be on the road for about 2.5 hours tomorrow, straight back, straight streaming, catching up, and then going to do that. I won't be done until about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and then to be up for 7 for the engineer, 2 hours sleep, and then stream. I just can't do it. I'm not trying to whinge about it. Well, I am, but I will do that. I apologize. I cannot do that tomorrow night. I will do it on Wednesday night because it's an off day. They got an off day on Wednesday. So actually it suits. It suits it. You're not missing anything. By Thursday, you'll be all caught up with it. We're doing it. Just do you. Thanks, Shelley. Shelley's the only one like, oh yeah, just be you. Come on. Where's my other cheerleaders? Well, yeah, just do you. So that's what I do. Apology. I don't normally do that, but I just can't. I got too long a day tomorrow. I'm gonna be burnt out if I do that. There's no point being burnt out and then can't stream. So we'll do that. I'll change that now on the thing. So yeah. Well, you've all gone quiet now. As I start speaking and whinging, you've all been like, "Oh, shut the f up, mate." So if you're even here now, and I didn't stream onto Rumble today. I forgot. Um, need to get back to doing that as well. So Luna, hello to Luna as well. Apparently, we all missed Luna. She said hello earlier on. Everyone ignored her. So sorry, Luna. She's here. No, I'll go to bed. I don't go to bed before midnight, anyways, because I just can't sleep. Try to push the ocean back with a broom. Lefty, you idiot. but we missed Luna's post earlier on saying hello. So hello, Luna. She's watching two trials at the minute. She's watching the whatever one it is, the rapper, whatever he is, and she's supporting this channel by having us on an iPad. So Scorpy Ho is here. Um, so she did say hello, and apparently everyone ignored her, and she's now crying to me. So I'm like, Jesus, right? I've got to say hello back. I missed it. I'll be honest, I did miss it. Um, but I appreciate you as well, Scorpio Ho. Yeah, as always, we know we love you're more than welcome here. You know we love you here, so it's all good. Also, I will say this: Boss Saturday was a great stream. Um, because getting ideas about playing. I'm not sure. Remember who? But I think Shelley, you gave loads of ideas, like in court interviews and stuff like that as well. So I do plan on doing some of those things when we're in a lull in the trial. So after some trials, I might actually do that. Just play some court interviews. I'll have more stuff planned, but I'll be honest, I was little bit makeshift tonight. Because I expected this to go on till about 11, half 11, and then done for the night. So finished a bit early. But yeah, I'll try and get some stuff done. Once I get monetized, I'll have some memberships out there for you guys as well. No pressure to anybody to join them. There'll still be this. The trials will always be free. So, and that's what most people want anyway. So that's all good. Um, and that's all I got really. I could go and talk more, but I am conscious what Sherry said. I need to go to bed because it's getting late, and that's the thing. I don't want to be burnt out as well. So, um, so yeah, I think I'm gonna love you and leave you. If I don't, I'll be here all night. I say this all the time, and then 2 hours later, I'm still here. But now, do you know what? I'm gonna go. So, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate everyone for being here. Luna, thank you. Sorry you missed your hellos. Thank you, Jamie, everyone. Rose, not Rosie. What am I saying? Um, Josie, not Rosie. What's I saying that for? Plenty of time to sleep. Yeah, I know, Lefty. But for you, it's now like what, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you know what I mean? So it's easy enough to say here, it's now 10:30 in the evening. So I just want to, you know, get like an hour chill out now on Twitter or something and then go to bed fresh. So thank you to everybody that comes from other streams and appreciate you here. I see Swep's gone now, but pass on my regards. I'll say thank you, Josie, for coming through. Thank you, Jamie, for being here all day. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Kim, obviously, but she's gone now. Why is easy for me to say exactly. Exactly. But yeah, appreciate you, Lefty, as always, bringing the entertainment. And Lefty, do you remember now that the stream with myself, Lady Law, and Miss Morgan is on the 25th now and not the 18th because none of us spotted the Father's Day one. So you'll be able to make that one all fresh and bring the bands in it. So we're moving that. I need to change that date as well on the video, but I didn't even see the. As far as I found, the score hasn't even seen the jury yet, so hopefully may not be happy days. Happy days, Shelley. That's even better. That's even better if that's the case. Yeah, so that after I'm done golfing, probably. Yeah, fine. I mean, oh yeah. It's gonna be about 2 o'clock your time, isn't it? Could be 2 o'clock. I'm not sure how long we could be on for. It might only be like an hour or two. Do you know what I mean? So you might miss it, but the offer was always there. I was gonna put your picture on it as well, but I thought, nah, I won't. Everyone knows who Lefty is, so it's all good. So with that, people, thanks for that, Shelley. Appreciate that input. Um, and that's fine if they don't. Do you know what? If I come back tomorrow and they still haven't started, we'll start the Parkland trial, and then you know, no, we can't, no, we can't do it now. I'll be there. You see, get Lefty there. Once you say Lady Law's there, they're, oh, you straight there. Um, so we'll see tomorrow. Then that's good news for me. That is, Shelley, because if it's not seated, or even if it's Wednesday, that's even better for me because that means I can stream the Parkland one then. Or whatever. Look, guys, we're gonna sort it out. We got the best chat got ever, so it's fine. I was talking about my pick going up and all. Yeah, yeah. It was more because I was like, "Do you know what? Do I wanna scare people by putting his pick up here or not?" You know? Not joking. I also thought it's a bit of a laugh. I don't care if you say, but I do. I mean, I do, but, right. I could be here all night if we're talking. So, with that, all my love. Thank you very much for your support as always. And if you haven't seen the video, Heidi, if she's still here, if you haven't seen the video, go and watch it where we did the topless video. I'm still pretty sure I was the only one that's been topless. We all said that we would do it, but I don't think anyone else did it. Haven't seen any proof. You want to go to bed too? Ah, are you tired, Lady Law? Jesus. I go to bed, look at Lefty. Now Lefty's all pumped up. Now he's like, "Oh, Lady Law's here. Lady Laws, you can't stop the stream." Um, how can I stop it right now when Lady Laws just popped in? But you're in 6, 7, 8. Oh, you're still in work, so it's fine. Went to bed early last night, knucklehead. What was I doing last night? I don't remember what I was doing last night. I don't want to stream with Lefty. He's not streaming. He's not coming on stream, Lady Law, so it's fine. He's in the chat. He's pumped. You, Miss Morgan, and me is just gonna be that's it. Lefty's the clown, the entertainment in chat, getting the crowd. No, not you. What? Oh, right. Okay, he was talk I don't know who you're talking to. She rips me. She won't rip you. She just speaks the truth. She just spits out the truth. It's all good. I'm not sure if you've seen Miss Morgan as well, Lefty. Miss Morgan's fantastic, but she has not DM me back yet, so I hope she still does it, but I don't know. We'll see. I need to read up more about Brian Kohlberg. I don't know anything anymore. So, and it's only gonna be a little bit about Brian Kohlberger. It's then gonna be talking shit. So yeah, you probably are gonna be shit on Lefty, to be quite honest with you. This is last stream to fit the bullshit narrative. She's just being clever. That's called being clever, Lefty. Oh, people are slowly dropping out now. Um, right, Lady Law is in work, so I'm not going to disturb her. She is busy, so we leave her to it. But thanks, Lady Law, for being here. I think you'll be here most of the day, so appreciate you. Lefty, as always, appreciate you. Appreciate everyone that's been here and come and gone. And yeah, we shall. On I-35 yesterday, Lefty did. I didn't even, well, I don't know any roads. Have a good night, Amy. Appreciate you. Thanks for everything, Amy. We'll sort it out tomorrow what we're doing, all right? For everything. Oh, it's stretch. I gotta go to the gym tomorrow morning as well. Got my instructor. Jesus. Let's say to where you live, we do. Lefty's got. He's probably put that trucker on your car. No. Where's your position? She's got you. She's got you in every corner, Lefty, I think. Oh, my hair's starting to go as well. Right. She puts baby in the corner, and you. Sorry, Lefty, but you're the baby. She puts you in the corner. I know the state, yeah. Right. I'm gonna go on Twitter because I've not been on Twitter all day. So, um, how do you get Lefty? She's just gonna put you in the corner. So, like 35. We just got Lady Law and Lefty going at it. I just want to end the stream, like, you know. I hate the end of the stream with Lady Law, yeah, because I love Lady Law. It's just No comment. Outside of a crap. Right. Uh, I love the bands. Right, everyone's dropping out now. I think it's only the three of us. Let's just get back to Luna. Give you a shout down. Um, right, weirdos. Oh, Jesus, left now you asked it. Right, I am gonna shut it down now because I have to. Because people are starting to come into the stream. So, for right, Jamie, it's they'll go on Twitter now and do it. It's fine. They're friends. They're not arguing. So thanks, Jamie. Thanks for being here all day, and love you too, Lady Law. Later's Lefty. Thank you guys. Take care. Have a good one. Ta-ra.